despite his various police connections. 118. Although it was plain that the culprits in this ugly matter had been dealt with, even New Haven Police Chief James F. Ahern stated publicly that there was no evidence that Bobby Seale had been involved in Rackley's death. 119. The state proceeded to bring Seale, along with Erica Huggins, another notable, to trial. Apparently, the hope was that the earlier confession and convictions would have tempered public sentiment against the BPP to such an extent that these defendants would be found guilty on the basis of party membership alone. In this the government was disappointed when the jury in the trial was ready to acquit Seale, but 2 jurors refused to vote for acquittal unless was convicted. Ordered both cases dismissed, and the other supporting Newton, then still in jail. 128. As can be seen in the accompanying May 14, 1970 memo from George C. Moore to William C. Sullivan, this was approached in a quite deliberate fashion through the use of forged and/or anonymous letters and the like. And, as is brought out clearly in the accompanying September 16, 1970 airtel from the director to 3 Sachs, the Bureau considered it immaterial whether facts exist to substantiate the sorts of charges it was introducing into the BPP communications network. Excerpt from a September 16, 1970 airtel from Hoover informing his COINTELPRO operatives that outright lies were appropriate content for anonymous letters, and that murder was an appropriate outcome to such an operation so long as the cause could not be traced back to the Bureau. Part 2. The sorts of repression which had already been visited upon the BPP had inevitably engendered among party members a strong sense of being in a battle for sheer physical survival, a matter lending potentially lethal implications to FBI-fostered rumors that given individuals or groups of Panthers were, say, police agents. That Hoover and his men were well aware these sorts of tactics could have fatal results for at least some of those targeted is readily discernible on the second page of the September 16 airtel. As may be seen rather plainly, Hoover disapproved the sending of a particular anonymous letter only because, if it were traced back to its source, its wording might place the Bureau in the position of aiding and abetting in a murder by the BPP. His instructions were simply to reword the letter in such a way as to accomplish the same result while leaving the FBI a window of plausible deniability in the event a homicide did in fact result. While there is no evidence that David Hilliard ever actually responded to COINTELPRO manipulation by attempting to have Newton killed, murders did result. Robert Weaver, a Clea Verite, was shot dead on a Harlem street corner in early March. A month later persons unknown entered the Queens County office of the Black Panther Party, a Newtonite enclave, bound up Samuel Napier, circulation manager of the MAC, Part 2. Panther, taped his eyes and mouth, laid him face down on a cot, and shot off the back of his head. 129. At least 3 other murders, all in California, seem likely to have been directly related to this aspect of the FBI's anti-BPP COINTELPRO. These were the execution of law BPP member Fred Bennett at some point in early 1970, Sandra Lane Red Pratt in LA on January 13, 1972, and the execution-style slaying of former Newton bodyguard Jimmy Carr by LA Panthers Lloyd Lamar Mims and Richard Rodriguez in San Francisco on April 6, 1972. 130. In the case of Fred Bennett, rather than conducting any serious investigation into his death, the Bureau used it as a prop, as the accompanying February 17, 1971 teletype from the SAC, San Francisco to Hoover indicates, in the penning of a bogus letter to Panther Field Marshal Don Cox in Algeria as a means to further exploit dissension within the BPP. Bennett's murder remains unsolved, as does that of Sandra Lane Pratt. Teletype proposing forged letter playing upon the murder of Fred Bennett as a means of widening the Newton-Cleaver split. As the document continues, it becomes clear that the gambit is also part of a COINTELPRO to isolate law BPP leader Geronimo Pratt. Part 2. Part 2. Such atrocities cannot be separated from the FBI's intervention to exacerbate the Newton-Cleaver split, a COINTELPRO initiative which was by then in full swing, as was made clear in a January 1, 1971 teletype from the San Francisco SAC to Hoover. The forged letter proposed in this teletype reads as follows: Part 2. Eldridge, I know you have not been told what has been happening lately. It is a shame that a person, as well placed as I am and so desirous of improving our party, cannot by present rules travel to or communicate with you. I really don't know where you stand in relationship to our leaders and really am not confident you would protect me in the event of exposure. Since this is my life work, just let me say I have worked long and well in your behalf in the past, and for the party in many places on planet Earth. Things around headquarters are dreadfully disorganized with the comrade commander not making proper decisions. The newspaper is in shambles. No one knows who is in charge. The foreign department gets no support. Brothers and sisters are accused of all sorts of things. The point of all this is to say I fear there is rebellion working just beneath the surface. You may know the story about G and his gang. I believe that people like G have many sympathizers who are not yet under suspicion but who should be. They have friends right in headquarters where the minister chooses to ignore them. I am disturbed because I, myself, do not know which way to turn. While I think the comrade commander is weak, yet I do not like the evidences of disloyalty I see. I may be wrong but I think the core of this disloyalty is with persons formerly close to the field marshal. If only you were here to inject some strength into the movement, or to give some advice. One of two steps must be taken soon and both are drastic. We must either get rid of the Supreme Commander or get rid of the disloyal members. I know the brothers mean well but I fear the only sensible course that the party can take is to initiate strong and complete action against the rebels, exposing their underhanded tricks to the community. Huey is really all we have right now and we can't let him down, regardless of how poorly he is acting, unless you feel otherwise. Remember he is still able to bring in the bread. Comrade C. The letter was attributed by the Bureau to party member Connie Matthews, and designed, according to the text of the remainder of the teletype, not only to cause general turmoil among the top echelon, but to specifically target LA Panther leader Geronimo Pratt for suspicion by the Cleaver faction. Note the call for drastic action in the letter. This, after at least one Panther was already thought to have been killed as a result of the Bureau's deliberate heightening of tensions attending the split, and in the context of a lively internal dialogue among COINTELPRO planners concerning the probability that others would die if such tactics were continued. Under the circumstances, there can be little doubt as to the Bureau's intent in approving and sending the bogus missive. Part 2. Memo targeting Geronimo Pratt and his Lieutenant John William Long John Washington for neutralization, denying unity of action to the lobby PP. Part 2. Concerning Pratt, he had already been the target of a similar COINTELPRO operation which had led to his formal expulsion by the Newton faction on January 23, 1971. 131 This earlier operation, handled by LA COINTELPRO section head Richard W. Held and two subordinates, Richard H. Bloeser and Brendan Cleary, included the high-priority targeting of Pratt, as one of the 100-odd key activists selected for inclusion in the Bureau's Black Nationalist photo album, and lobby PP associate John William Washington for discrediting as part of the overall strategy to deny unity of action to the Panthers, a matter brought out in the accompanying January 28 memo and June 26, 1970 teletype from the SAC, Los Angeles, to the director. Teletype denoting Geronimo Pratt's inclusion in the Black Nationalist photo album, his refusal to cooperate with the FBI as a racial informant, and the Bureau's consequent intention to badjacket him. Part 2. This tied to a second dimension of a campaign to neutralize the LA party leader which saw him charged on December 16, 1970 with the so-called, Part 2. Tennis court murder. 132 The evidence linking Pratt to the crime was primarily that of an FBI infiltrator, Julius C. Julio Butler, who was to perjure himself during the ensuing trial by testifying that he had had no paid association with any police agency since joining the BPP. 133 At trial, the FBI also denied the existence of Elser's logs concerning its wiretapping and other electronic surveillance of the Panther National Headquarters in Oakland, a record which would have established that Pratt was in the San Francisco Bay Area, some 350 miles north of Santa Monica, on the evening the murder occurred. When the monitoring was later revealed, the Bureau claimed that its logs covering the 12-week period which might have exonerated Pratt had been lost. 134 The upshot of the Bureau's bad-jacketing COINTELPRO was that during the course of his trial, the target was isolated from the legal support which might have accrued from his former party associates, both within the Newton faction and, to some extent at least, the Cleaver faction as well. He was thus convicted, and sentenced to life imprisonment. 135 At present, he remains incarcerated at San Quentin. 136. An equally troubling case in New York involved another COINTELPRO target, members, sentenced to serve 25-year to life prison terms in 1975 for the 1971 shooting deaths of NYPD patrolmen Waverly Jones and Joseph Piazzantini. Only much later, during the early 80s, did it begin to come out that the FBI had carefully concealed significant exculpatory material such as a ballistics report showing conclusively that the crucial piece of physical evidence introduced at trial, a .45 caliber automatic pistol in Bell's possession at the time of his arrest, was not the weapon used to kill the policeman. Suppressed Bureau documents also record that a key government witness, Reuben Scott, was first tortured and then offered a deal on a pending murder charge against him in exchange for his cooperation against the three in court. Scott has subsequently recanted the entirety of his testimony. 2. Part 2. Other witnesses were jailed for 13 months and threatened with loss of custody over their children to induce their testimony. Each woman was not only released from jail and allowed to retain custody, but also provided a rent-free apartment and $150 per week stipend for several years after her stint on the witness stand. At the time Bell, Bottom, and Washington were tried, and during their subsequent appeals, the FBI falsely contended it had nothing relevant regarding their case. As is plainly shown in the accompanying January 24, 1974 memo from G.C. Moore to W.R. Wannell, this was no accident. The Bureau was quite concerned to ensure that it could not be identified as the source of information being presented by the state. It thus avoided being compelled to disclose evidence which might have served to exonerate the defendants or bring about reversal of their convictions. As of this writing, all three men remain in prison after 15 years. 138. Memo showing the care taken by the FBI to hide the fact that it had gathered evidence which might have served to exonerate the New York Three. The cover-up continued into the 1980s, and to an unknown extent goes on at present. Part 2. Like the case of Geronimo Pratt, both the Dora Moore case and that of the New York Three are bound up in the context of the FBI's COINTELPRO activities regarding the Newton-Cleaver split. These activities, as are partially reflected in the accompanying excerpt from a February 2, 1971 Hoover Airtel 229 Sachs, left the BPP in divisive opposing factions, each utterly unable to provide coherent legal defense to its membership. That the FBI and cooperating police agencies capitalized upon this situation to the utmost has become increasingly apparent. On other fronts, the Bureau engaged in a range of anti-Panther counterintelligence operations which ranged from the orchestration of murder to attempts to deny funding to BPP legal defense efforts. An example of the former may be found in the FBI's assistance to its allies in the LAPD's CCS to set up the celebrated prison author, George Jackson, for assassination inside San Quentin on August 21, 1971, and its subsequent use of the incident as the basis for accusations intended to neutralize Angela Y. Davis, head of Jackson's defense organization and a leading Panther-associated spokesperson. 139 On the latter count, as the accompanying May 21, 1970 memo from the New York SAC makes clear, efforts were undertaken to utilize the earlier mentioned spurious information concerning BPP anti-Semitism to dry up legal defense contributions flowing from individuals such as Leonard Bernstein, wealthy conductor of the New York Philharmonic, to the Panther 21. 140. According to the Senate Select Committee, Other targets dealt with by the Bureau in a fashion comparable to that used against Bernstein included author Donald Fried, Ed Pearl of the Peace and Freedom Party, the actress Jane Fonda, the wife of a famous Hollywood actor, an unidentified famous entertainer, and an employee of the Union Carbide Corporation, among others. 141 in each case, COINTELPRO actions were undertaken which, Part 2, would be an effective means of combating BPP fundraising activities among liberal and naive individuals. 142. Elsewhere, the FBI utilized the services of an infiltrator to have the Sacramento chapter of the BPP print a racist and violence-oriented coloring book for children. When the item was brought to the attention of Bobby Seale and other members of the Panther leadership, it was immediately ordered destroyed rather than distributed. Nonetheless, the Bureau mailed copies to companies, including Safeway Stores Incorporated, Mayfair Markets, and the Jack in the Box Corporation, which had been contributing food to the party's Breakfast for Children program, in order to cause the withdrawal of such support. 143 In the same vein, anonymous letters were mailed to the parishioners and bishop of a San Diego priest, Father Frank Curran, who had been allowing the Panthers to use his church as a Breakfast for Children serving facility, in order that use of the church be withdrawn and Father Curran transferred to somewhere in the state of New Mexico for permanent assignment. 144. Self-congratulatory Airtel describing the success of the COINTELPRO attending the Newton-Cleaver split in terms of rising dissension within the BPP causing serious morale problem and strained relationship among Panther hierarchy, which caused a rapid disintegration of the party. Part 2. Considerable COINTELPRO attention was also focused upon the Black Panther newspaper because, as was observed by FBI headquarters in 1970, the BPP newspaper has a circulation of 139,000. It is the voice of the BPP, and if it could be effectively hindered, it would result in helping to cripple the BPP. 145 The methods employed for this purpose included an unsuccessful effort to use the IRS to close the Black Panther down and the sending of bogus cards and letters, attributed to the Minutemen organization, to the paper's staff purporting to show that the violent right-wing group intended to attack them physically. 146 The Bureau also attempted to bring about bankruptcy of the paper by convincing freight companies to shift from the general rate pertaining to printed material to the full legal rate allowable for newspaper shipment. Part 2. Officials advise this increase means approximately a 40% increase. Officials agree to determine cosigner in San Francisco and from this determine cosignees throughout the United States so that it can impose full legal tariff. They believe the airlines are due the differences in freight tariffs as noted above for the past 6 to 8 months, and are considering discussions with their legal staff concerning suit for recovery of deficit. Hay estimate that in New York alone will exceed $10,000. 147. Memo outlining plan to deny legal defense funding to the BPP in New York from supporters such as Philharmonic conductor Leonard Bernstein. Note reliance upon the anti-Semitic ploy and involvement of the JDL discussed earlier. Part 2. When such actions failed to engender the desired results, the San Diego field office came up with the idea of utilizing a stink bomb to close the paper's production facility. The San Diego SAC recommended using scatol, a chemical agent in powdered form, emits an extremely noxiously odor rendering the premises surrounding the point of application uninhabitable. 148 This plan also failed, probably because a burglary was required to carry it out, and agents could not achieve entry into the area utilized for production of the Black Panther. 149 Overall, the Bureau's counterintelligence offensive against this element of the free press was undertaken because, in the words of the SAC, New York, Part 2, realizes the financial benefits coming to the BPP through the sale of this newspaper. Continued efforts will be made to derive logical and practical plans to thwart this crucial BPP operation. 150. The FBI has admitted that, during the COINTELPRO era proper, it ran some 295 distinct COINTELPRO operations against individuals and organizations which, using a broad definition, may be considered as part of the Black liberation movement. Of these, 233 were aimed at the BPP between 1967 and 1971. 151 the total number of fatalities resulting from these brutally illegal activities on the part of the nation's top law enforcement agency will probably never be known, nor will the number of years spent by innocent people railroaded into prison cells or the number of lives wrecked in somewhat more subtle ways. The government has, for obvious reasons, been loath to offer anything approximating a comprehensive study of what is known such things, even in the midst of such house cleanings as the Church Committee investigations of the mid-70s. Under the weight of such ruthless, concerted, and sustained repression, and despite the incredible bravery with which many of its members attempted to continue their work, the Black Panther Party simply collapsed. Some of its survivors moved into the essentially militaristic Black Liberation Army, founded by BPP member Zaid Malik Shakur and others in New York as early as 1971. 152 many others dropped out of radical activism altogether. By 1974, although there was still an Oakland organization bearing the name, the BPP could no longer be considered a viable political force by any standard of measure. With it, whatever its defects may have been, passed the best possibility of Afro-Americans attaining some real measure of self-sufficiency and self-determination which has presented itself during the 20th century. End of Chapter 5. The COINTELPRO Papers, Chapter 6, COINTELPRO, New Left. Chapter 6. COINTELPRO, New Left. If or any group was organized on a national basis to subvert our society, then I think Congress should pass laws to suppress that activity. When you see an epidemic like this cropping up all over the country, the same kind of people saying the same kinds of things, you begin to get the picture that it is a national subversive activity, should be rounded up and put in a detention camp. Richard G. Kleindienst, U.S. Deputy Attorney General. 1969. The New Left was a primarily white, campus-based, initially non-Marxist oppositional movement which emerged in the aftermath of the 1950s repression of old left political formations such as the CPUSA. Beginning with the establishment of Students for a Democratic Society by a handful of college radicals including Al Haber and Tom Hayden during 1960–61, the New Left had by the end of the decade come to encompass a multiplicity of organizations and literally hundreds of thousands of participants. 1. Along the way it had engaged itself in a range of issues and activities including the pursuit of a vision of participatory democracy, support to civil rights and Black liberation groups like SNCC and the BPP, socio-economic reform in the inner cities, transformation of the educational process, attempts to hammer out a new working class theory, anti-Vietnam War endeavors and, ultimately, a neo-Marxian form of anti-imperialism. 2. In his memoirs, COINTELPRO head William C. Sullivan claims that as of the spring of 1968, when an SDS-led student action closed prestigious Columbia University, we didn't know the New Left existed. 3. As Sullivan tells the story, I teletyped the New York office and asked them what was behind all this and demanded to know what information they had. That afternoon I received a memorandum from New York that had attached to it a number of newspaper articles. I teletyped New York again, saying, I don't want newspaper clippings. I want to know what you have in the files about the student uprising at Columbia University. New York got back to me again with the terse response, we don't have anything. 4. As with many of the assertions contained in the FBI Assistant Director's history of COINTELPRO, the account is less than truthful. At least as early as mid-1965, J. Edgar Hoover had asked for, and Attorney General Nicholas Deb. Katzenbach approved requests for taps on SDS. 5. There is also solid evidence that by this point, the Bureau had already begun to systematically infiltrate the student organization. 6. Such ulcers and informant activity vis-a-vis SDS was an integral part of a more generalized FBI political intelligence emphasis during the period 1964–68 which saw the installation of more than 800 wiretaps and some 700 bugs, and an unknown number of informants and infiltrators, all utilized in non-criminal investigations. 7. The Bureau had also been availing itself of the proceeds concerning SDS and other New Left organizations deriving from CIA mail covers since at least as early as 1964. 8. Far from the Bureau's being unaware of the New Left's existence until 1968, Hoover himself had gone on record in February 1966 describing SDS as one of the most militant organizations in the country and claiming that communists are actively promoting and participating in the activities of this organization. 9. The same sort of perspective prevailed, albeit in somewhat less pronounced fashion, with regard to other New Left individuals and organizations. Friends of SNCC. Actually, the Bureau's interest in the New Left had been lively since as early as 1961, when white activists, often referred to as Friends of SNCC, began to accompany that group's civil rights workers on freedom rides into the Deep South. The objective of the rides was to integrate public transportation facilities coming under interstate transport regulations in states such as Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Georgia, as well as to draw public attention to the Jim Crow laws still governing interracial affairs in the region and the lack of federal action to address the situation. 10. Kenneth O'Reilly recounts the performance of the FBI as the second of two buses arrived at Anniston, Alabama, about 60 miles from Birmingham, on May 13, 1961. The FBI watched as the second bus, the Trailways, pulled into Anniston within an hour. 8. Tough sported, demanded the black riders move to the rear, and then beat two of the white riders, Dr. Walter Bergman and James Peck. The 61-year-old Peck, a retired school administrator, suffered permanent brain damage. When the bus arrived at its terminal in Birmingham about 50 minutes later, a mob of about 40 Klansmen and members of the National States Rights Party greeted the Freedom Riders. Most carried baseball bats or chains. A few had lead pipes. One of them knocked down the unfortunate Peck once more. 11. Although the Bureau had been aware of the planned violence for weeks in advance, the FBI did nothing to stop it and had actually given the Birmingham police details regarding the Freedom Riders' schedule, knowing full well that at least one law enforcement officer relayed everything to the Klan. 12. The Bureau, as journalist I.F. Stone observed at the time, live in cordial fraternity with the cops who enforce white supremacy. 13. More, the FBI had a paid employee, Gary Thomas Rowe, among the Klansmen who actually participated in the beatings administered at the Birmingham bus terminal. Such performance by the Bureau, which falsely claimed to be neutral and to lack enforcement jurisdiction in civil rights matters, remained consistent throughout the early 60s. 14. At best the FBI simply watched as activists were brutalized, at worst it assisted in orchestrating the brutalization. 15. At the same time the Bureau was actively foot-dragging in its responsibilities to protect civil rights workers engaged in efforts to secure such fundamental social prerogatives for black people as voting and using public restrooms. It was busily investigating the victims themselves. Under the pressure of events that began with the Freedom Rides and continued over the next 2 years, Hoover escalated FBI intelligence gathering activities. Earlier, in the mid-1950s, the Bureau conducted investigations of racial disturbances, particularly demonstrations and clashes arising out of school desegregation, but generally did not file reports with the Civil Rights Division. Instead, the Bureau sent its reports to the department's Internal Security Division, where the division bumped them back over to Civil Rights after 5 or 10 days. By organizing information from the FBI around the requirements of internal security surveillance rather than civil rights protection, this procedure focused the Civil Rights Division's attention on the activities of the Communist Party and not disenfranchisement, segregated schools and transportation, and other obstacles to black equality. 16. Between March 1959 and January 1960, the FBI distributed 892 separate reports on racial matters, none having to do with the Klan or other white racist organizations, but many of them dealing with support to the civil rights movement accruing from the budding New Left, not only to the Justice Department, but to the various military intelligence agencies, as well as state and local police forces. 17. Evans' division ran the names of hundreds of individuals through the files at the request of Kennedy administration officials. The subjects of these searches ranged from the National Negro Congress, a communist front that had been dead for 14 years, to James Baldwin, William Faulkner, and 50 other Nobel Prize laureates whose names graced a White House dinner invitation list, part of John and Jacqueline Kennedy's program to encourage and honor cultural and intellectual achievement. In Faulkner's case, the Bureau noted his statement to the Civil Rights Congress, another communist front and successor to the National Negro Congress, on behalf of Willie McGee, convicted of raping a white woman in Laurel, Mississippi, in 1945. 18. Under such circumstances, it is hardly surprising that when three young activists, James Chaney, Michael Schwerner, and Andrew Goodman, disappeared in Neshoba County, Mississippi on June 21, 1963, the FBI had active subversive files open on one of the two whites, Schwerner as well as Chaney, a 21-year-old black man. As it turned out, the three were in the area as part of a joint Mississippi Freedom Summer project being run by SNCC and CORE, registering voters in preparation for the sending of a black Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party delegation to the 1964 Democratic Convention in Atlantic City, a significant step toward dismantling the Jim Crow structure of the regular state party hierarchy. On the fateful morning, they had driven from CORE headquarters in the sizable town of Meridian, Mississippi to the village of Longdale in order to investigate the beatings of three local blacks and burning of the Mt. Zion Church by the Klan shortly before. On their return trip, they were arrested, ostensibly for speeding, by Neshoba County Deputy Sheriff Cecil Price and jailed in nearby Philadelphia, Mississippi. The deputy held them until approximately 10 p.m., released them, followed them out of town, and then stopped them again. This time, he turned them over to a group of Klansmen who killed all three and then buried the bodies beneath a local dam construction project. 19. The FBI had long since received informant reports that state Klan leader Sam Bowers, Jr., had advised his followers, which included a high percentage of the state's law enforcement personnel, of how they might legitimately respond to the nigger commie invasion. Catch outside the law, then under Mississippi law you can kill them. 20. The results of Bowers' suggestion had been immediately forthcoming. By the Bureau's own count, SNCC suffered some 1,000 arrests and at least 35 murders while engaged in constitutionally protected activities during Freedom Summer. 21. But the Bureau did absolutely nothing to protect the activists. Instead, it escalated its investigations of the intended victims, reporting many of the results of its intelligence gathering to the very police/Klan amalgam which was perpetrating the violence. When the disappearance of Chaney, Schwerner, and Goodman was reported to FBI agent Hunter E. Helgeson at the Jackson Resident Agency, neither he nor his colleagues made any move to intervene. 22. To the contrary, the FBI's sole agent in Meridian, John Proctor, is known to have accepted an invitation to drink contraband liquor with Deputy Price on the afternoon following the murders. 23. It was more than 48 hours, after heavy Justice Department pressure had been exerted because the potential for major negative publicity attending the case had emerged, that New Orleans SAC Harry Maynor finally sent a mere 5 agents to see if we can find those guys. 24. Meanwhile, SNCC leader Robert Moses had already announced the obvious: the kids are dead. Schwerner's wife, Rita, and Chaney's mother demanded to see both Mississippi Governor Paul Johnson and President Lyndon Johnson concerning the fate of their loved ones, a matter which prompted television anchorman Walter Cronkite to describe the case during the 6 o'clock news on June 25 as being the focus of the whole country's concern. 25. Unsatisfied that the FBI's paltry performance would blunt the force of rising criticism, President Lyndon Johnson himself ordered Hoover to up the ante, dispatching FBI Assistant Director Alex Rosen to Mississippi, followed by Roy K. Moore, Associate Director Cartha D. Deloach, and a total of 153 agents. 26. Finally, on July 10, Hoover himself put in a brief appearance to push things along. 27. FBI Inspector Joseph Sullivan, who was named to head up the investigation in the field, ultimately commanded 258 agents and captioned his Operation Mayburn. While it may be true that Sullivan was well-intentioned, FBI agents resigned rather than go to Mississippi as part of the investigation, and those who did go could not overcome the Bureau's prior performance, its deference to the rule of white over black and its indifference to the rule of law. 28 Most of the time was spent poking about in area swamps, trying to locate the bodies, a process which turned up several black corpses and parts thereof, including a torso clad in a core t-shirt. 29 The remains were finally found on August 4, after the Bureau promised immunity from prosecution and paid $30,000 to Delmar Dennis, one of the Klan participants in the murders. The Bureau, however, sandbagged even then, filing reports which contained no evidence which form the basis for an indictment for these murders. 30 As a result, on October 27, 1967, 7 of the 19 remaining murderers were convicted only of conspiring to deprive their victims of their civil rights and sentenced to serve 3 to 10 years in federal prison. Charges against the other 12 were dropped or they were acquitted altogether. As U.S. District Judge Harold Cox put it at the time of sentencing, they killed one nigger, one Jew, and a white man. I gave them what I thought they deserved. 31. The Bureau later claimed that, in the wake of Mayburn, a major COINTELPRO was mounted against the Klan. As William Sullivan put it, toward the end of the summer of 1964, Roy Wall, the special agent in charge of office, called me. I told Roy, let's destroy these fellows, just utterly destroy them. I trusted Roy, he was an outstanding agent. He said that in Mississippi there were 3 different Klan organizations and that we were in a position either to keep them separated and have them compete and fight with each other for support, or to merge them into one organization. I asked Roy, if we merge them into one, can you control it and if necessary destroy it? Roy said, yes, we can do that. I told him to go ahead and merge them, through the use of informants. From that time on, the Klan never again raised its head in Mississippi. 32. Sullivan's interpretation of events is novel, to say the least, insofar as each of the Mississippi Klan organizations were part of a much larger apparatus, all of which was heavily infiltrated by the FBI and presumably under Bureau control by the end of 1964. The FBI claimed to have more than 2,000 informants, or some 20% of overall Klan membership across the South, by 1965. 33 Yet, far from never again raising its head, the Klan continued to perpetrate considerable violence, in Mississippi and elsewhere, during the latter year. In his autobiography, friend of SNCC organizer Abby Hoffman described the situation in Macomb, Mississippi during the summer of 1965. The Ku Klux Klan was so strong they once held a rally in the middle of Route 80. Cars had to pass the meeting on side roads. It was hard to believe, but there they were, 200 white sheets, flaming cross, and all. Years ago, the Klan was no outmoded joke. A faceless nightmare, they were furnished by police with a list of our license plate numbers, and they patrolled the borders of each black community, gunning for organizers. Coon huntin', the local whites called it. Daily picket lines were scenes of vicious Klan beatings. Once I was thrown to the curb and kicked repeatedly. An FBI agent leaned over and asked sarcastically if my civil rights had been violated. No one ever got arrested except SNCC workers. 34. A classic outcome of FBI assistance to the Klan concerns Viola Liuzzo, a white mother of 3 and friend of SNCC worker from Detroit, who was shot in the head and killed by a carload of Klansmen near Selma, Alabama on March 25, 1965. One of the 4 men in the Klan car was Gary Thomas Rowe, the FBI plant who had helped beat Freedom Riders in Birmingham during 1963, and who was a prime suspect in several bombings including the infamous blast at Birmingham 16th Street Baptist Church which killed 4 black children, during the same year. 35 The infiltrator was placed by the Bureau in its witness protection program rather than on trial, despite evidence that it was he who had actually fired the shot which killed Liuzzo. 36 Again, the FBI's investigation purportedly netted no evidence of use in a murder prosecution, and Rowe's colleagues, Collie Leroy Wilkins, Eugene Thomas, and William Zero Eaton, were sentenced only to 10-year sentences after being convicted of violating their victims' civil rights in December of 1965. 37. While thus proving itself spectacularly unable or unwilling to come to grips with Klan violence, the Bureau was simultaneously devoting its resources to harassing civil rights and New Left activists, and in commissioning whitewashes of its conduct in the South. The former resulted in at least one major lawsuit against 3 FBI officials, Roy K. Moore, James Zero Ingram and Hunter E. Helgeson, while the latter engendered such authorized historical works as Don Whitehead's Attack on Terror, the FBI Against the Klan in Mississippi, and its subsequent production as a television movie. 38 Meanwhile, the FBI helped to destroy the MDFP initiative at Atlantic City, an entirely legitimate effort into which thousands had poured their time and energy, and upon which they had pinned their best hopes for achieving some form of nonviolent, due process change in American society, and for which Cheney, Schwerner, Goodman, and scores of others had died. Even though the MDFP delegation had received the required votes to be seated at the convention, replacing Mississippi's Jim Crow delegation altogether, party regulars contrived to block these legal rights, preserving the segregationist status quo. In accomplishing this, Johnson utilized a special 31-person task force of FBI agents, who infiltrated the convention floor itself, utilizing phony NBC press credentials, commanded by Bureau Assistant Director Deloach to wiretap and bug such civil rights leaders as Martin Luther King and Fannie Lou Hamer, as well as Corps' James Farmer and Julius Lester, and SNCC Stokely Carmichael, James Foreman, Cleveland Sellers, and Ivanhoe Donaldson. 39 Not only were the Johnson forces thus made privy to the MDFP's external communications with Democratic Party dignitaries such as Robert Kennedy, but the group's internal communications, with each other, and with various New Left advisors, as well. 40 Needless to say, the political process was aborted under such conditions, a matter which inculcated an increasing sense of futility within much of the civil rights movement. Under this cumulative cloud of disillusionment with the system, the arena of the New Left moved northward, an adjustment which paved one of the major routes to Columbia. Also by early 1965, SNCC itself had shifted much of its focus from the rural South to organizing within the vast black ghettos of northern cities such as New York, Newark, Washington, D.C., Detroit, and Chicago. Correspondingly, SDS placed increasing emphasis upon its Economic Research and Action Project, initiated during the summer of 1964, moving cotters into the inner cities and attempting to build an interracial movement of the poor. 41. Movement against the war. The geographical change meshed nicely with developments which began on September 14, 1964, when the administration of the University of California at Berkeley, headed by Chancellor Clark Kerr, attempted to prohibit activities on campus concerning off-campus political causes. The student response, galvanized by friend of SNCC organizer Mario Savio, was to launch the free speech movement, a short-lived entity which forced a reversal of the institutional position as of January 3, 1965. Ultimately, Kerr was forced from his job as the result of the massive student refusal to forfeit their rights in the face of his arbitrary power. In the interim, students carried confrontation with authority to the point of spontaneously surrounding a police car for 32 hours to prevent the young man inside from being taken to jail. The sit-in tactic was successfully transferred from southern lunch counters to the halls of Ivy on 3 separate occasions, first with 200 students, then with 400, and finally with 1,000. The police were called in, for perhaps the first time ever on a major university campus, to arrest, with proven brutality, 814 students who had engaged in a sit-in, undergraduates, joined by graduate students and a portion of the faculty, declared a successful strike of classes that went on for 5 days, the first time that tactic had been used at a single university. Here, of OVO, were all the elements of student protest that were to become familiar at so many campuses in the next 6 years. 42. Within months, the events at Berkeley and their outcome had captured the imagination of student radicals across the nation and had been transformed into a generalized demand for student power within the institutional context. In simplest terms, the idea was that in redistributing power within the university, students would be taking a concrete step towards a much broader alteration of social power, an argument which could hardly be ignored in SDS circles. 43. Another of the primary tactical and emotional avenues leading to the insurrection at Columbia barely 3 years later had thus been paved. As this was going on, moreover, the undeclared U.S. war in Vietnam heated up dramatically with the landing of a Marine Expeditionary Force at Da Nang on March 8, 1965. 44. Given the resulting upsurge in student anti-war sentiment, SDS elected to at least temporarily divert much of its energy to playing a key role in organizing the first mass demonstration protesting the U.S. role in Indochina. The event, held on April 17, attracted perhaps 25,000 people, and featured a landmark speech by SDS President Paul Potter. 45. In December, SDS co-founder Tom Hayden accompanied Yale historian/anti-war activist Stoughton Lind and CP theoretician Herbert Aptheker to North Vietnam to explore the extent to which the other side was inclined toward peace. 46. A thought there was a distinct lack of consensus among SDS veterans as to whether and to what extent the organization should become permanently engaged in the single-issue anti-war movement. An emphasis on such activity largely assumed a life of its own, at least at the local chapter level. 47. By December 1966, SDS had pledged itself to make opposition to the war a major agenda item and develop anti-draft unions on campuses throughout the country. 48. The third road to Columbia had been opened up. Although it is unlikely the FBI director realized the full import of these events, he ordered intensified coverage of SDS as of April 1965 in order that the Bureau have proper coverage similar to what we have, the Communist Party. The directive shortly manifested itself in the large-scale infiltration of SDS chapters, a crudely ostentatious program of interviewing as many organizational members and supporters as could be identified, and the reinforcement of cooperative arrangements between the FBI and campus police and administrators. This was followed, in February of 1966, by a directive that agents investigate all free university activities associated with student power advocates insofar as the director had reason to believe these to be sponsored by subversive groups. This led almost immediately to distribution of a bureau study of such activities in Detroit to military intelligence, the Secret Service, the State Department and the Justice Department. Another report, prepared in Philadelphia at about the same time and based upon information provided by no less than 13 infiltrators, was similarly disseminated. In May of 1966, Hoover ordered that such scrutiny of the New Left be both intensified and expanded. 49. No doubt contrary to Hoover's intentions, such overt FBI harassment seems if anything to have angered the militants, stimulating them to higher levels of activity. The trend towards white radicals organizing around issues within their own rather than black communities also received sharp reinforcement in the spring of 1966 with the election of Stokely Carmichael as the president of SNCC, the formal articulation of that organization's black power position, its abandonment of nonviolence as a philosophical posture, and its determination that it needed henceforth to be an all-black project. 50. In clearest terms, Carmichael explained the need for new leftists to transform their own home ground. I have said that most liberal whites react to black power with the question, "What about me?" rather than saying, "Tell me what you want and I'll see if I can do it." There are answers to the right question. One of the most disturbing things about almost all white supporters of the movement has been that they are afraid to go into their own communities, which is where the racism exists, and work to get rid of it. They want to run from Berkeley and tell us what to do in Mississippi. Let them look instead at Berkeley. They admonish blacks to be nonviolent. Let them preach nonviolence in the white community. They come to teach me Negro history. let them go to the suburbs and open freedom schools for whites. Let them work to stop America's racist foreign policy, let them press the government to cease supporting the economy of South Africa. 51. Although SDS was never to abandon the priority it had maintained on collaborative relations with what was rapidly becoming the Black Liberation Movement, it subsequently concentrated more and more of its energy upon campuses populated largely by white students, developing the notion of student power into the concept of youth as a social class, and striving to create a truly massive popular opposition to the war. 52. As it did so, activating an ever greater proportion of Euro-American youth in dissident politics, the FBI homed in with increasing intensity, albeit with little ability to tell the new left from the old at this juncture. For instance, both the FBI and the friendly journalists to whom it habitually fed information at U.S. News and World Report persisted in confusing both the CP, USA's campus-based W.E.B. Du Bois clubs and the SWP's Young Socialist Alliance with New Left organizations for some time. 53. Similar misidentifications concern the Maoist Progressive Labor Party and its anti-war youth group, the May 2nd Movement. 54. Meantime, by the spring of 1967, SDS membership had mushroomed to at least 30,000, with active chapters on more than 250 campuses nationally. 55. The National SDS Organization, in combination with an array of ad hoc, localized or special focus organizations such as the Vietnam Day Committee in Berkeley, Spring Mobilization Against the War, and War Resisters League, most of which found local SDSers at the core, was proving that the New Left could mount a steadily escalating campaign of opposition to the war effort while simultaneously developing a sense of community self-empowerment. In April, some 200,000 people turned out for an anti-war march in New York City while at least 65,000 others marched in San Francisco. Several hundred draft-age men burned their selective service cards in Central Park during the New York demonstration. 56. During the summer, more than 30,000 students fanned out into cities across the North to engage in a Vietnam summer project of anti-war and draft resistance education in local communities. 57. By fall, as the Johnson administration made it clear that it intended to pursue the war regardless of the magnitude of acceptable forms of public protest, and with the Indochina Theater commander, General William Westmoreland, requesting that the number of U.S. troops in Vietnam be increased to 543,000, SDS tactics became more militant. 58. On October 18, to kick off a national Stop the Draft Week, several thousand demonstrators at the University of Wisconsin at Madison announced that representatives for the Dow Chemical Corporation, manufacturers of the napalm utilized by U.S. forces in Vietnam, would no longer be allowed to recruit on campus. Chancellor William Sewell, as part of his new Get Tough arrangement with the FBI, dispatched riot police to break up the previously peaceful demonstration. His police, apparently getting tough in turn, used tear gas to disperse protesters for the first time on a major college campus. Unexpectedly, the crowd fought back with fury, growing rather than diminishing as the day wore on. In the aftermath of the clash, a general boycott of classes was proclaimed, and endorsed even by the conservative student government, until Dow recruiting at Madison was cancelled. As with Kerr, Sewell was forced to resign. 59. The action in Madison was followed, on October 20, by a demonstration in which an estimated 10,000 people marched on the Army Induction Center in Oakland, California. Finding themselves in a head-on confrontation with local riot police, the demonstrators forced them to retreat. 60. On October 21 and 22, the national mobilization to end the war in Vietnam brought together the largest anti-war demonstration in the history of the nation's capital up to that point. Some 100,000 people marched to the seat of military authority at the Pentagon, where many of them clashed physically with the large force of troops and federal marshals which had been assembled to secure the premises. 61. A month later, on November 14, An action organized by the Fifth Avenue Peace Parade Committee was utilized by Columbia SDS leaders Ted Gold and Ted Kapchuk to spark a confrontation designed to prevent Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara from speaking at the New York Hilton. 62 On at least 60 campuses, major demonstrations occurred during the remainder of 1967 and beginning of 68, all of them aimed at ending ROTC programs, or recruitment by the military, defense corporations and CIA. 63 Additionally, SDS chapters on some 50 campuses researched and made public the secret contracts obtaining between the defense/intelligence community and the neutral scientists working on their campuses. 64 The ability of the U.S. government to conduct a war for reasons other than those provided to the public, and through a complex of other official lies and secret arrangements, was being seriously challenged. 65 One sign of how seriously the government had begun to take the anti-war opposition came in January 1968, when the Justice Department under the Liberal Attorney General Clark initiated the single most repressive overt act of the Johnson administration, the indictment of William Sloane Coffin, chaplain of Yale University, nationally known pediatrician Dr. Benjamin Spock and 3 other anti-war leaders, for conspiracy to counsel, aid, and abet violations of the draft and to interfere with administration of the draft. There is very strong circumstantial evidence that the indictment was intended as a warning to all anti-war demonstrators and spokes that they might well face similar charges. All the overt actions cited in support of the indictment were public activities, such as signing statements and making speeches against the war, along with collecting draft cards turned in by other persons and forwarding them to the Justice Department. During the trial, the position of the Justice Department was that all 28,000 signers of an anti-draft statement, all persons who voiced support or even applauded at rallies where the defendants spoke, and even news who reported the defendants' speeches could be indicted as members of the conspiracy. At one point, government prosecutors stated that the publishers and booksellers of a book which printed anti-draft statements could also be indicted. The outcome of the trial was that one of the defendants was acquitted and 66. For his part, J. Edgar Hoover, having deployed his agents to gather evidence for prosecution of those who had by then come to be known as the Boston Five, went on to sum up the Bureau perspective with the amazing contradiction of first announcing that new left organizations such as the Students for a Democratic Society work constantly in furtherance of the aims and objectives of the Communist Party throughout the nation, then describing SDS as anarchistic and nihilistic. 67 In January of 1968, the FBI instituted its Key Agitators Index, a roster in which SDS leaders and others in anti-war groups who were extremely active and most vocal in their statements denouncing the United States and calling for civil disobedience featured prominently. Field agents were instructed to maintain high-level informant coverage of key activists, with emphasis on their sources of funds, foreign contacts, and future plans. 68 By March 1968, the Bureau was routinely sending reports to the White House concerning new left demonstrations and demonstrators. 69 And then came Columbia. Obviously, contrary to Sullivan's version of events, by this point the Bureau's intelligence files on the new left were brimming, and the apparatus through which the FBI would undertake its COINTELPROs against that poorly defined entity was well established. The COINTELPRO begins. The student explosion at Columbia University during April of 1968 incorporated all 3 strains of issues underlying New Left activism. 1. Institutional racism, as manifested in university construction of a gymnasium on land previously devoted to low-rent housing occupied by impoverished Black and Puerto Rican families. 2. Institutional support to the U.S. war machine, as specifically demonstrated in the relationship of the university to the Institute for Defense Analysis, and 3. Student power concerns, as expressed in popular resistance to the university administration's arbitrary dispensation of discipline, probation, suspension, expulsion, and the like, to student radicals. 70 When a series of meetings between the campus SDS chapter and university president Grayson Kirk, conducted through the spring semester, resulted in no change in policy, the students undertook Direct action, first occupying the gym construction site on April 23, and then occupying several university buildings over the next few days. 71 Their action effectively brought Columbia to a standstill, a matter they announced would not change until a list of demands, including the university severing its ties with the military-industrial complex, halting its gym construction project, and allowing students a meaningful voice in institutional governance, were met. 72. Although the Columbia administration ultimately resorted to the massive use of local rather than federal police force to restore order, 73 The FBI responded to the events at the university, as is shown in the accompanying May 9, 1968 memo from C.D. Brennan to W.C. Sullivan by inaugurating a formal COINTELPRO campaign against the New Left. As with other domestic counterintelligence operations, this one was designed to seize every opportunity to expose, disrupt, and otherwise neutralize the activities of the various New Left organizations, their leadership and adherents by frustrating every effort of these groups and individuals to consolidate their forces or to recruit new and youthful members by capitalizing upon organizational and personal conflicts of the leadership, spreading disinformation through cooperation of reliable news media, and to otherwise inspire action where circumstances warrant. Another internal bureau memo, written at about the same time, specified the justification for the COINTELPRO as being the fact that certain New Left individuals were calling for revolution in America and for the defeat of the United States in Vietnam, and had upon occasion viciously and scurrilously attacked the director and the bureau in an attempt to hamper our investigation of it and to drive us off the college campuses. 74. Kickoff document, memo calling for initiation of a formal COINTELPRO against the New Left and neutralization of its key leaders. Note these individuals are described as subject to ongoing investigation, contrary to the assertion of William C. Sullivan in his autobiography. Recommendations for action follow in the second document. The Bureau's new COINTELPRO effort was quickly linked to illegal CIA domestic surveillance programs such as Project Merrimack, Project Resistance, and Operation Chaos, which collectively amassed and in some cases circulated intelligence information in the form of watch lists on radical students, anti-war activists, draft resistors and deserters, black nationalists, anarchists and assorted new leftists. 75 Before the last of these programs was allegedly terminated in 1974, they had caused national security files to be opened on at least 23,500 U.S. citizens, as well as organizations including SDS, Women's Strike for Peace, the BPP, clergy and laity concerned about the war in Vietnam, and Grove Press Incorporated. In the process of running Operation Chaos alone, the CIA generated some 3,500 domestic security memos for its own internal use, another 3,000 which were sent to the FBI as action items, and about 40 memos and studies which were sent to the White House and high-level executive officials. 76 Similarly, the Bureau also tied its New Left counterintelligence operation to the National Security Agency's illegal international telephone and telegram monitoring of citizens, codenamed Project Minaret, which targeted watch-listed names of individuals who ranged from members of radical political groups to celebrities, to ordinary citizens involved in protests against the government, and a number of organizations which were peaceful and nonviolent in nature. 77 The FBI also hooked its anti-New Left information gathering to an illegal surveillance net established by the Army Intelligence Corps. According to Assistant Secretary of Defense Robert Fruick, in testimony before a Senate subcommittee in 1971, Army directives called for information collection on any category of information related even remotely to people or organizations active in a community in which potential for a riot or disorder was present. Before the program was terminated in 1971 due to public exposure and criticism, Army intelligence had about 1,500 plainclothesmen assigned to collect political information on what the Senate Intelligence Committee later termed virtually every group seeking peaceful change in the United States. Index cards were gathered on more than 100,000 civilian protesters and on more than 760,000 organizations and incidents. In addition to centralized Army intelligence files maintained at bases near Washington, D.C., local Army units carried on their operations and investigations, with little central control. Thus, 4th Army Headquarters at Fort Sam Houston, Texas, had its own collection of 120,000 file cards on personalities of interest. 78. Meanwhile, HUAC helped establish the tenor for severe repression by issuing a report claiming that New Left and Black Liberation formations were seriously considering the possibility of instituting armed insurrections in this country, and that SDS was actually planning guerrilla-type operations against the government. Although the committee could come up with precious little by which to substantiate its allegations, it nonetheless proceeded to recommend utilization of the Internal Security Act's concentration camp provisions to effect the temporary imprisonment of warring guerrillas. 79. HUAC's recommendations resulted in a formal review by a Justice Department committee headed by Attorney General Ramsey Clark of Federal Emergency Detention Guidelines, intended to increase flexibility and discretion at the operating level. The resulting revision of the 1950 statute's implementation procedures allowed for the preventive detention of anyone who evidenced membership or participation in the activities of a basic revolutionary organization within the last 5 years, leadership or substantive participation in a front organization within the past 3 years, or anyone else who could be expected to utilize a national emergency as a format in which to engage in interference with or threat to the survival and effective operation of the government, whether or not they could be shown to have committed overt acts or statements within the time limits prescribed. 80. Within the context of such official sensibilities, among the activists designated by the Bureau as being key to the New Left, and therefore targeted for rapid COINTELPRO neutralization, were, as the accompanying June 10, 1968 memo from Hoover to the Newark SAC reveals, SDS founder Tom Hayden and longtime pacifist organizer David Dellinger, a leader of the national mobilization to end the war in Vietnam. Hayden, Dellinger, and a number of other New Left activists were also subpoenaed by HUAC as a result of their FBI extremist designations. 81. Hayden himself was already being subjected to a concerted effort to badjacket him, as may be readily seen in the accompanying May 27, 1968 memo from the Newark SAC to Hoover. Such immediate attention was undoubtedly paid to the pair as well as self-defined anarchists Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin, who had recently founded a largely mythical organization dubbed Youth International Party, not on the basis of their supposed guerrilla activities, but because of their expressed intent to bring about massive street demonstrations during the Democratic Party's National Convention, set for August in Chicago. The purpose of these demonstrations being to demand an end to the U.S. war in Southeast Asia, the FBI appears to have viewed them as an insistence upon defeat. 82. Memo identifying Tom Hayden and David Dellinger as key activists. Memo outlining plan to badjacket Tom Hayden. By July 5, 1968, therefore, the Bureau had assembled a 12-point master plan through which it intended to destroy the New Left opposition. This was coupled to a Justice Department initiative, spearheaded by Attorney General Clark, to consolidate what was called the Interdivisional Information Unit to coordinate all information on organizations and individuals who play a role, whether purposefully or not, either in instigating or spreading civil disorders, or in preventing or checking them. 83. By 1970, the IDIU computer was being utilized to coordinate a flow of more than 40,000 intelligence reports per year concerning civil disorders and campus disturbances involving over 10,000 anti-war activists and other dissidents. Organizations targeted for IDIU attention included groups ranging from the NAACP and Urban League to SDS and the BPP. Individuals included under its rubric span the range from United Farm Workers organizer Cesar Chavez to black entertainer Sammy Davis, Jr., from folk singer/activist Joan Baez to an unnamed bearded militant who writes and recites poetry. 84. The FBI's 12-point master plan for COINTELPRO, New Left. Memo detailing plan to disrupt SDS at Temple University through use of cartoons, pamphlets, and anonymous letters. COINTELPRO New Left had, in the meantime, gotten well underway, as is evidenced by the accompanying May 29, 1968 memo from Hoover to his Philadelphia SAC, calling upon that office to undertake specific counterintelligence activities, including the generation of cartoons, the materials being circulated with lethal results as a part of COINTELPRO at about the same time, to disrupt SDS within its area of operations. By late July, as is indicated in the accompanying August 9, 1968 letter from Hoover to the SAC, Los Angeles, the sending of anonymous letters had entered the arsenal of tactics being applied against SDS. All such efforts seem to have had the short-term objective of preventing the actualization of unified and coherent anti-war demonstrations in Chicago during early August. The longer-term goal, of course, was to eliminate the New Left as a factor in the U.S. political equation. First of the cartoons produced and distributed by the Philadelphia FBI office as part of its COINTELPRO to destroy SDS at Temple University. The caption, in a parody of the rhetoric of Sen. Joseph McCarthy reads, "I have in my hand a list of 200 names of people who don't advocate the violent overthrow of the government." As at Columbia, during the convention itself, the burden of physically and overtly repressing the demonstrators, who were, after all, merely exercising constitutionally protected rights to speech, assembly, and petition, was passed to the tactical units of the Chicago Police, a duty the CPD performed with a relish later described even by an official government commission as constituting a police riot. 85 In the aftermath, however, with the election of Richard Nixon, the FBI and Justice Department moved in to legally eliminate their quarry by leveling at them an essentially baseless set of conspiracy charges. As Robert Justin Goldstein has observed, the Nixon administration instituted an extraordinary series of conspiracy trials against anti-war leaders. In fact, together with the Spock coffin trial of the Johnson administration, the Nixon administration prosecuted virtually every prominent anti-war leader. What was perhaps the most extraordinary thing about the prosecutions was that the major charges brought either all collapsed during the judicial process, or the cases were thrown out due to illegal government activities or refusal to disclose records of illegal wiretapping. While the prosecutions failed in one sense, historian William Manchester termed them an unparalleled series of judicial disasters for the government. They succeeded sensationally in another. Namely, they succeeded in tying up huge amounts of time, money, and energy that the anti-war and radical movements could have used to expand rather than expend on protracted and costly defense struggles. 86. Goldstein continues. The first major conspiracy trial, the so-called Chicago Conspiracy or Chicago 8 trial, resulted from indictments handed down in March 1969 of 8 anti-war leaders under the 1968 Anti-Riot Act for conspiring to cross state lines with intent to incite a riot. On March 20, 1969, SDS leaders Tom Hayden and Rennie Davis, and Yippie leaders Jerry Rubin and Abbie Hoffman. Seal's case was severed in mid-trial when federal judge Julius Hoffman found him in contempt of court and summarily sentenced him to an unprecedented 4 years in prison, as a result of repeated outbursts by Seal following Judge Hoffman's refusal to either allow Seal to defend himself or have the services of a lawyer of his own choosing. After a tumultuous trial, which at one point featured Seal tied to a chair with a gag in his mouth, the remaining 7 defendants were found innocent of the conspiracy charge. 2 charged with teaching the use of incendiary devices were acquitted, and the other 5 were found guilty of crossing state lines with intent to incite a riot. Judge Hoffman sentenced the 5 to 5 years in and $5,000 fines, and then added 175 contempt sentences ranging from 2.5 months to over 4 years against all 7 defendants and 2 of their lawyers. Many of the contempt charges were based on the flimsiest possible grounds. For example, Dellinger was sentenced to 6 months for calling the judge Mr. Hoffman, and Davis was sentenced to 29 days for applauding at one point and laughing at another. Eventually both the contempt and substantive convictions were overturned by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. 87. Barely had the Chicago conspiracy trial ended than another began, in December 1970, in Seattle. In this case, 8 leaders of an organization calling itself the Seattle Liberation Front, predictably, they were described as the Seattle Eight, were accused of having conspired to damage federal property, the result of a February 1970 demonstration protesting the contempt sentences handed down in the Chicago trial, which ended with windows broken and slogans spray-painted on the walls on the Seattle Federal Building. Although it was obvious that the February demonstration was a purely local affair, the planning for which had begun barely 10 days prior to the event, 4 of the defendants were also charged under the 1968 anti-riot statute used against the Chicago Eight with having crossed state lines with intent to incite riot the preceding December, while a 5th was accused of having utilized interstate telephone lines for the same purpose. 88 Although the presiding judge, George H. Bolt, eventually declared a mistrial in these ludicrous proceedings, he followed the lead of his Chicago colleague in meting out harsh contempt sentences, based on the totality of the defendant's behavior during the trial. By this point, the once vibrant Seattle New Left movement was completely wrecked. 89. This was followed in 1971 by the leveling of conspiracy charges against Catholic priests Philip and Daniel Berrigan, along with 6 others, claiming that they had conspired to raid draft boards, blow up heating tunnels in Washington, D.C., and kidnap presidential advisor Henry Kissinger. The case had been devised by the Bureau, but upon review by Justice Department attorneys was deemed so weak that it could not even be presented to a grand jury. However, on November 27, 1970, J. Edgar Hoover personally testified before an appropriations subcommittee represented only by a pair of longtime Hoover admirers, Senators Robert C. Byrd, West Virginia, and Roman L. Ruska, as to the existence of the plot, thus forcing matters into court. 90 At trial, however, the Bureau's case turned out to be based exclusively on the testimony of a single infiltrator/provocateur, Boyd Douglas, who had been paid some $9,000 for his services by the FBI and certified by a federal psychiatrist as a sociopath and pathological liar. 91 Although the defense declined to present a single witness, the jury deadlocked 10-2 for acquittal on all major counts with which the Berrigans and their colleagues had been charged, voting to convict the accused only of having smuggled letters to one another during previous incarcerations. 92 Eventually, an appeals court overturned 6 of the 7 convictions which were obtained even on this minor charge, given that Douglas had served as courier of the forbidden mail, and had done so on the express instructions of the FBI and at least one prison warden. 93 Ultimately, after all the smoke born of sensational headlines had cleared, only Father Philip Berrigan went briefly to prison, the only U.S. citizen ever sentenced by a court for sending or possessing contraband letters. 94. Another conspiracy case brought in 1971 involved Daniel Ellsberg, a former high-level defense consultant with a government think tank, the Rand Corporation, who had shifted from staunch support of the Vietnam War to near absolute condemnation of it, and his colleague, Anthony Russo. 95 The government charged that the pair had conspired to deny the government its lawful function of withholding classified information from the public, by virtue of their removing several thousand pages of secret documentation concerning the government's systematic deception of the U.S. public with regard to the country's Indochina policy from Rand facilities. They then passed the material along to New York Times reporter Neil Sheehan, who saw to it that selections appeared in the paper. Among other things, Ellsberg and Russo were charged with violating the 1917 Espionage Act, a wartime statute said to be in effect because President Harry Truman's invocation of it in 1950, at the onset of the Korean War, had never been revoked. 96 Although the government was unable to establish that the Ellsberg/Russo conspiracy in any way jeopardized valid national security interests, to the contrary, federal prosecutors unsuccessfully argued at trial that no such jeopardy was required under the law, or even that the government possessed a statutory basis from which to contend that its classification and withholding of information from the public was lawful, the case was taken to court. 97. The Pentagon Papers trial was marked by a series of virtually unbelievable instances of government misconduct, including attempts by the government to suppress internal memoranda and studies casting doubt on the national security significance of the papers. An apparent government denial of any wiretaps and then an admission that Ellsberg and someone connected with the defense had both been overheard on taps directed at other persons, and the secret offer of the directorship of the FBI to presiding Judge Matthew Byrne by White House domestic advisor John Ehrlichman in the middle of the trial. The most sensational revelation was that persons associated with the White House Special Investigations Unit had burglarized the office of Ellsberg's psychiatrist after the indictment was handed down. White House papers released in the course of the Watergate investigation revealed that the purpose of the burglary was to obtain information which could be used to create a negative press image of Ellsberg in an attempt to, as White House counsel Charles Colson said, to plumber Howard Hunt in one telephone conversation, put this bastard into one hell of a situation and discredit the New Left. With the final straw, the government's temporary inability to uncover its wiretap records on Ellsberg, Judge Byrne ordered a mistrial and dismissed the case in April, 1973. 98. The year 1972 witnessed yet another conspiracy extravaganza with the indictment of the so-called Gainesville Eight, thus designated as a result of the site of trial being set for Gainesville, Florida, all leaders of Vietnam veterans against the war. The defendants were charged with conspiring to disrupt the 1972 Democratic and Republican Party national conventions in Miami through use of weapons ranging from fried marbles and ball bearings glued to cherry bombs to wrist slingshots, crossbows, automatic weapons, and incendiary devices. The timing of the federal grand jury which led to the indictments, and to which all 8 defendants were called, was such as to effectively gut any VVAW demonstrations, including peaceful ones, at the Democratic Convention, while the holding of 4 of the accused without bond for refusing to testify, and the arraignment of all 8 during the Republican Convention ruined their plans for that one as well. At trial, government witnesses broadened the array of weaponry the 8 allegedly planned to use to include anti-tank weapons such as bazookas, but it emerged that police infiltrators rather than the defendants had been the primary discussants of higher-powered weapons such as machine guns. The only physical evidence prosecutors could produce in this regard were slingshots available at any sporting goods store. 99. The government's supposed star witness, an FBI infiltrator named William Lemmer, turned out to have been threatened with a psychiatric discharge by the Army, and recently ordered held for a sanity hearing at the request of his wife after he wrote her a letter blaming VVAW for the breakup of his marriage, explaining that if he decided to get the defendants, it would be silently, in tennis shoes and with a length of piano wire. 100. He had also been only recently released by local police after they arrested him in possession of a loaded rifle and pistol, and an examining doctor recommended he receive psychiatric help. The jury deliberated less than 3.5 hours before acquitting all 8 defendants of all charges against them, but by then VVAW had ceased to function as an effective organization. 101. Continued. Chapter 6. COINTELPRO, New Left. Continued. Escalation. While the Justice Department was playing out its string of legal charades against the New Left leadership, the FBI was quite busily engaged in more clandestine forms of repression. In the backwash of the Democratic Convention in Chicago, it quickly set about fostering the divisiveness and fragmentation of dissident groups, a matter which is readily borne out in the accompanying August 28, 1968 memo from the director to the SAC, Detroit, calling for the employment of various COINTELPRO tactics against the Detroit Coalition Committee. Of particular interest to the FBI in the Detroit area was John, Part 2. Sinclair, head of a yippee-oriented organization called the White Panther Party, so much so that the Bureau provided considerable assistance to the local Red Squad in setting Sinclair up to receive an all but unprecedented 9.5-year sentence for smoking marijuana at a rock concert in the presence of 2 undercover police officers. 102. In a number of other cases across the country, there was strong evidence that police had actually planted the controlled substances used to judicially effect political neutralizations. 103. As Frank Donner, an ACLU expert on political surveillance and counterintelligence was to put it in 1971, The pot bust has become a punitive sanction against political dissent, and the threat of prosecution is a favorite method of hooking student informers. 104. Another favorite tactic was arrest and sometimes prosecution of student activists for desecration of the flag. Despite clear First Amendment protection, local police red squads working in collusion with FBI COINTELPRO desks habitually rousted demonstrators who incorporated the flag into their apparel, altered it to include peace signs or other movement symbols, burned it, or even flew it upside down. By May of 1971, the ACLU alone reported that it had at least 100 flag cases under consideration. 105 Eventually, defendants were tried and a number convicted in Hawaii, Minnesota, New York, Colorado, Washington State, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and California before the Supreme Court finally ruled in Spence v. Washington that such prosecutions were unconstitutional. 106 Still, punishments on such grounds continued to occur through juvenile courts, as when in August 1974 an Ohio judge sentenced two teenaged girls to attend flag ceremonies for a week, observe a 6-month curfew, and not to communicate with one another in any way for a year, all because they'd burned a flag during an anti-war demonstration. 107. The underground press, both cultural and political, was also a primary target during the early phases of COINTELPRO New Left, as is made clear in the accompanying September 9, 1968 letter from Hoover to the SAC, New York, requesting a plan of attack, an October 7 proposal by the SAC, and Hoover's October 21 reply approving the operation. Focused upon is Liberation News Service, roughly the equivalent of Associated Press for the hundreds of alternative tabloids, mainly community-based, which had emerged across the country during the second half of the 60s. Between the point of inception of the COINTELPRO and late 1971, scores of alternative press workers were arrested on a variety of thoroughly bogus charges. 108 In one notable example, Dallas police, accompanied by FBI observers, raided the offices of Dallas Notes in October of 1968, using a warrant which allowed them to search for pornographic material. The raiders left with more than 2 tons of items, including 4 typewriters and several credit cards, and ripped the electrical wiring out of the walls before leaving. The paper's editor was subsequently charged with possession of pornography, an accusation which was thrown out as groundless by a local judge. He was then charged with obscenity, resulting in another dismissal. Finally, he was brought into court, charged with instigating a riot, convicted and sent to prison for 3 years. By this time, Part 2. The paper was in a shambles. 109 The Philadelphia Free Press, for its part, found itself officially banned from all campuses of the Pennsylvania State University system, and thus denied much of its potential market. 110. Memo describing plan to block emergence of a political coalition in Detroit. Part 2. Document outlining COINTELPRO action designed to disrupt Liberation News Service in New England, using the standard tactic of sending anonymous letters. Part 2. Part 2. Nor is the case isolated. Shortly after the San Diego Street Journal had published an expose on the practices of the local business elite during the fall of 1969, the paper suffered an unwarranted raid of its offices coordinated by the local Red Squad while, simultaneously, more than 20 of its street vendors were arrested for littering and obstructing the sidewalk. Not long afterward, an FBI operative named Howard Barry Godfrey led a bureau-financed group of right-wing thugs calling themselves the Secret Army Organization in a nocturnal entry of the paper's production facility, stealing over $4,000 of its equipment and putting it out of action. 111 In the South, things were just as bad. Part 2. Kudzu, produced in Jackson, Mississippi, served as a major organizational center for the New Left and counterculture in that area. The tenacity of the paper and its allies can be gauged by the fact that by 1968 the newspaper had survived a conviction on obscenity charges, the arrest of salespeople, the confiscation of cameras, and even eviction from its offices. On October 8, 1968, 18 staff members and supporters of kudzu were attacked and beaten by Jackson deputy sheriffs. In 1970, kudzu was put under direct surveillance by the FBI. For more than 2 months FBI agents made daily searches without warrants. On October 24 and 25, kudzu sponsored a Southern Regional Conference of the Underground Press Syndicate. The night before the conference, the FBI and Jackson detectives searched the kudzu offices twice. During the search, an FBI agent threatened to kill kudzu staffers. On the morning of October 26, FBI agents again searched the offices. That evening, local police entered the building, held its 8 occupants at gunpoint, produced a bag of marijuana, then arrested them. A kudzu staff member commented, "The FBI used to be fairly sophisticated, but lately they have broken one of our doors, pointed guns in our faces, told us that punks like you don't have any rights, and threatened to shoot us on the street if they see us with our hands in our pockets." 112. Letter approving action to split LNS. Part 2. COINTELPRO plan aimed at the Kaleidoscope newspaper in Milwaukee. Part 2. In New Orleans, street vendors for the New Orleans NOLA Express were repeatedly arrested on charges such as vagrancy and peddling without a license. The harassment continued until the paper pressed a federal discrimination suit. District Judge Herbert Christenberry then concluded that the plaintiffs had overwhelmingly established a policy by the police to arrest people selling underground newspapers under the guise that they were impeding pedestrian traffic, and issued an injunction against further official actions of this sort. 113 comparable situations are known to have prevailed in Atlanta, Berkeley, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, Milwaukee, New York, San Francisco, Part 2. Seattle, and Washington, D.C., no doubt a rather incomplete list. 114 The accompanying February 14, 1969 memo from the Milwaukee SAC to Hoover gives a clear indication of the real source of most such problems. As in most COINTELPROs, FBI counterintelligence operations against the New Left prominently featured efforts to pit group against group within the overall targeted communities, often through production and distribution of bogus literature. The accompanying September 19, 1968 airtel from the Newark SAC proposed such an operation against Princeton SDS, and Hoover's September 24 airtel approved the idea. Similarly, the accompanying October 17, 1968 airtel from the director to his New York SAC outlined a scheme through which anonymous communications could be used to bring the New York University SDS chapter into conflict with black student organizations such as CATARA, the Afro-American Student Society, and Black Allied Student Association. On October 21, the SAC responded with an airtel concretizing the means by which the original concept could be implemented, a matter approved by Hoover in the accompanying letter dated October 25. As Hoover noted in his initial missive, the plan was to bring about disruption of both the New Left and black student power forces on campus, a concept tying in neatly with an ongoing Bureau effort to repress not only SDS but black student unions nationally. 115. During this same period, the Bureau also began to place increasing emphasis upon utilization of the strategy pursued against Arizona State University professor and SWP member Morris Starsky. For example, contacts from FBI officials are known to have played a significant role in the decision of Yale University trustees to terminate renowned history professor and anti-war activist Stoughton Lind after his 1966 trip to Hanoi with SDS leader Tom Hayden and CP historian Herbert Aptheker in defiance of a State Department ban on such travel. There is strong evidence that the Bureau continued to intervene in Lind's subsequent attempts to secure a faculty position, notably in Illinois, where the Board of Governors of state colleges and universities reversed decisions to hire him at the Chicago Circle campus, Northern Illinois University, and even Chicago State College. The board, parroting J. Edgar Hoover's rhetoric, publicly stipulated its actions were predicated in the understanding that Lind's travel, writings, and speeches went beyond mere dissent. As a result, Lind was forced out of academia altogether. 116. Airtel outlining COINTELPRO against Princeton SDS. Part 2. Airtel approving COINTELPRO against SDS at Princeton. Part 2. In another instance, Michael Parenti, a political scientist and anti-war activist at the University of Vermont, was denied renewal of his teaching contract, despite unanimous recommendations that he be retained from his dean, department, and even the university administration, after the institution's trustees received a spate of anonymous letters condemning his political activities. The trustees specified that, although in no way questioning Parenti's professional competence or effectiveness as a teacher, they were nonetheless bound to protect the image of the university from New Left radicalism. 117 at, Part 2. UCLA in 1969, the Regents fired philosophy professor Angela Y. Davis on the basis of her association with the Black Panther Party, CP, and Soledad Brothers Defense Committee, as well as for having given political speeches so extreme, and so obviously false, despite her endorsement by every relevant university official and by a blue-ribbon faculty committee formed by the Regents themselves to pass judgment on Davis' academic competence. 118 The correspondence of the Los Angeles FBI office during this period suggests the Bureau played an active part in helping the Regents' decision along. Cartoon used in Princeton COINTELPRO. Part 2. Similarly, George Murray, an English instructor and BPP Minister of Education, was summarily suspended by Chancellor Glenn Dumke of the California State College System in 1969, after the BPP leader publicly advised black students to adopt principles of armed self-defense. 2 other San Francisco State professors were also sacked for their political views at the same time as Murray, and 2 others denied tenure, one for protesting Murray's suspension and the other apparently for having participated in Murray's original hiring. Interestingly, Dumke's action sparked a sustained student strike which eclipsed those which had earlier occurred at Berkeley and Columbia, in perseverance and militancy, if not in publicity received, which paralyzed the institution for several months. 119 Perhaps the worst case of the sort involved Peter G. Boehmer, a radical economics professor at San Diego State University, who was arbitrarily fired by Chancellor Dumke in 1971, despite the fact that he was in contention for a teaching award. 120 This was followed, on the night of January 9, 1972, by shots being fired through the windows of Boehmer's home, one of which struck the right elbow of one of his friends, Paula Tharp, permanently disabling her. It turned out that the attempted assassination had been performed by the FBI-sponsored secret army organization, and that Bureau infiltrator Howard Barry Godfrey had been in the car along with gunman George M. Hoover who had fired the shots. Although Godfrey immediately informed his handler, S.A. Steve Christensen, of what had happened, it was more than 6 months before the Bureau took action in the matter. 121. COINTELPRO to block student coalition at New York University. Part 2. Anonymous letter used in the NYU COINTELPRO, proposed in an Airtel dated October 21, 1968. Note the blatant racism employed. Part 2. Letter approving NYU COINTELPRO. Part 2. Some of the gambits employed by the Bureau in COINTELPRO New Left were not so much sinister as they were weird. A classic example may be found in the proposal lodged in the accompanying November 21, 1968 memo from the SAC, Philadelphia, to J. Edgar Hoover. Seriously garbling the realities pertaining to hippies, yippies, and SD-sirs, the SAC apparently genuinely believed that periodic receipt of such nonsense, mailed anonymously, would cause concern and mental anguish on the part of hand-picked targets, and that suspicion, Part 2. Distrust, and disruption within the New Left would follow. As may be seen in the accompanying December 4 letter of response from Hoover, the director quickly approved the idea, and a raft of Siberian beetle cartoons were duly mailed. There is no record of the results. Memo detailing plan to use occult mysticism as a mechanism to sow suspicion, distrust, and disruption within New Left circles at Temple University. Contrary to appearances, this seems not to have been a joke. Part 2. Sample of the cartoons utilized in the COINTELPRO at Temple. Part 2. J. Edgar Hoover approves the Temple COINTELPRO. Part 2. In a far more serious vein, the IRS collaborated with the FBI in what amounted to a counterintelligence campaign. During the period 1968 to 74, the IRS gave to the F-13I confidential tax information on 120 leaders of the anti-war and militant black movements, as part of the FBI's COINTELPRO activity. According to a February 1969 FBI memo, the Bureau also succeeded in getting the IRS to inquire into many of these cases, anticipating that the inquiry will cause these individuals considerable consternation, possibly jail sentences eventually, and would help the FBI achieve its Part 2 objective of obtaining prosecution of any kind in order to remove them from the movement. The IRS also furnished the FBI with a list of contributors to SDS developed in connection with an IRS audit of SDS. The IRS also passed the list on to the White House. 122. Additionally, at the Bureau's behest, the IRS established a Special Services Staff Unit devoted to coordinating activities in all compliance divisions involving ideological, militant, subversive, radical, and similar type organizations. This purview was shortly broadened to include all persons who traveled to Cuba, Algeria, or North Vietnam, and those who organize and attend rock festivals. 123. The program of punitive tax audits and other investigations which followed was justified because of a need to help control an insidious threat to the internal security of this country, and because such enforcement might have some salutary effect in this overall battle against persons bent upon destruction of this government, to wit, dealing a decisive blow to dissident elements within the U.S. 124 AI. Together, SSS established files on 2,873 organizations including SDS and the BPP. Of course, but also others such as the ACLU, American Library Association, American Jewish Congress, Common Cause, National Education Association, New York Review of Books and Rolling Stone. In addition, SSS files were opened on 8,585 individuals including such redoubtable revolutionaries as liberal New York Mayor John Lindsay, U.S. Senators Charles Goodell and Ernest Gruning, newspaper columnist Joseph Alsop, singers James Brown and Joan Baez, and actress Shirley MacLaine. 125. Continued. Chapter 6. COINTELPRO, New Left. Continued. War at Home. By 1969, the New Left was developing a conscious emphasis on anti-imperialist analysis, combining its support to the Black Liberation Movement, its opposition to the war in Vietnam, and its belief that it must endeavor to reorganize its own society in a fundamentally different way than that mandated by the status quo. A central preoccupation of the movement focused on how to translate such analysis into action. 126. One of the ways in which this was approached was to begin to incorporate more systematic Marxian appreciations of politics into the more or less theoretically inchoate New Left vision. A second was to attempt to solidify alliances with black liberation formations such as the BPP. The FBI, of course, upped its COINTELPRO ante in an effort to prevent either initiative from materializing. On the first count, as can be discerned in the accompanying November 3, 1969 letter from Hoover to the SAC, San Francisco, the Bureau utilized standard counterintelligence techniques to drive a wedge between the new leftist New Mobilization Committee to end the war in Vietnam and the old left SWP. At the same time, the Bureau was even more serious about wrecking the emergence of any meaningful alliance between SDS and the BPP, and other non-white liberation organizations. As is brought out clearly in the accompanying June 19, 1969 memo from Chicago SAC Marlin Johnson to Hoover, and Hoover's response to Johnson in the accompanying June 21 letter, the FBI was quite active in sabotaging the establishment of a rainbow coalition between SDS, the BPP, the Puerto Young Lords organization and a politicized white youth gang called the Young Patriots. COINTELPRO targeting the MOB and SWP. Memo proposing COINTELPRO action against the Chicago Rainbow Coalition. The anti-Rainbow Coalition COINTELPRO is approved. Once again, note the blatant utilization of racism as a means to separate political organizations, a strategy which could not fail to have profound effects in society at large. Memo targeting the Radical Education Project in Detroit. In Detroit, the COINTELPRO tactics utilized in preventing a coalition between the Panthers and SDS were rather more innovative, as is demonstrated in the accompanying October 13, 1970 memo to the director from the SAC in that city. In Newark, however, the techniques employed were far more orthodox, a matter indicated in the accompanying October 16, 1970 airtel from the local SAC to Hoover, detailing a bogus letter attributed to the city's SDS chapter and designed to instigate hostility between the New Leftists and the Panthers. Similar methods were employed, albeit usually through friendly press representatives, against individuals, especially celebrities, endeavoring to forge New Left/BPP links through fundraising for such things as Panther legal defense. For instance, when BPP leader David Hilliard was arrested in 1970 for allegedly threatening the life of President Nixon during a public speech, actress Jane Fonda engaged in such activity in Hilliard's behalf. As a result, Richard Wallace Held, head of the local COINTELPRO section, tendered the accompanying June 17, 1970 airtel outlining the sending of a bogus letter to Hollywood daily variety gossip columnist Army Arkard, expressly intended to cause Fonda embarrassment and detract from her status with the general public. Airtel outlining plan to set SDS and the BPP at odds with one another in the Newark area. Note the blatant appeal not only to racism, but to sexism and homophobia in the bogus letter proposed. Unlike similar missives employed to inflame relations between US and the BPP during the same period, this COINTELPRO engendered no lethal results, an outcome attributable more to the restraint of the Panthers than of the FBI. Airtel targeting actress Jane Fonda. Held appears to have specialized in such things. Only 2 months previously, he had launched a similar operation against the actress Jean Seberg. In April 1970, when Seberg was in her 4th month of pregnancy, the Bureau sought a way to make her an object lesson to any other parlor pinks who might be thinking of supporting the Panthers. According to one former FBI agent who worked in Los Angeles at the time, a culture of racism had so permeated the Bureau and its field offices that the agents seethed with hatred toward the Panthers and the white women who associated with them. In the view of the Bureau, reported, Jean was giving aid and comfort to the enemy, the BPP. The giving of her white body to a black man was an unbearable thought for many of the white agents. An agent was overheard to say, a few days after I arrived in Los Angeles from New York, I wonder how she'd like to gobble my dick while I shove my .38 up that black bastard's ass. 127. On May 27, 1970, Held sent the accompanying airtel to headquarters requesting approval to plant a story with Hollywood gossip columnists to the effect that Seberg was pregnant, not by her husband, Romain Gary, but by a Panther. As indicated in the accompanying May 6 response by letter from Hoover, Held's idea was approved, although implementation was postponed approximately 2 additional months, to protect the secrecy of a wiretap the Bureau had installed in the LA and San Francisco BPP headquarters, and until the victim's pregnancy would be more visible to everyone. The director also took the time to stipulate that Seberg deserved to be neutralized simply because she'd been a financial supporter of the Black Panther Party. The schedule was apparently accelerated, because on June 6, Held sent Hoover the accompanying letter and attached newspaper clipping demonstrating the success of his COINTELPRO action, a column by Joyce Haber laying out the Bureau fiction, which had run in the Los Angeles Times on May 19. Known by the FBI to have been emotionally unstable and in the care of a psychiatrist before the operation began, Seberg responded to the disclosure by attempting suicide with an overdose of sleeping pills. This in turn precipitated the premature delivery of her fetus. It died 2 days later. Henceforth, a shattered Jean Seberg was to regularly attempt suicide on or near the anniversary of her child's death. In 1979, She was successful. Romaine Gary, her ex-husband, followed suit shortly thereafter. 128 There is no indication Richard Wallace Held ever considered this to be anything other than an extremely successful COINTELPRO operation. Airtel initiating COINTELPRO against Jean Seberg. Meanwhile, the Bureau continued to undertake COINTELPRO New Left operations through various municipal police departments, inculcating its view of the opposition, and preferred modes of combating it, among rank-and-file cops not only via its already pronounced interlocks with local Red Squads, but through a more broadly focused program of publications such as Anti-Terrorist Digest, seminars, briefings, and training sequences. 129 One outcome, according to a government commission assembled in 1969, was that grassroots police, never tolerant of or friendly toward deviance of any sort, rapidly and increasingly came to view students, other anti-war protesters and blacks as a danger to our political system, themselves as the political force by which radicalism, student demonstrations, and black power be blocked. They reported that the corresponding police response to mass protest resulted in steady escalation of conflict, hostility, and violence within U.S. society as a whole. 130. Tangible examples of this trend were legion. In March 1968, for example, police suddenly and without warning attacked a Yippee demonstration being conducted inside New York's Grand Central Station, frenetically clubbing demonstrators and bystanders alike. 131 A month later, in April, New York's finest followed up with a comparable attack against peaceful anti-war demonstrators assembled at Washington Square. 132 The same month, as a prelude to the massive police violence directed against demonstrators during the Democratic Convention, the Chicago Police Tax Squad brutally assaulted an anti-war rally in the Loop. 133. Approval of the Seberg COINTELPRO. Item by Los Angeles Times gossip columnist Joyce Haber which caused Jean Seberg to miscarry and ultimately commit suicide. Excerpt from essay Richard Wallace Held's letter taking credit for the column as a successful COINTELPRO. In June, police attacked a peaceful crowd assembled in Berkeley to hear speeches supporting the then ongoing student uprising in France. There followed a week-long reign of terror during which police tear-gassed private residences, indiscriminately beat members of a crowd leaving a movie theater, gassed at least 2 first aid stations, broke into and vandalized a church, smashed the cameras of newspaper photographers, and sent at least 37 people to the hospital. 134 An official investigation revealed that the most common observation was that the police appeared to have gone berserk or lost their cool or otherwise acted in a non-rational way. 135 During the August convention in Chicago, the violence was even more gratuitous. Over 1,000 persons, including more than 65 of the approximately 300 media personnel assigned to cover street demonstrations, suffered significant injuries at the hands of the police during convention week. As the Walker Commission later put it, the violence was made all the more shocking by the fact that it was often inflicted upon persons who had broken no law, disobeyed no order, made no threat. These included peaceful demonstrators, onlookers, and large numbers of residents who were simply passing through, or happened to live in, the areas where confrontations were occurring. 136. In December 1969, the New York police once again attacked a peaceful demonstration, this time on the occasion of an appearance at a local hotel by President Nixon. Among other things, the cops yanked 6 people from a passing van, beat them with riot batons and trundled them into paddy wagons, apparently for the sole reason that they'd made a gesture indicating peace while driving by, and one had shouted from the window of the vehicle, "This is what Richard Nixon's fascist police are going to be like, and don't you forget it." 137. May 1969 saw the so-called People's Park confrontation in Berkeley when students and community people attempted to prevent an area owned by the University of California, formerly devoted to low-cost housing, from being converted into a parking lot. When activists began to create a community park on the lot construction site, police attacked in a fashion which prompted even so establishmentarian a publication as Newsweek to observe that they had gone riot, displaying a lawless brutality equal to that of Chicago, along with weapons and techniques that even the authorities in Chicago did not dare employ, the firing of buckshot at fleeing crowds and unarmed bystanders and the gassing, at times for no reason at all, of entire streets and portions of college campus. 138. During the week of this wave of repression in Berkeley, even peaceful marches and demonstrations were arbitrarily banned, tear gas was sprayed from helicopters, some 200 persons were badly injured by police clubs and gunfire, and one man, James Rector, was killed. 139. During the week, California Governor Ronald Reagan strongly backed these police atrocities, asserting that, if it's blood they want, let it be now. 140. The deaths of student demonstrators at the hands of FBI-prepped local police was hardly a novelty. The first such fatality had occurred in May 1967 during demonstrations at Jackson State College when cops fired shotguns into an unarmed crowd, killing one and wounding two others. 141. Three students, Samuel Hammond, Delano Middleton, and Henry Smith, were killed and 28 others wounded when South Carolina state troopers fired without warning on another group of peaceful demonstrators, this time from South Carolina State College in Orangeburg during February 1968. Most of those shot were hit while lying prone on the ground, attempting to get out of the line of fire. 142. In May 1969, another student, Willie Ernest Grimes, was shot and killed by police during demonstrations at North Carolina Agricultural and Mechanical College. 143. During February 1970, a student named Kevin Moran was killed and two others wounded by police gunfire, and several more otherwise injured by police and National Guardsmen, during demonstrations which ultimately resulted in the burning of a Bank of America branch facility. 144. In March of the same year, 12 students were shot and 57 others injured by police during demonstrations at SUNY, Buffalo. 145. Probably the most notorious incident involving the shooting of student demonstrators occurred at Kent State University in Ohio on May 4, 1970, when National Guardsmen opened fire on a crowd protesting the U.S. invasion of Cambodia, killing 4, Allison Krause, Jeffrey Miller, Sandra Scheuer, and William Schroeder, and wounding 9. 146. Only days before, however, the Ohio Guard had fired on a similar group at Ohio State University, wounding 20. 147. This was followed, on May 14, by Mississippi Highway patrolmen actually firing into a dormitory at Jackson State, killing 2 Philip Gibbs and James Earl Green, and wounding 12. 148. During July, 2 students, Rick Dowdle and Harry Rice, were killed by police at the University of Kansas in Lawrence. 149. Another, Randy Anderson, shot to death on the campus of the University of Wisconsin in Milwaukee. 150. And black organizer Carl Hampton was gunned down in Houston, Texas. 151. Even as late as November 1972, police were still shooting student activists. 2 died as the result of a volley fired by deputy sheriffs at Southern University in New Orleans. 152. In the last incident, a special commission created by the Louisiana State Attorney General quickly determined there had been no justification for the shootings, but the deputies went free. 153. It was by then an old story. In May 1971, a government commission investigating the murders at Kent State concluded, after a county grand jury had absolved local guardsmen of any wrongdoing, that the actions of the Ohio Guard had been unnecessary, unwarranted, and inexcusable. 154. Ohio officials nonetheless refused to bring charges against those implicated, and U.S. Attorney General John Mitchell declined to convene a federal grand jury to follow up. 155. Ohio, in the meantime, had indicted 25 Kent State students, ex-students, and faculty on felony charges such as inciting to riot. 156. A county grand jury activated after the fatalities at Jackson State perhaps summed up the official attitude most succinctly when it not only found police killings of unarmed demonstrators to be justified, but declared that protesters must expect to be injured or killed when law enforcement officers are required to re-establish order. 157. With the active assistance of the FBI, local police, and National Guard units consistently explained such conduct as being necessitated by the violent behavior of the victims themselves. It steadily came out, however, that much or most of the alleged New Left violence was either fabricated or actually the result of bureau/police tactics designed to rationalize the virulence of the repression before the public. At Kent State, for example, during the 10 days following the shootings, while the campus was closed, police ransacked every room among 31 dormitories, without warrants. In search of weapons, they found a total of 2 hunting weapons, 60 knives, 3 slingshots, several BB guns and a yellow button which stated, "Dare to struggle, dare to win." 158. Still, the state, with active connivance by the FBI, pursued attempts to blame students in court for the actions of the Ohio National Guard, a matter which eventually led to student body president Craig Morgan and 2 others winning $5,000 judgments in malicious prosecution suits. 159. At Ohio State, the official story was that activists closing and chaining the gates to the campus, allegedly preventing crowd control, had forced the guard to fire on demonstrators. It was later revealed that those who had committed the act in question were in reality members of the Ohio State Highway Patrol, deliberately attired in such a way as to impersonate demonstrators before the news media. 160. The use of such provocateurs to create the appearance of justification for even the worst forms of repression was consistent. Aside from such earlier mentioned FBI infiltrators of the New Left as William Duvall, Philip Abbott Luce, and provocateurs such as William Lemmer, Boyd Douglas, and Howard Berry Godfrey. Probably the most well-known agent provocateur was Thomas Tanja, known as Tommy the Traveler. Tanja, who was paid by both the FBI and local police, spent over 2 years traveling among colleges in western New York State urging students to kill police, make bombs, and blow up buildings. He supplied students with radical speakers, literature, and films, tried to organize an SDS chapter at Hobart College, organized SDS conferences in Rochester and urged students to participate in the Weatherman Days of Rage in Chicago in October, 1969. Tanja constantly talked violence, carried a grenade in his car, showed students how to use an M1 rifle and offered advice on how to carry out bombings. After some students at Hobart College apparently took his advice and bombed the Hobart ROTC building, and Tanja's cover was exposed, the local sheriff commented, "There's a lot of difference between showing how to build a bomb and building one." As a result of disturbances connected with Tanja's activities on the Hobart campus, 9 students and faculty faced criminal charges, but Tanja was cleared by a local grand jury and went on to become a policeman in Pennsylvania. 161. Similarly, Horace L. Packer, an FBI informer who was the chief government witness in the Seattle 8 conspiracy case, testified he was under FBI instructions to do anything to protect my credibility. He testified that while infiltrating SDS and Weatherman at the University of Washington he supplied campus radicals with drugs, weapons, and materials used for preparing Molotov cocktails. Packer even admitted he supplied and the FBI paid for paint used to spray the federal courthouse in Seattle during a demonstration in February, 1970, a key element in the charge of conspiracy to damage federal property, which was one of the major charges of the case. Packer also testified that he used drugs, including acid, speed, mescaline, and cocaine while acting as that he smoked dope all the time, that he was arrested several times during campus demonstrations, and that he had violated the conditions of a suspended sentence he had received for participating in a Weatherman assault on ROTC facilities at the University of Washington. 162. Also in Seattle. Probably the most incredible provocation incident involved an FBI and Seattle police informer, Alfred Burnett, who lured Larry Eugene Ward into planting a bomb at a Seattle real estate office on the morning of May 15, 1970, by paying Ward $75, providing him with the bomb and giving him transportation to the bombing scene. Ward, a 22-year-old veteran who had been twice wounded and decorated 3 times for service in Vietnam, was shot and killed by waiting Seattle police as he allegedly fled after the bombing attempt, although he was unarmed, on foot and boxed in by police cars. 163. Burnett, the key player in the Cerro Maravilla-like ambush, was a twice-convicted felon who had been released from jail as the result of FBI statements that he could provide valuable information. Burnett said later, "The police wanted a bomber and I got one for them. I didn't know Larry Ward would be killed." Seattle Police Intelligence Chief John Williams blamed the FBI, stating, "As far as I can tell, Ward was a relatively decent kid. Somebody set this whole thing up. It wasn't the police department." Subsequently, Seattle's mayor publicly advocated killing convicted bombers before a Senate committee, and citing the Ward case, noted the incidence of bombings in Seattle had declined since the slaying. He added, "I suspect killing a person involved in a bombing might be somewhat of a deterrent." 164. In the so-called Camden 28 case, the defendants were acquitted of all charges accruing from their breaking into a New Jersey Selective Service office and attempting to destroy the draft files therein after the trial judge instructed the jury to return verdicts of not guilty if it felt the government had gone to intolerable lengths and otherwise conducted itself in a manner offensive to the basic standards of decency and shocking to the universal standards of justice in setting up the crime. The prosecution's star witness, Robert W. Hardy, had admitted on the stand that he had, upon instructions of the Bureau, infiltrated the group, proposed the action, provided 90% of the burglary tools utilized, and offered his expertise at breaking and entering to allow the plot to go forward. 165. Elsewhere, another campus agent provocateur was Charles Grimm, who functioned as a local police and FBI informant on the campus of the University of Alabama at Tuscaloosa. Among his activities were the burning of Dressler Hall on the campus on May 7, 1970, the throwing of 3 Molotov cocktails into a street on May 14, 1970, and the throwing of objects at police officers on the campus on May 18, 1970. 166. Among those indicted by a federal grand jury in Detroit on March 6, 1970 for conspiracy to bomb police and military installations was Larry G. Grathwohl, reputedly one of the most militant members of the SDS Weatherman faction, an FBI infiltrator, known as a demolitions expert, who gave bomb-making lessons to the group, regularly brandished both a .357 Magnum revolver and a straight razor, and admitted to the New York Times having personally participated in the bombing of a public school near Cincinnati in 1969. 167 charges were dropped against Grathwohl, and he retired into the Bureau's Witness Protection Program, eventually writing a sensationally self-serving account of his exploits entitled Bringing Down America, an FBI informer with the Weathermen. 168. Meanwhile, William Lemmer was hardly the only infiltrator/provocateur attempting to make the VVAW appear violence-prone. For instance, Reinhold Moore, a secret member of the Kent State University police force, was arrested in April of 1972 by local cops while carrying in his car a rocket launcher and submachine gun he'd been trying to peddle to the campus chapter of the Veterans Organization as a means, as he put it to the intended buyers, of furthering the armed struggle against imperialism. Perhaps ironically, it was Kent State VVAW which tipped the city police that there's a nut running around out there with a bunch of automatic weapons. Although Moore was clearly in violation of a number of state and federal statutes, he was quickly released without charges when the chief of campus security and local FBI agents confirmed he'd only followed orders in attempting to foment violence. 169. Another individual who, by his own account, expended a considerable amount of time and energy working to subvert VVAW was Joe Burton, a provocateur active in the Tampa, Florida area from 1972 to 74. Describing his assignment as being the disruption of radical groups from both the US and Canada, Burton explained how the Bureau had dispatched counterintelligence specialists from headquarters to assist him in forging various documents and to establish a bogus radical organization dubbed the Red Star Cotter. This front was used as a prop upon which Burton could argue from the left that various bona fide groups such as VVAW, the United Electrical Workers Union, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, and the United Farm Workers were not militant enough and to attempt to lure their members into violence and other illegal activities. 170. A comparable, if less effective, operation was run by a husband and wife team, Jill and Harry E. Schaefer, 3, through a bogus entity called the Red Star Collective in New Orleans. The Schaefers were later used to infiltrate the support apparatus of the American Indian movement, boasting afterwards that they'd managed to divert substantial funds raised for legal defense. 171. In much the same fashion, Howard Berry Godfrey, the Bureau's operative within the right-wing secret army organization in Southern California, hardly contented himself with participation in the attempted assassination of Peter Boehmer. To the contrary, as Godfrey later testified, he had served as a conduit during 1971 and 72 through which the FBI had pumped more than $60,000 worth of weapons and explosives into the terrorist group. Further, he admitted to having provided not only the explosive device, but also the demolitions training utilized by the SAO in its June 19, 1972 bombing of the left-leaning Guild Theater in San Diego. 172. As he himself subsequently acknowledged, by the time Godfrey's cover was blown he had participated in the burglaries of several Southern California New Left organizational offices, infiltrated the staff of the Radical Message Information Center in Los Angeles, and was working with SAO gunmen to compile a comprehensive list of left-wing activists to be liquidated over coming months. He was, of course, never prosecuted for even his most plainly criminal activities. 173. On other fronts, an agent for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division managed to work his way into a position as co-chair of the SDS chapter of the City of Columbia. 174. While a Texas State Police infiltrator became chair of the University of Texas chapter. 175. In Chicago, a member of the Red Squad successfully infiltrated the SDS chapter at Northwestern University, led a sit-in action in 1968, and then participated in a 1969 Weatherman action involving the throwing of the college president off a stage which caused him to be expelled from the campus. 176. Yet another Chicago undercover operative admitted having provided explosives to the Weatherman group, while another, also posing as a weatherman, acknowledged having led an assault upon a uniformed police sergeant during a demonstration widely publicized as proving the violence of the New Left. 177. Another Chicago cop who infiltrated New Left organizations admitted before a grand jury that he used the high position he attained in one group to advocate the shooting of police, and that he had demonstrated the most strategic placement of snipers in downtown Chicago which would make possible the highest number of casualties. 178. The list of examples goes on and on. As former infiltrators/provocateurs such as Godfrey and Louis Tackwood exposed the emergence of a systematic interlock between the FBI and state/local police units in Southern California, so too did a blue ribbon grand jury discover a similar development in Chicago. According to the grand jury report, released in November of 1975, beginning in early 1969 the CPD had launched a massive intelligence campaign, filled with unwarranted, unsupported, and erroneous characterizations, assumptions and conclusions, all of which it shared as a matter of course with the Bureau and other federal agencies, against a wide array of New Left and other community groups, none of which exhibited any history of criminal activity. The entire operation assaulted the fundamental freedoms of speech, association, press, and religion, as well as the constitutional right to privacy of hundreds of persons, in the grand jury's view. 179. The grand jury also noted the existence of a strong COINTELPRO-style dimension to the whole thing, not only by virtue of the activities of the police infiltrators mentioned in the preceding paragraph, but because the police and federal entities such as the FBI and Army intelligence had cooperated in financing and directing a right-wing terrorist organization against New Left activists throughout the Chicago area. Called the Legion of Justice, this Sao-type group had for years beaten up police-selected targets, broken into movement offices and vandalized their property. Several Chicago Red Squad members testified to the effect that they considered it a patriotic duty to use Legion thugs to disrupt the activities of organizations by destroying mailing lists, lists of financial contributors, office equipment, and even stealing money, as well as to administer summary corporal punishment to those deemed politically objectionable by the Chicago status quo. The grand jury report also specifically noted that both the CPD and federal agencies had destroyed evidence and generally refused to cooperate with the investigation. 180. Within this panorama of infiltration, provocation, officially sponsored vigilantism, and extreme police brutality, the Bureau was able to pursue all manner of specific COINTELPRO actions designed to intimidate New Left activists into political paralysis. For example, the accompanying postcard, attributed to the Minutemen, a right-wing group well known to have carried out a number of violent actions during the 60s, was sent to Arthur Churchill during a period when he was serving as the Peoria, Illinois at-large organizer for SDS. 181. The card, also deployed against the staff of the Black Panther, was sent to a number of SDS members, usually those operating in locations remote from the urban hubs of New Left activities, during the fall of 1970. Minutemen death threat card utilized in COINTELPRO New Left in the Midwest. Such things were part of a generalized COINTELPRO strategy intended to enhance the paranoia endemic to circles, and get the point across that there is an FBI agent behind every mailbox. 182. Hence, in Chicago during the June 1969 SDS National Convention, the Bureau and local Red Squad combined to assign over 500 men to undercover work. Most of them clustered outside the convention site, in full view of the SDS delegates, taking pictures of everyone in the area. 183. In another Chicago incident, in May of 1969, Chicago police and firemen appeared at the, in response, they declared, to reports of a shooting and a fire in the office. When SDS told them there was no shooting or fire, an agreement was reached to the effect that the fire chief alone could inspect the premises. However, a group of firemen attempted to enter the office, and when SDS staff members resisted, police joined the fray. 5 SDS staffers were arrested and held on $1,000 bail on charges of battery on an officer, interfering with the firemen, and inciting mob action. 184. Under the circumstances, Brian Glick's description of what was happening as constituting a war at home seems entirely apt. 185. However, it also appears that participation in the hostilities was not entirely two-sided. To the contrary, it is quite likely that the widely publicized resort to violence by the New Left of the late 1960s and early 70s was largely the creation of the national police establishment rather than of the radicals themselves. Certainly, of the 862 bombings and attempted bombings which supposedly occurred between January 1969 and April 15, 1970, a decided majority entailed the direct involvement of FBI and local police provocateurs. 186. A good case can be made that the same rule pertains to many of the other more spectacular acts of physical confrontation attributed to the New Left in the friendly news media. 187. Perhaps even more to the point, such COINTELPRO maneuvering established the context in which such New Left violence as was not directly police-produced might occur, a combination of frustration at official repression of entirely legitimate dissident activities vis-a-vis institutionalized domestic racism and poverty, and an international pattern of imperialism signified by the government's patently criminal prosecution of an undeclared war in Indochina, rage at the violently physical form assumed by the repression, coupled to a consistent official policy of lying, victim blaming and other misrepresentation in the media, and an increasing belief, often fostered by agents provocateurs, that some form of violence might in itself serve to rectify the situation. Arguably, even those few new left groups such as Weatherman SDS, which eventually placed their primary reliance upon armed struggle, did so largely for such reasons. 188. Demise of the New Left. By the end of 1972, the mass movement which had comprised the New Left had generally disintegrated, for a number of reasons, but notably because of COINTELPRO and its related forms of police pressure. There were, to be sure, some spectacular incidents of generalized repression during the finale, as when the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Force, supplemented by Army and National Guard troops, working in direct collaboration with FBI and Justice Department officials, conspired to suspend the constitutional rights of the 50,000 people assembled in the nation's capital to participate in the May Day anti-war demonstrations held May 3 to 5, 1971. On May 3, 7,200 persons were arrested, the largest total in American history, with the possible exception of the Palmer raids. In the course of making the arrests, police abandoned all normal arrest procedures, including recording the names and alleged misdeeds of the arrestees. Hundreds of innocent bystanders, including journalists and government employees on their way to work, were scooped up in the police dragnet, and then held in overcrowded jail cells or in a hastily erected outdoor stockade. In subsequent days, another 6,200 persons were arrested, including 1,200 arrested while peacefully listening to a speech on the Capitol steps on May 5. President Nixon subsequently praised Washington police for a magnificent job, and Attorney General John Mitchell urged local police to follow the example. Deputy Attorney General Richard Kleindienst announced that police procedures had been justified under the doctrine of qualified martial law, a constitutional doctrine which was previously unknown, but which had the virtue, as the Washington ACLU branch pointed out, of imposing the conditions of martial law in fact while avoiding a formal proclamation with its legal requirements. 189. In the wake of May Day, literally thousands of cases were dropped by federal prosecutors or summarily dismissed by the courts, clarifying the fact that the arrests themselves had been intended as punishment. Of the total of approximately 13,400 individuals arrested during the demonstrations, only 122 were convicted of minor offenses. Another 625 pled guilty or nolo contendere on uniformly petty charges, a matter which was followed up in 1974 by a federal district judge ordering, on the grounds of police coercion, that all such pleas be nullified and corresponding arrest records destroyed. In January of 1975, another federal court awarded the victims of the May Day repression a total of $12 million in punitive damages, but in the meantime, the government had established quite clearly that mass demonstrations would not be an effective means of bringing about an alteration in U.S. Indochina policy. 190. Also employed by the Nixon administration as a means of neutralizing the New Left, undoubtedly as an adjunct to other such legal expedients as mass false arrests and bogus conspiracy trials, was an extraordinary series of federal grand jury investigations. Beginning in 1970, federal grand juries throughout the country were convened for what clearly were general fishing expeditions, coordinated by the Internal Security Division of the Justice Department, into the activities of radical and anti-war groups. Between 1970 and January 1973, over 100 grand juries in 36 states and 84 cities looked into dissident activities, and over 1,000 persons were subpoenaed to appear before such bodies. Witnesses appearing before these grand juries were forced to testify in secret and without presence of legal counsel in the grand jury room, and under threat of contempt or jail sentences. Witnesses were asked detailed questions about their personal beliefs and associations and about their general knowledge of radical and anti-war activities. In several cases, grand juries interrogated witnesses with regard to alleged crimes in which indictments had already been handed down, indicating that one of the purposes of the investigations was to bolster indictments which did not have enough evidence behind them to sustain convictions. 191. None of the normal safeguards of due process pertain to grand jury procedures. In the 1974 case, U.S. v. Calandra, the Supreme Court even ruled that a grand jury witness could be compelled to testify concerning evidence derived from illegal searches and seizures. 192. Refusal of subpoenaed radicals to cooperate in such inquisitional processes resulted in imprisonment without trial on charges of contempt, with the duration of incarceration left to the discretion of the presiding judge. The alternative, cooperation, left witnesses politically suspect, at best, in the eyes of their peers. Even when witnesses refused to cooperate with these secret proceedings, the FBI, which served as the primary investigative resource of the grand juries, sometimes opted to utilize COINTELPRO techniques to make it appear otherwise, neatly badjacketing them as informers. Hence, the grand jury became an effective means by which the government jail politically suspect persons or destroy their political credibility. 193. According to the Church Committee, the FBI engaged in 290 separate COINTELPRO actions between the formal start-up of its program against the New Left in mid-1968 and the program's official termination in April 1971. Of these, some 40% were designed to keeping targeted activists from speaking, teaching, writing or publishing. 194. When one considers the far broader forms of legalistic and physical repression deliberately provoked by the Bureau as adjuncts and enhancements to its anti-New Left COINTELPRO campaign, it is rather easy to see how and why the movement disintegrated when and as it did. This is not to argue that the New Left was free of defects, both in outlook and in practice, which might ultimately have led to its undoing. But, as even so state a publication as the Los Angeles Times was willing to admit, such things might not have destroyed the movement. However, the New Left's internal confusions, disagreements, and problems were exaggerated by the government's planned program of sabotage and disruption, making solutions virtually impossible. This, in combination with the increasing viciousness with which bureau-coached local police assaulted demonstrators, the steady string of gratuitous killings of activists on and off campus, the systematic infiltration and provocation, the relentless series of grand juries and conspiracy trials, as well as consistent media disinformation all served to sap the movement's leadership, funds, and morale, precipitating its collapse. 195. With it went by far the greatest potential for consolidation of a socially positive Euro-American mass movement since the new Reconstruction period during and immediately following World War I. By the mid-70s, some former New Left leaders had abandoned the struggle for social justice in favor of the very values they'd most vociferously opposed. 196 others, such as Yippee leader Abbie Hoffman, had been driven underground when faced with lengthy prison sentences on extremely dubious charges. 197 entire organizations, such as the Weatherman SDS faction, had transformed themselves into a series of clandestine cells with little hope of obtaining appreciable above-ground support. 198 What had been the broad-based and quite inclusive New Left was reduced for all practical purposes to a gender-defined liberal feminism on the one hand, and a scattering of male-dominated, tiny, and rabidly sectarian organizations such as the Communist Workers' Party, Progressive Labor Party and Revolutionary Communist Party, USA on the other. Such emergent politics as these can only be viewed as being as fundamentally irrelevant to the flow of events in the United States as those of the old left SWP and CPUSA. 199 From the FBI perspective, COINTELPRO New Left could have been assessed as little other than a tremendous success. End of Chapter 6. The COINTELPRO Papers, Chapter 7, COINTELPRO, AIM. Chapter 7. COINTELPRO, American Indian Movement. They are a conquered nation, and when you are conquered, the people you are conquered by dictate your future. This is a basic philosophy of mine. If I'm part of a conquered nation, I've got to yield to authority, a colonial police force. Norman Zagrossi, ASAC Rapid City. 1977. In this brief statement, Assistant Special Agent in Charge Zagrossi summarized over 2 centuries of U.S. jurisdiction and law enforcement in Indian country. From the country's founding through the present, U.S. Indian policy has consistently followed a program to subordinate American Indian nations and expropriate their land and resources. In much the same fashion as Puerto Rico, indigenous nations within the United States have been forced to exist, even by federal definition, as outright colonies. When constitutional law and precedent stood in the way of such policy, the executive and judicial branches, in their turn, formulated excuses for ignoring them. A product of convenience and practicality for the federal government, U.S. jurisdiction, especially within reserved Indian territories, presents a complex and sometimes conflicting morass of treaties, statutes, and regulation. 2. The FBI in Indian country. The entrance of the FBI in law enforcement into Indian country began in the 1940s, under clear congressional provisos that it should be neither primary nor permanent, as wartime funding cuts rendered staffing levels for Bureau of Indian Affairs special officers inadequate. 3. Initially, the Bureau offered mere investigative assistance to the BIA, but over time all federal offenses came to be investigated by the FBI. By 1953, apparently because of FBI leadership, most U.S. attorneys, and U.S. district judges, recognized the FBI as having primary investigative jurisdiction for federal law violations committed in Indian country, notwithstanding the wording of Congressional Appropriation Acts since FI 1939 and Opinion M 29669 dated August 1, 1938, issued by the Solicitor, U.S. Department of the Interior. 4. The current situation is that the BIA has trained criminal investigators on most reservations. These special officers conduct the initial investigation for the majority of serious crimes which occur on Indian reservations. Most U.S. attorneys, however, will not normally accept the findings of a BIA special officer as a basis for making a decision on whether to prosecute. Instead, most U.S. attorneys require that the FBI conduct an independent investigation, often duplicative of the BIA investigation, prior to authorizing prosecution. 5. All law enforcement on American Indian reservations has been made to revolve around the actions of the FBI. It is undoubtedly significant that while the typical BIA police officer is Indian, FBI agents and U.S. attorneys are overwhelmingly white. 6. Far from enhancing law enforcement, the FBI impedes it by slow response and insistence upon repeating the investigative work of BIA, often well after the fact. Until this process is completed, no arrests can be made and suspects remain at large. 7. Once an offender has been apprehended and charged, there is little chance they will be tried. Precise statistics are not maintained by federal law enforcement agencies, but it appears that in excess of 80% of major crimes cases, on the average, presented to the United States attorneys are declined for prosecution. 8. Unlike crimes committed off-reservation, there is no other jurisdiction under which the defendant can be tried if the U.S. attorney declines to prosecute. The effect on many reservations has been that defendants have a better chance of going to jail for a traffic violation, tried in the tribal courts, than for rape or first-degree murder. Indian/Indian crimes or crimes perpetrated by non-Indians against Indians ranging from fraud to extreme violence, have received only minimal attention from police and prosecutors. Only those allegedly criminal acts undertaken by Indians against whites have tended to receive attention, filling the country's prisons with a disproportionately high number of Indians. 9. In this sense, it is entirely appropriate to observe that federal police functions in Indian country are not devoted to law enforcement per se, but rather to maintenance of the status quo represented by Euro-American domination and profiteering at the expense of American Indian people. The message has been that only those who rock the politico-economic boat risk criminal punishment. With the passage of PL 280 in 1953, state and local agencies, also almost entirely white, assumed responsibility for on-reservation law enforcement in many instances. 10. The overall effect of these policies has been that the quality of law enforcement in Indian country has been egregious when measured by the standard of providing for the safety and security of the communities. Law enforcement concerning the most serious crimes is the responsibility of individuals who do not reside in the community and whose attitudes toward Indian people and their customs range from ignorance to hostility and contempt, a law normans grossi. In the case of state and local jurisdiction under PL 280, law enforcement is provided by reservation-adjacent communities with a reputation for vehement racism, aptly summarized by an Itasca County, Minnesota, deputy sheriff. If all those Indians would just kill each other off, we wouldn't have to go up them. 11. Slow to respond to complaints lodged by Indians, the police are viewed, justifiably, with suspicion by the community. 12. Rise of the American Indian movement. The late 1960s saw a resurgence of militant Indian activism focused on resistance to further depredation of Indian lands and resources, recovery of illegally expropriated land, preservation of cultural identity and opposition to racist attacks on Indian people and their culture. During the mid-60s, a Cherokee College student named Clyde Warrior founded the militant National Indian Youth Council and began publishing a political broadside entitled Americans Before Columbus. 13. Even the typically staid National Congress of American Indians adopted an increasingly forceful tone under the leadership of Lakota law student Vine Deloria, Jr., who before the end of the decade was to write the seminal Custer died for your sins and we talk, you listen. 14. It was in this atmosphere that the American Indian movement was founded in Minneapolis in 1968 by Dennis Banks and George Mitchell. Patterning itself after the Black Panther Party, AIM initially focused itself on urban issues such as combating police harassment of Indian people. During the next 2 years, members such as Clyde Belcourt, Russell Means, Herb Paulus, John Trudell and Joe Locust changed its emphasis from a local to a national focus and from specifically urban issues to issues of treaty rights and the preservation of traditional Indian culture. 15. In November 1969, national attention was suddenly focused on Indian issues when a coalition of Indian organizations, headed first by Richard Oakes and later Trudell, and calling itself Indians of All Tribes, occupied Alcatraz Island. Citing an 1882 federal statute which provided for the establishment of Indian schools in abandoned federal facilities, the protesters demanded the creation of a center for Native American studies and other cultural facilities on the abandoned island. The occupation ended after 19 months with an assault by a task force of U.S. Marshals and the arrest of the occupiers. A prior agreement by the Department of Interior to convert Alcatraz to a national park featuring Indian themes never materialized. However, the massive media attention and resultant public support garnered by the Alcatraz occupation demonstrated its tactical effectiveness. 16. During the next 2 years, Indians occupied other abandoned military facilities across the country and Pacific gas and electric sites on Indian land in Northern California. 17. AIM also engaged in a series of high-profile demonstrations, including the occupation of the Mayflower II on Thanksgiving Day 1970 and of Mount Rushmore on July 4, 1971, which continued to keep Indian issues in the public eye. 18. In January 1972, an Oglala man named Raymond Yellow Thunder was tortured and murdered by 2 white men, Melvin and Leslie Hare, in the reservation-adjacent town of Gordon, Nebraska. When it became clear that local law enforcement agencies intended to take no action against Yellow Thunder's murderers, a force of over 1,000 Indians, mostly from the nearby Pine Ridge and Rosebud reservations, headed by AIM leaders Dennis Banks and Russell Means, occupied Gordon for 3 days. 19. The result of the occupation was that Yellow Thunder's assailants were charged and jailed, a police officer suspended, and Gordon's authorities forced to take a stand against discrimination toward Indians. The effect of this action was described by historian Alvin Josephy, Jr., although discrimination continued, AIM's reputation soared among reservation Indians. What tribal leaders had dared not to do to protect their people, AIM had done. 20. According to those FBI documents assembled by the Bureau in its reading room, It was at this juncture that agents were first assigned to keep close tabs on AIM and related militant Indian nationalist organizations. In the light of growing public and reservation support, the AIM leadership met at the home of Brule Lakota spiritual leader Leonard Crow Dog's home, called Crow Dog's Paradise, on the Rosebud Reservation in July of 1972 to plan their next action. From this meeting emerged the concept for the Trail of Broken Treaties. Caravans from reservations across the country would travel to Washington, D.C., arriving immediately before the November presidential elections. AIM hoped that given the timing and attendant press coverage, the Nixon administration might be willing to enter into negotiations to resolve Indian grievances. 21. The trail began in San Francisco and Seattle in October and gathered support from reservations along its route as it moved eastward. A list of proposed federal actions for redressing grievances and restructuring the relationship between Indian nations and the U.S., known as the 20 Points, was formulated during a stopover in St. Paul, Minnesota. 22. When the caravan reached Washington, D.C. on November 3, a series of events rapidly led to the Indians seizing the National BIA headquarters and occupying it until November 5. 23. The unplanned confrontation ended when the administration, embarrassed by sensational news reporting, formally agreed to review and respond to the 20 Points, as well as to non-prosecution of the occupiers and provision of $66,650 in travel expenses for caravan participants to return home. 24. When the government recovered the BIA building, they discovered that a large number of confidential documents, primarily concerned with the low-yield leasing of reservation land, had been removed by the occupiers. One of the trail's leaders, Hank Adams, volunteered to recover the documents and return them in batches, as they were copied and provided to the Indians to whom they pertained. After returning 2 loads of material, he was set up by an FBI provocateur named Johnny Ariano and arrested by the FBI in the process of returning another. 25. While the government made much in the media of the damage allegedly done to the building by caravan participants, later events would indicate that the federal government had a substantial number of agents among the protesters, and some were so militant and destructive that they were awarded special Indian names for their involvement in the protest. It became apparent why the government had been so willing to agree not to prosecute the Indians. The presence of agent provocateurs and the intensity of their work would have made it extremely difficult for the government to have proven an intent by the real Indian activists to destroy the building. 26. It was thus during and immediately following the Trail of Broken Treaties that evidence emerges of the initiation of a counterintelligence program to neutralize AIM and its perceived leadership. An FBI document released to journalist Richard Lacourse under the FOIA reveals a program which closely parallels that directed against RAM in Philadelphia. It recommends that local police put leaders under close scrutiny, and arrest them on every possible charge until they could no longer make bail. 27. This tactic was immediately implemented against activists returning home from Washington, D.C. For instance, on November 22, 1972, Trail Security Coordinator Leonard Peltier was attacked in a Milwaukee restaurant by 2 off-duty policemen. He was beaten severely and then arrested and charged with the attempted murder of one of his assailants. Peltier was eventually acquitted when trial testimony revealed that one of the cops had shown his girlfriend a picture of Peltier and boasted of help the FBI get a big one. 28. At about the same time, in South Dakota, as Russell Means led the Oglala Sioux remnants of the Trail of Broken Treaties through the town of Pine Ridge, the seat of government of the Oglala Reservation, he may have noticed a stir of activity around police headquarters. Unknown to Means, Tribal President Richard Wilson had secured a court order from the Oglala Sioux Tribal Court prohibiting Means or any other AIM member from speaking or attending any public meeting. Since the Oglala Sioux Landowners Association was meeting in Pine Ridge, Means, a member of this group, decided to attend and report what had actually happened in Washington. Before he had a chance to speak his mind, he was arrested by BIA Special Officer Delmar Eastman for violating this court order. The arrest was a blatant violation of the First Amendment, for it denied Means freedom of speech on the reservation where he was born and was an enrolled member. 29. Early report showing intensive surveillance of Denver AIM chapter. The 100 coding prefix at bottom of page indicates an extremist matters investigation. Early teletype demonstrating distribution of intelligence information on AIM within the international arena. Heavy deletion results from national security classification. Documents released through the FOIA, such as the accompanying January 12, 1973 report from the Denver Field Office, show that the Bureau was compiling detailed profiles of AIM members and leaders as part of an extremist matters investigation. As is demonstrated in the accompanying January 10 teletype, almost entirely deleted under a national security classification, the Bureau was keeping the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa apprised of AIM activities. On January 14, Russell Means and several other AIM members were arrested on fabricated charges in Scottsbluff, Nebraska while participating in a Chicano Indian Unity Conference with the Denver-based Crusade for Justice. That night, Means' cell door was unlocked, a gun was placed in his cell and he was told by the police to make a break for it. As the AIM leader later put it, "They wanted to off me during an escape attempt." When a complaint was filed on the incident, police claimed that Means had not been properly searched when he was booked and that the weapon was found in his cell. The accompanying January 15, 1973 teletype from the Omaha ASAC to the director proves the Bureau was well aware of the situation, but, in a manner reminiscent of the FBI's handling of police abuses against SNCC and other civil rights activists in Mississippi during the early 60s, local agents did absolutely nothing to intervene. Bureau records also show the Unity Conference was heavily surveilled and infiltrated. 30. During the meeting in Scottsbluff, AIM received word that a 20-year-old Oglala, Wesley Bad Heart Bull, had been brutally stabbed to death by a white man, Darrell Schmitz, in the reservation-adjacent town of Buffalo Gap, South Dakota. When Schmitz was charged with only the relatively minor offense of second-degree manslaughter, AIM National Coordinator Dennis Banks arranged a meeting with Custer County State's Attorney Hobart Gates to discuss upgrading the charge to murder. Banks issued a call for Indians to assemble at the county courthouse in Custer to demonstrate support during the February 6 meeting. 2 days prior to the event, however, a mysterious caller, believed to have been an agent assigned to the Rapid City Resident Agency, engaged in a COINTELPRO-style telephone conversation with Rapid City Journal reporter Lynn Gladstone, claiming the action had been cancelled due to bad weather, an untruth which appeared in the paper on February 5. 31. Teletype concerning police attempt to murder Russell Means. As a result, and in sharp contrast to the massive turnout in Gordon concerning the Yellow Thunder case only a few months before, only about 200 AIM members and supporters turned out to caravan to Custer. 32. Once there, they were confronted by an equal number of riot-equipped local police and county deputies, a state riot squad, representatives of the South Dakota Division of Criminal Investigation and the FBI. 33. Although county officials had agreed to an open meeting with the Indian community, they now insisted they would meet with only Banks, Means and Utah AIM leader Dave Hill. Although the courthouse was a public building, the remainder of the group was not allowed inside, and was forced to remain outdoors in a heavy blizzard. The AIM leaders found Prosecutor Gates to be adamantly against upgrading the charges. After insisting that justice was already being done, he declared the meeting at an end and told the AIM delegation to leave. When they refused, police attempted to forcibly evict them and a melee broke out which quickly spread to the crowd waiting outside as riot police attacked them with clubs and tear gas. The courthouse and nearby Chamber of Commerce building were set ablaze by tear gas canisters and 27 Indians were arrested on charges such as incitement to riot. Among those beaten by police and arrested was Sarah Bad Heart Bull, the victim's mother. She ultimately served 5 months in jail on charges resulting from the Custer police assault, while her son's murderer never served a day. 34. The violence and perversion of justice directed at the AIM group in Custer did not result from happenstance or mere overreaction on the part of local officials. As shown in the accompanying excerpt from a January 31, 1973 teletype sent to FBI headquarters by Minneapolis SAC Joseph Trimbach, The Rapid City office was by this point actively coordinating the activities of state and local police, state's attorneys in western South Dakota, and agents of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, with regard to AIM activities. The excerpted teletype also demonstrates that local police, with full knowledge of the FBI, had stonewalled U.S. Justice Department Community Relations Service representatives who were attempting to defuse the situation because the latter appeared to favor AIM's cause. By early 1973 the Bureau had, with the enthusiastic cooperation of area police, set out to effect the physical repression of AIM while deliberately squelching attempts from both governmental and dissident quarters, to achieve peaceful resolution of the racial/political conflicts around Pine Ridge, and elsewhere in Indian Country. Wounded Knee. The smoke and tear gas had barely cleared from the streets of Custer when the next round of confrontation between AIM and the federal government began. This time the locus of activity centered on Pine Ridge itself, and concerned a struggle between the progressive administration of the Oglala Sioux tribal president, Dick Wilson, who had already imposed an illegal ban on AIM members speaking or participating in meetings within what he apparently considered to be his private domain, and grassroots Indians on the reservation. Wilson, who had already held an office and been accused of having used the position to embezzle tribal funds, had been ushered into office with substantial government support in 1972. 35 Almost immediately, he had been bestowed with a $62,000 BIA grant for purposes of establishing a tribal ranger group, essentially his own private army, an entity which designated itself as Guardians of the Oglala Nation. 36 The Indian Bureau also allowed him to hire his relatives into the limited number of jobs available through the tribal government, as well as to divert the virtual entirety of the tribal budget into support for his immediate followers rather than the Oglala Lakota people as a whole. 37 When traditionalist Oglalas complained, Wilson dispatched his goons. When victims attempted to seek the protection of the BIA police, they quickly discovered that perhaps a third of its roster, including its head, Delmar Eastman, and his second-in-command, Dwayne Brewer, were doubling as goon leaders or members. 38 For their part, BIA officials, who had set the whole thing up consistently turned aside requests for assistance from the traditionals as being purely internal tribal matters, beyond the scope of BIA authority. Excerpt from a January 31, 1973 teletype falsely suggesting AIM was equipping itself with automatic weapons and delineating FBI collaboration with South Dakota police in preparing for AIM's arrival in Custer. By mid-year, the quid pro quo attending federal support to the regime emerged. In exchange for being allowed to run Pine Ridge as a personal fiefdom, Wilson was to sign over title to the northwestern 1/8 of the reservation, an area known as the Sheep Mountain Gunnery Range, to the National Park Service. 39 Thus faced not only with Wilson's continued financial malfeasance and outright terrorizing of opponents, but with a significant loss of their already truncated land base as well, the traditionals attempted to avail themselves of their legal right to impeach the corrupt official. The BIA responded by naming Wilson to serve as chair of his own impeachment proceedings, and the Justice Department dispatched a 65-member U.S. Marshals Special Operations Group to Pine Ridge, to maintain order. 40 Under such circumstances, Wilson was able to maintain his position when he finally allowed the impeachment vote to be taken on the afternoon of February 23, 1973. The same evening, he proclaimed a reservation-wide ban on any further political meetings. 41. On February 24, more than 200 people, including most of the traditional Oglala chiefs, defied the meeting ban to assemble at the Calico Hall. They vowed to continue meeting until something was done about Dickie Wilson. At their request, Russell Means traveled from Rapid City to meet with the Calico Hall group. He then attempted to meet with Dick Wilson to discuss the traditionals' grievances. 42 The meeting was aborted when Means was attacked in the parking lot outside tribal headquarters by several of Wilson's goons. 43 When Justice Department Community Relations official John Terone attempted to go through the marshals to arrange a parley between the traditionals and Wilson, the head of the SOG unit, Reese Cash, instructed his subordinates to inform Mr. Terone that CP was unable to contact me. 44. Attempts at negotiation having failed, the Calico Hall Group decided on the evening of February 27 to join forces with AIM and caravan to the hamlet of Wounded Knee, about 15 miles east of Pine Ridge Village. They intended to remain overnight in a local church and hold a press conference at this symbolic location the following morning. 45. They had agreed to release a statement demanding congressional hearings on the actions of the Wilson government, as well as treaty rights and BIA abuses generally. Ted Means and other AIM representatives were assigned to notify the media and coordinate transportation of reporters from Rapid City to the press conference site. However, at dawn on the 28th, those assembled at Wounded Knee found the roads to the hamlet blockaded by goons later reinforced by Marshal Service SOG teams and FBI personnel. 46. By 10 p.m., Minneapolis SAC Joseph Trimbach had flown in to assume personal command of the goon/BIA police, while Wayne Colburn, director of the U.S. Marshals Service, had arrived to assume control over his now reinforced SOG unit. Colonel Volney Warner of the 82nd Airborne Division and 6th Army, Colonel Jack Potter operating directly under General Alexander Haig, military liaison in the Nixon White House, had also been dispatched from the Pentagon as advisors coordinating an illegal flow of military personnel, weapons, and equipment to those besieging Wounded Knee. 47. As Rex Whaler has noted, documents later subpoenaed from the Pentagon revealed that Colonel Potter directed the employment of 17 APCs, 130,000 rounds of M16 ammunition, 41,000 rounds of M40 high explosive, as well as helicopters, Phantom jets, and personnel. Military officers, supply sergeants, maintenance technicians, chemical officers, and medical teams remained on duty throughout the 71-day siege, all working in civilian clothes. 48. By 3 a.m. on March 1, the colonels were meeting secretly with Trimbach and Colburn, as well as Colonel Vic Jackson of the California-based Civil Disorder Management School, at nearby Ellsworth Air Force Base. 49. Jackson, a specialist in irregular warfare, seems likely to have been brought in to implement of one of two domestic counterinsurgency scenarios codenamed Garden Plot and Cable Splicer, which CDMS had been created to perfect. 50. By March 3, F-4 Phantom jets were making regular low-level reconnaissance runs over the hamlet, and the outright military nature of the federal buildup had otherwise become obvious. AIM proposed a mutual withdrawal of forces and negotiations, but the government, expressing a clear intent to settle the confrontation by force, declined this offer. 51. On March 5, Dick Wilson, with federal officials present, held a press conference to declare open season on AIM members on Pine Ridge, declaring AIM will die at Wounded Knee. 52. For their part, those inside the hamlet announced their intention to remain where they were until such time as Wilson was removed from office, the goons disbanded, and the massive federal presence withdrawn. Attempts at negotiation during the next few days were consistently rebuffed by government hardliners and, on March 8, AIM was warned that women and children should leave the defensive perimeter. 53. That evening an APC fired on an AIM patrol, wounding 2 men. 54. This was followed by a firefight on March 9 during which thousands of rounds of automatic weapons fire were poured into the hamlet by federal forces. AIM responded by firing a single magazine of ammunition from their only automatic weapon, a Chinese AK-47 brought home by a returning Vietnam veteran. This led to the circulation of disinformation in the media by FBI public relations specialists that the defenders were firing on federal positions with an M60 machine gun. 55. On the morning of March 11, the government temporarily lifted the siege, apparently hoping its show of force had intimidated AIM into surrendering. Instead, more than 100 supporters streamed into Wounded Knee, bringing with them supplies and weapons. 56. The traditionals also utilized the opportunity to proclaim themselves an independent Oglala nation, with rights specifically defined within the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty, entirely separate from the IRA government headed by Dick Wilson. SAC Trimbach, along with several of his men disguised as postal inspectors, then attempted to enter the hamlet to survey its defenses. Detained at the perimeter by AIM security personnel, they were told to leave or be arrested by the ION. 57 His ploy to end the ceasefire with a provocation successfully completed, Trimbach immediately used this incident as a basis for re-establishing his portion of the siege lines. Faced with a fait accompli, the marshals shortly followed suit. 58 The Minneapolis sack was reinforced in this course of action by veteran COINTELPRO specialist Richard G. Held, who had been sent to Pine Ridge from his position as SAC in Chicago to consult on the sorts of operations the FBI should undertake against AIM. 59 Trimbach's move was entirely consistent with a string of reports Held was at the time sending to headquarters asserting that other law enforcement agencies were not sufficiently tough in dealing with the insurgents, a bit of outright counterinsurgency vernacular which stuck, as is evidenced in the accompanying October 31, 1973 predication for investigation, stressing that all police personnel on the reservation should have been placed under direct bureau control from the outset, and protesting a Justice Department prohibition on shoot-to-kill techniques on the siege line. 60 Given that the BIA police had all along come under command of the FBI, these remarks could only have been directed at the U.S. Marshals Service. Probably the most immediate result of Held's and Trimbach's renewed siege was the precipitation of a firefight on the afternoon of March 12, in which S.A. Curtis Fitzpatrick was wounded slightly, in the wrist. Bureau propagandists seized the opportunity to engage in an incredible bit of theatrics, arranging for Fitzpatrick to be medevaced by military helicopter to Ellsworth Air Force Base, where a full complement of media personnel had been assembled to see him arrive with his head swathed in bandages. 61 Simultaneously, an active campaign to develop informants and infiltrate provocateurs within Wounded Knee was underway. Among the former was Leroy Little Ghost, from the Fort Totten Reservation in North Dakota, who was recruited with the guarantee of $2,000 to $20,000 in cash for his services. 62 Among the latter were G.I. and Jill Schaefer, withdrawn by the Bureau from running the bogus Red Star Collective in the South to serve as volunteer medics within the besieged hamlet. 63 Another provocateur sent into Wounded Knee by the FBI during this period was Douglas Durham, a former CIA operative, police officer, affiliate of organized crime in the Midwest and suspected murderer, who posed as a part Minneconjo Lakota and reporter for the radical Iowa periodical Pax Today. 64 The Bureau was also, as the accompanying excerpt from a teletype concerning KIXI radio reporter Clarence McDaniels makes clear, using media personnel as intelligence agents, both with and without their knowledge. Predication for an investigation of the American Indian Movement. Note adoption of the vernacular of counterinsurgency warfare. Meanwhile, the policy conflict between the FBI on one side and the U.S. Marshals Service and military on the other was sharpening. As the FBI's role in the siege increased under Richard Held's tutelage, so did the intensity of firefights and goon depredations. Beginning on March 13, Federal forces directed fire from heavy .50 caliber machine guns into the AIM positions, greatly increasing the probability of lethal injury to those inside. The following month was characterized by alternating periods of negotiation, favored by the Army and the Marshals, which the FBI and goons did their best to subvert, and raging gun battles when the latter held sway. Several defenders were severely wounded in a firefight on March 17, and on March 23 some 20,000 more rounds were fired into Wounded Knee in a 24-hour period. 65 During the latter, the government forces suffered their only serious casualty when a marshal, Lloyd Grimm, was struck in the torso by a .30 caliber slug and paralyzed. 66 Apparently with the intent of denying even biased first-hand coverage of the events, and in anticipation of another escalation in hostilities, the FBI banned further media access to the Wounded Knee area. On the day Grimm was hit, the Bureau announced that reporters who continued to report from inside the AIM/ION perimeter would face federal indictments when the siege ended. 67 At about the same time, the Bureau announced that anyone found attempting to bring supplies into Wounded Knee would be arrested on charges such as conspiracy to abet a riot in progress. 68 Excerpt from teletype describing manipulation of news content and use of suppressed stories of reporter Clarence McDaniels as intelligence source, apparently without his knowledge. On April 6, AIM, ION, and government moderates mustered another serious attempt to avoid further bloodshed, reaching a ceasefire agreement and the basis for a negotiated settlement. 69 The agreement was, however, violated by the government within 72 hours of its signing and the siege continued. 70 Consequently, on April 17, the government fired more than 4,000 rounds into the village, much of it .50 caliber armor-piercing munitions. Frank Clearwater from North Carolina was fatally wounded in the back of the head by one of these heavy slugs as he lay sleeping in the Hamlet Church. He died on April 25. 5 other AIM members were wounded less seriously. 71. The FBI's turf battle with the soft elements of the federal government rapidly came to a head. On April 23, Chief U.S. Marshal Colburn and federal negotiator Kent Frizzell were detained at a goon roadblock and a gun pointed at Frizzell's head. By his own account, Frizzell was saved only after Colburn leveled a weapon at the goon and said, "Go ahead and shoot Frizzell, but when you do, you're dead." 72 The pair were then released. Later the same day, a furious Colburn returned with several of his men, disarmed and arrested 11 goons, and dismantled the roadblock. However, that same night, Mom of Wilson's people put it up again. The FBI, still supporting the vigilantes, had supplied them with automatic weapons. 73 The goons were being armed by the FBI with fully automatic M16 assault rifles, apparently limitless quantities of ammunition, and state-of-the-art radio communications gear. When Colburn again attempted to dismantle the roadblock, FBI Richard Held arrived by helicopter to inform the marshals that word had come from a high Washington source to let the roadblock stand. As a result, the marshals were forced to allow several of Wilson's people to be stationed at the roadblock and to participate in patrols around the village. 74. On the evening of April 26, the marshals reported that they were taking automatic weapons fire from behind their position, undoubtedly from goon patrols. The same party or parties unknown was also pumping bullets into the AIM/ION positions in front of the marshals, a matter which caused return fire from AIM security. The marshals were thus caught in a crossfire. 75 At dawn on the 27th, the marshals, unnerved at being fired on all night from both sides, fired tear gas canisters from M79 grenade launchers into the AIM/ION bunkers. They followed up with some 20,000 rounds of small arms ammunition. AIM member Buddy Lamont, driven from a bunker by the gas, was hit by automatic weapons fire and bled to death before medics, pinned down by the bandage, could reach him. 76. When the siege finally ended through a negotiated settlement on May 7, 1973, the AIM casualty count stood at 2 dead and 14 seriously wounded. An additional 8 to 12 individuals had been disappeared by the goons. They were in all likelihood murdered and, like an untold number of black civil rights workers in swamps of Mississippi and Louisiana, their bodies secretly buried somewhere in the remote vastness of the reservation. 77. Wounded Knee marked the beginning rather than culmination of the FBI's campaign against AIM and its allies on Pine Ridge. As the military advisors and Colburn's marshals were withdrawn, the FBI was now free of their scrutiny. The Bureau beefed up its Rapid City resident agency to fill in behind them. Although Richard G. Held returned to his post in Chicago, the tactical groundwork he had laid during the siege, a matter partially illuminated in the accompanying report, the use of special agents in paramilitary law enforcement operations in the Indian country, which he wrote at the time but which was not generally disseminated until April 24, 1975, supported counterinsurgency war on Pine Ridge over the next 3 years. Continued. Chapter 7. COINTELPRO, American Indian Movement. Continued. COINTELPRO, AIM. During the 36 months roughly beginning with the end of Wounded Knee and continuing through the 1st of May 1976, more than 60 AIM members and supporters died violently on or in locations immediately adjacent to the Pine Ridge Reservation. A minimum of 342 others suffered violent physical assaults. 78 as Roberto Maestas and Bruce Johansson have observed. Using only these documented political deaths, the yearly murder rate on Pine Ridge Reservation between March 1, 1973, and March 1, 1976, was 170 per 100,000. By comparison, Detroit, the reputed murder capital of the United States, had a rate of 20.2 in 1974. The U.S. average was 9.7 per 100,000, with the range for large cities as follows: Detroit, 20.2, Chicago, 15.9, New York City, 163, Washington, D.C., 13.4, Los Angeles, 12.9, Seattle, 5.6, and Boston, 5.6. An estimated 20,000 persons were murdered in the United States in 1974. In a nation of 200 million persons, a murder rate comparable to that of Pine Ridge between 1973 and 1976 would have left 340,000 persons dead for political reasons in 1 year, 1.32 million in 3. A similar rate for a city of 500,000 would have produced 850 political murders in a year, 2,550 in 3. For a metropolis of 5 million the figures would have been 8,500 in 1 year and 25,500 in 3. The political murder rate at Pine Ridge between March 1, 1973, and March 1, 1976, was almost equivalent to that in Chile during the 3 years after the military coup supported by the United States deposed and killed President Salvador Allende. Based on Chile's population of 10 million, the estimated 50,000 persons killed in 3 years of political repression in Chile at the same time roughly paralleled the murder rate at Pine Ridge. 79. Of these 60-plus murders occurring in an area in which the FBI held preeminent jurisdiction, not one was solved by the Bureau. In most instances, no active investigation was ever opened. The same is true for the nearly 350 physical assaults. Despite eyewitness identification, the killers and assailants who in each instance were known members of the Wilson Goon Squad. When confronted with the magnitude of his office's failure to come to grips with the systematic slaughter which was going on within its area of operations, Rapid City ASAC Georgia Clock pleaded lack of manpower as a cause. 80 Yet O'Clock's office, which was customarily staffed with 3 agents before Wounded Knee, grew by nearly 300%, to 11 agents, during the first 6 months of 1973. 81 in March of that year, this force was doubled, augmented by a 10-member FBI SWAT unit to the tiny village of Pine Ridge, on the reservation itself. 82 This aggregate force of 21 was maintained for more than 2 years, until it was tripled during June and July of 1975, affording the Rapid City office with the heaviest sustained concentration of agents to citizens in the history of the Bureau. 83. 1975 Expanded version of COINTELPRO specialist Richard G. Held's 1973 field notes taken at Wounded Knee insisting that thenceforth the FBI would assume immediate and absolute control over paramilitary operations in Indian country. Note strenuous objection raised concerning official shoot-to-wound orders. While claiming to lack the resources to investigate the literal death squad activity occurring beneath his nose, O'Clock managed to find the wherewithal to compile more than 316,000 separate investigative file classifications on AIM members with regard to the siege of Wounded Knee alone. 84 His agents also found the time and energy to arrest 562 AIM members and supporters for participation in the siege, while another 600 individuals across the nation were charged for supporting the defenders. 85 These 562 arrests resulted in the indictments of 185 persons, many on multiple charges. In the 2 years of trials which followed, there were a total of 15 convictions, mostly on minor charges, an extraordinarily low rate for federal prosecutions. 86 As Colonel Volney Warner later put it, alms Most militant leaders are under indictment, in jail, or warrants are out for their arrest. The government can win, even if no one goes to jail. 87. Although the Wounded Knee Legal Defense/Offense Committee, a largely non-Indian coalition of attorneys established by National Lawyers Guild activist Ken Tilson to represent AIM in criminal proceedings undertaken against its members and leadership, formally challenged U.S. jurisdiction over the Pine Ridge Reservation, the government forged ahead with the prosecution of those it considered key AIM leaders. 88. Indicative of the quality of justice involved in these Wounded Knee leadership trials was that of Russell Means and Dennis Banks before District Judge Fred Nickel during 1974. Based on an FBI investigation, the defendants were charged with 13 offenses each, including burglary, arson, possession of illegal weapons, theft, interfering with federal officers and criminal conspiracy. Cumulatively, each faced more than 150 years in prison as a result. 89. The crux of the case was the eyewitness testimony of a young Oglala named Louis Moves Camp whom Banks had earlier expelled from AIM due to his persistent misconduct, concerning the AIM leader's actions inside Wounded Knee. The case collapsed when the defense established that Moves Camp was testifying about events allegedly occurring in South Dakota at a time when he had been on the West Coast. 90. But that was hardly all that was wrong with the federal case. Moves Camp had been recruited as a witness by David Price and Ronald Williams, two agents recently assigned to the Rapid City FBI office. 91. His participation as a prosecution witness was apparently obtained in exchange for a deal concerning charges of robbery, assault with a deadly weapon and assault causing bodily harm, adding up to a possible 20-year sentence facing him in South Dakota. 92. He was also paid by the Bureau for his services. 93. Further, while staying at a resort in Wisconsin with SAS Price and Williams, awaiting his turn to testify against Means and Banks, Moves Camp appears to have raped a teenaged girl in nearby River Falls. After meeting for several hours with local police, Agent Price was able to fix this charge as well. 94. Minneapolis SAC Joseph Trimbach refused to allow prosecutor R.D. Hurd to administer a polygraph examination to Moves Camp prior to putting him on the stand. 95. Hurd lied to the court, asserting that the River Falls situation was only a minor matter, such as public intoxication. 96. Then it came out that the FBI and prosecution had, despite the filing of proper discovery motions by the defense, deliberately suppressed at least 131 pieces of exculpatory evidence which might have served to exonerate the defendants. 97. With this magnitude of government misconduct on the record, Judge Nickel responded by dismissing and charges against Means and Banks. In his decision, the judge observed that it was difficult for him to accept that the FBI revered so long, stooped so low, and, although it hurts me deeply, I am forced to the conclusion that the prosecution in this trial had something other than attaining justice foremost in its mind. The fact that the incidents of misconduct formed a pattern throughout the course of the trial leads me to the belief that this case was not prosecuted in good faith or in the spirit of justice. The waters of justice have been polluted, and dismissal, I believe, is the appropriate cure for the pollution in this case. 98. The dismissal of charges occurred before it became known that, contrary to Hurd's and Trimbach's sworn testimony, the FBI had infiltrated Banks and Means' defense team. 99. The operative used for this purpose was Douglas Durham, then AIM's National Security Director and Dennis Banks' personal bodyguard. In this capacity, Durham attended all the defense team's meetings, and exerted near total control over the defendant's office. 100. He also maintained free access to defense funds, from which he is suspected of having embezzled more than $100,000 during the course of the trial. 101. Far from the Bureau's having been unaware of the problem, FBI records reveal that Durham met with his handlers, SAS Ray Williams and Robert Taubert, regularly and was given a raise because of the quality of his services during the trial. 102. Such behavior on the part of the prosecution and the FBI might be considered anomalous were it true that Hurd was brought up on ethics charges before the American Bar Association, Louis Moves Camp charged with perjury, Trimbach removed from his position as SAC and the involved agents at least reprimanded, and DOM's undercover operation suspended. It was Nickel, however, who was removed from trying any further AIM-related cases. 103 Nothing at all was done to Move's camp. 104 Far from being disbarred, RD. Heard was promoted and received an award for his performance, and was assigned a lead role in seeking convictions against other AIM leaders, such as Stan Holder, Carter Camp, and Leonard Crow Dog. 105 Trimbach and his agents continued in their positions with no official censure, while spearheading the Bureau's anti-AIM campaign on Pine Ridge. 106 For his part, Douglas Durham remained in his capacity as a provocateur within AIM until the organization itself discovered his true identity. 107 Before this occurred, he played a leading role in the perversion of justice attending the notorious Skyhorse/Mohawk case in Southern California. 108 After his exposure, he is thought to have been involved in the violent elimination of at least one of the witnesses to his grossly illegal investigative techniques. 109 And, still on the FBI payroll, served as the sole witness before the Senate Subcommittee on Internal Security, establishing that AIM was a violent revolutionary organization. 110. These results are consistent with the Bureau thrust, revealed in the accompanying May 4, 1973 teletype from the Los Angeles field office to Acting Director L. Patrick Gray, even before the Wounded Knee siege had ended, in which agents were busily concocting all manner of allegations concerning AIM's acquisition of automatic weapons, bazookas, rocket launchers, hand grenades, landmines, and mortars. As the document makes clear, the compilation of such information was intended as a means of securing Gray's authorization to undertake to divide AIM from major funders such as Sammy Davis, Jr. It is instructive that in the same document there is an attempt to link AIM directly to the LA chapter of the Black Panther Party, against which similar methods and rationales had long been utilized as part of COINTELPRO BPP. Such techniques couple nicely to the accompanying May 4, 1973 airtel from Gray to his SAC, Albany, which recommends employment of typical counterintelligence measures against AIM and inclusion of AIM leaders in the Bureau's administrative index as key extremists. Excerpts from May 1973 teletype itemizing never substantiated arms acquisitions by AIM and detailing COINTELPRO type operation to deny the organization funding from Sammy Davis, Jr. Far more explicit was a November 26, 1973 teletype from S.A. Richard Wallace Held's Counterintelligence Group in Los Angeles, which had handled the lethal repression visited upon the law BPP, to Gray, suggesting that Los Angeles and Minneapolis consider possible COINTELPRO measures to further disrupt AIM leadership. 111 This leaves little doubt that counterintelligence specialists such as the younger Held continued to view their job assignments vis for vis AIM in precisely the same terms as they had with regard to organizations such as the BPP 2 years earlier, even if headquarters had in the meantime forbidden use of the customary vernacular. In a superficial exercise in plausible deniability, the acting director replied in a December 4 teletype. Los Angeles suggested that there appears to be a split between means and banks based on dismissal from AIM and suggested possible counterintelligence measures be taken to further disrupt AIM leadership. Your attention is directed to Bureau airtel to all offices, dated April 28, 71, captioned Counterintelligence Programs, IS, RM, setting forth that effective immediately all counterintelligence programs operated by the Bureau were being discontinued. 112. What seems to have been at issue was Held's telltale use of terminology rather than the sort of tactics he was recommending. Indeed, as Bureau conduct in its use of Douglas Durham and the nature of its other involvement in the bank/means trial readily indicate, there is every indication that the FBI had already adopted the methods Held advocated for use against AIM. As was noted above, a far more striking example of this than the utilization of agents provocateurs, disinformation, and legal fabrications to neutralize AIM was the Bureau's reliance upon Wilson's Goon Squad. To decimate the ranks of organizational members and supporters on Pine Ridge. Deployed in much the same fashion as appears to have been intended for the Sao by Held's LA COINTELPRO section during 1971 and 72, the goons functioned essentially as a reservation death squad. Among their first victims was Pedro Bissonette, the young head of the grassroots Aguila Sioux civil rights organization, who had emerged as an ion leader at Wounded Knee. In the aftermath of the siege, the FBI had offered Bissonette a deal wherein all charges would be dropped against him in exchange for his testifying against the AIM leadership. 113 he refused, and countered that it was his intention to testify instead to the specifics of the graft and corruption permeating the Wilson administration, and the role of the government in perpetuating the situation. Subsequently, he was accosted by a goon named Cliff Richards in the reservation-adjacent hamlet of White Clay, Nebraska on the afternoon of October 17, 1973. In the ensuing scuffle, Bissonette knocked his attacker to the ground, then got in his car and drove away. 114. Although White Clay is outside BIA police jurisdiction, Pine Ridge Police/Goon head Delmar Eastman immediately mobilized his entire force, assisted by several FBI spotter planes, in a reservation-wide manhunt for the fugitive. 115. At some point between 9 and 9:50 p.m. the same evening, Bissonette was stopped at a roadblock near Pine Ridge Village and shot in the chest by a BIA police officer named Joe Clifford. In Clifford's official report, he had been forced to shoot the victim, who had resisted arrest, jumping from his car brandishing a weapon. He recorded that he'd used a 12-gauge shotgun and that the shooting occurred at 9:48 p.m. Bissonette was pronounced dead on arrival at the Pine Ridge Hospital at 10:10 p.m. 116. No weapon attributable to Pedro Bissonette was ever produced by the police. Several witnesses who drove by the scene, however, later submitted affidavits that a pool of blood indicating that Bissonette had already been shot was evident at shortly after 9 p.m., suggesting that the goons had delayed the victim's transport by ambulance to the nearby hospital for approximately an hour, until he bled to death. 117. May 1973 teletype initiating a nationwide, forceful, and penetrative interview program, of all individual AIM activists with an eye toward their designation as key extremists. Note similarity to earlier COINTELPRO practice of convincing New Left activists there was an agent behind every mailbox. Moreover, when Okotoks attorney Mark Lane viewed the corpse in the hospital morgue at around midnight, he discovered that rather than having suffered a shotgun blast, Bissonette appeared to have been shot 7 times with an approximately .38 caliber handgun in the chest. The shots, any one of which might have killed him, were placed in a very tight cluster, Lane insisted, as if they'd been fired at point-blank range. 118. The attorney also recounted that it appeared Bissonette had been beaten prior to being shot. 119. He therefore quickly called Gladys Bissonette, the dead man's grandmother, and convinced her to demand an independent autopsy be performed. She agreed. Lane then phoned Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Clayton in Rapid City, to notify him of the family's intent to pursue its legal right to commission such an autopsy. Clayton appears to have immediately called Delmar Eastman and instructed him to remove the body from the morgue at 3 a.m. and have it transported, not only off the reservation, but out of the state, to Scottsbluff, Nebraska. 120. There, W.O. Brown, a government-contracted coroner, dissected the body, turned over whatever slugs he recovered to the FBI and reached a conclusion corroborating Clifford's version of events. There was little left of the corpse for an independent pathologist to examine. 121. Despite the controversy swirling around Bissonette's death, and the existence of witness accounts contradicting the police story, the Bureau pursued no further investigation of the matter. OSCRO collapsed as a viable organization as a direct result of its leader's elimination. 2 years later, with the number of unsolved murders of AIM members and supporters on Pine Ridge having reached epic proportions, 122, and despite Wilson's loss in his third bid for the tribal presidency, the goons and their FBI cohorts were still pursuing the same lethal tactics. For instance, in the early evening of January 30, 1976, 3 cars containing 15 members of the goon squad pulled into the tiny hamlet of Wanbley, a strong bastion of anti-Wilsonism. Spotting the car of Byron de Sursa, a young Oglala tribal attorney and AIM supporter who had announced his intention to bring criminal charges against a number of Wilsonites once the regime was disbanded, they gave chase, firing as they went. About 4 miles out of town, a bullet passed through the driver's side door of de Sursa's car, catching him in the upper left thigh, nearly amputating his leg. De Sursa pulled over and dragged himself into a ditch, screaming at several friends who had been his passengers to run for their lives. He bled to death alongside the road as the goons chased the others through adjoining fields. 123. The goons then returned to Wanbley, where they apparently passed a pleasant evening shooting up the homes of those who had opposed Wilson. The following morning, they firebombed several buildings and continued to drive around town taking random potshots. As the Commission on Civil Rights later determined, that afternoon, with the smoke still billowing from the goons' incendiary attacks, a pair of FBI agents arrived in Wanbley and were quickly informed by residents as to what had transpired. George Betleune, a passenger in de Sursa's car, provided precise identification of the killers, who included Dick Wilson's son Billy and son-in-law, a goon leader named Chuck Richards. 124. The agents declined to make arrests, stating that they were there in a purely investigative capacity. They nonetheless managed to arrest Guy Dullknife, an elderly Cheyenne who lived in Wanbley. Dullknife, the agents declared, had disturbed the peace by protesting their inaction against the goons too loudly. 125. The citizens of Wanbley finally formed a vigilance committee on January 31, giving the marauders until sundown to be gone from their community or suffer the consequences. Delmar Eastman then dispatched a group of BIA police to escort the goon contingent safely back to Pine Ridge Village. Again, no arrests were made. The Bureau, as usual, conducted no further investigation into either the de Sursa murder or the firebombings and other aspects of the goons' 2-day terrorization of the hamlet. 126. Later, while sparring with a congressional committee critical of the Bureau's performance on Pine Ridge during the mid-70s, FBI Director William Webster was to cast his agent's role there as having been that of peacekeepers. Frankly took a little bit of a beating. During those days in Wounded Knee period and afterwards, Webster asserted, our role should be an investigator's role, not a peacekeeper's role. 127. The director's use of the word peacekeepers in such a context is illuminating, insofar as this is the standard term in military and police parlance applied to counterinsurgency operatives. 128. The real meaning embedded in the director's semantics is further revealed in the fact that FBI documents throughout the period in question, such as the accompanying February 6, 1976 memorandum from SAC, Portland to Director, openly and consistently refer to dissident Indians as insurgents. Official protestations to the contrary notwithstanding, the FBI not only undertook a full-fledged COINTELPRO against AIM, it escalated its conceptual and tactical approach to include outright counterinsurgency warfare techniques. Only within this framework can the events discussed above be rendered comprehensible. Rees-Mers. By early 1975, it had become clear to the opposition of Pine Ridge that its attempts to achieve resolution of its grievances through due process, whether by impeachment of Dick Wilson, electing another individual into his office, or the filing of formal civil rights complaints, were being systematically aborted by the very government which was supposed to guarantee them. 129. The FBI and BIA police structures were reinforcing rather than interfering with the pervasive goon violence. Reservation conditions were being officially described by the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights as a reign of terror. 130. The message was unequivocal: the dissidents could either give in and subordinate themselves to Wilson's feudal order, allowing the final erosion of Lakota rights and land base, or they would have to physically defend themselves and their political activities. Hence Oglala traditionals requested that AIM establish centers for armed self-defense at various points on the reservation. COINTELPRO as counterinsurgency. By 1976 the FBI's misrepresentation of AIM activities was down pat, and its characterization of AIM members as insurgents was standard. During the spring of 1975, the Northwest AIM Group, including Leonard Peltier, Frank Blackhorse, Bob and Jim Robideau, and Darrell Dino Butler, set up a defensive encampment at the request of elders Harry and Cecilia Jumping Bull. The camp was situated in a strongly pro-AIM area, on a property known as the Jumping Bull Compound, near the village of Aguila. It was referred to as Tent City in FBI communications, and became an immediate preoccupation of the Bureau and its goon surrogates. 131 As was noted in a June 6, 1975 memorandum captioned Law Enforcement on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. There are pockets of Indian population which consist almost exclusively of American Indian Movement members and their supporters on the reservation. It is significant that in some of these AIM centers the residents have built bunkers which would literally require military assault forces if it were necessary to overcome resistance emanating from the bunkers. 132. A later memorandum continued, to successfully overcome automatic or semi-automatic weapons fire from such bunkers it appears as though heavy equipment such as an armored personnel carrier would be required. 133 Whether or not the FBI actually believed this to be true, the fact is that no such bunkers ever existed. The alleged fortifications were later disclosed to have been abandoned root cellars and broken down corrals. However, by then the Bureau had utilized such flights of fancy as the rationale by which to justify provocation of a major incident and then a massive escalation of force by which it intended to destroy AIM and its Pine Ridge support base once and for all. On the afternoon of June 25, 1975, SAS Ronald Williams and Jack Kohler, accompanied by BIA police officers Robert Ecoffe and Glenn Littlebird, entered the Jumping Bull compound, ostensibly searching for a 19-year-old Oglala AIM member, Jimmy Eagle, on what they said were charges of kidnapping, aggravated assault, and aggravated robbery. 134 When they were told Eagle wasn't there and hadn't been seen in weeks, they left, but shortly picked up 3 teenagers from the AIM camp, Norman Charles, Wilfred Wish Draper and Mike Baby AIM Anderson, hitchhiking along Highway 18, which runs between Oglala to Pine Ridge Village. Williams and Kohler questioned the 3, not about Eagle, but about who else was residing in Tent City. The 3 were then released and returned to camp. 135. Before mid-morning, June 26, local residents knew that something ominous was in the offing. Indians in and around the village of Oglala noted large numbers of paramilitary personnel, goons, BIA police, state troopers, U.S. Marshals, and FBI SWAT teams, massing in the area. 136 Around 11:30 a.m. SAS Kohler and Williams returned to the Jumping Bull property. They were allegedly sent to serve an arrest warrant on Jimmy Eagle. However, it is clear they'd already ascertained he was not there and, in any event, the warrant for his arrest was not issued till July 7. 137 The agents drove past the buildings of the compound proper and directly toward the AIM camp. They stopped their cars, got out, and began firing their weapons. Members of the camp, believing themselves to be under attack from goons, returned fire. 138 This was apparently the cue for the prepositioned reinforcements to arrive. Radio transmission logs from S.A. Williams indicate that he and his partner expected reinforcements to be immediate and massive once the firefight had been initiated. 139 Unfortunately for them, 3 teenagers who had been breakfasting in the compound quickly positioned themselves to cover the route intended by the relief force. 140 Using .22 caliber squirrel rifles, the youngsters shot out the tires of the first 2 backup cars, driven by S.A.J. Gary Adams and Fred Two Bulls, a BIA policeman and known goon. Confronted with these meager potshots, Adams and Two Bulls promptly retreated, abandoning Kohler and Williams. 141 Not until 6 p.m., when federal forces had swelled to over 250 men, including a SWAT unit airlifted in from the Bureau's training facility at Quantico, Virginia, and a vigilante force headed by South Dakota Attorney General William Janklow. 142 Did the FBI finally mount an assault? 143 By this point Williams and Kohler were long since dead, and the Indians who had been in the AIM camp that morning had, other than a Coeur d'Alene named Joe Stunskills Wright who had been killed, ostensibly by a long-range shot fired by BIA police officer Gerald Hill. 144, made their escape. Although the deaths of Kohler and Williams were probably an unintended consequence, the provocation of the firefight achieved its intended objective, the public justification for a truly massive paramilitary assault on AIM and the Pine Ridge Traditionals. As is shown in the accompanying memo from R.E. Gebhardt to J.E. O'Connell, dated June 27, 1975, the FBI's top COINTELPRO specialist, Richard G. Held, assigned as the Bureau's Chicago SAC, but already prepositioned in Minneapolis, immediately assumed control over the Rees-Mers investigation. Among those accompanying Held to South Dakota was Public Information Specialist Tom Call, who immediately undertook a series of sensational press conferences in which he pronounced that the agents had been lured into an ambush by AIM and attacked from a sophisticated bunker complex where they were wounded and dragged from their cars before being riddled by 15 to 20 rounds each from automatic weapons. In Call's accounts, Williams and Kohler died while disabled and begging for their lives. Both agents were stripped, as part of their executions, according to COLL 145. Although literally none of this was true, a matter well known to Bureau investigators at least a day before the first press conference presided over by Tom Call, such stories produced the lurid headlines necessary to condition public sentiment to accept virtually anything the FBI wished to impose upon AIM. 146 An additional advantage of Call's media ploy was that it caused a Senate Select Committee planning to investigate those FBI operations already directed against AIM to be indefinitely postponed, under the circumstances. 147 It was a week before FBI Director Clarence Kelly quietly corrected this welter of disinformation, offered in the finest COINTELPRO style. 148 Another star performer the Chicago SAC brought along was Norman Zigrossi, a young counterintelligence protege whose mission it was to replace ASAC Georgia Clock in Rapid City for the duration of the anti-AIM campaign. 149 The elder Held's son, Los Angeles COINTELPRO section head Richard W., was also involved in Rees-Mers from the outset, as is evidenced in the accompanying June 27, 1975 memo from O'Connell to Gebhardt. As is revealed in the accompanying July 26 memo, he had by that date joined his father at Pine Ridge, a locale in which the experience he had acquired while heading the Bureau's counterintelligence campaign against the lobby PP could be deployed against AIM, and his background overseeing SOW attacks against the left in Southern California might be used in connection with the goons. Actually, the younger Held probably arrived in South Dakota earlier, as is evidenced by the fact that Rees-Mers communications, such as the accompanying June 30, 1975 memo from B.H. Cook to Gebhardt, suddenly adopted the practice of referring to Richard G. Held as Dick in order to distinguish him from his namesake. Memo assigning COINTELPRO specialist Richard G. Held, at the time Chicago SAC, to head up the Rees-Mers investigation. He had been prepositioned in Minneapolis. All in the family. Memo showing participation of COINTELPRO specialist Richard W. Held, son of Richard G. Held, in the Rees-Mers investigation from its earliest moments. Memo showing Richard W. Held's presence on Pine Ridge as a supervisor at the peak of the Rees-Mers-related repression. The younger Held's caliber in such a capacity was no doubt proven by his earlier leadership of COINTELPRO BPP in Los Angeles. The sorts of operations the stable of COINTELPRO aces had in mind had become apparent as early as June 27, when a task force of at least 180 SWAT-trained agents, supported by significant numbers of goon/BIA police and a scattering of federal marshals, began running military-style sweeps across Pine Ridge. 150 outfitted in Vietnam-issue jungle fatigues, and equipped with the full panoply of counterinsurgency weaponry, M16 assault rifles, M14 sniper rifles, M79 grenade launchers, plastic explosives, Bell A-1B Huey helicopters, fixed-wing bird dog spotter planes, jeeps, armored personnel carriers, Army-supplied communications gear and tracking dogs. This huge force spent nearly 3 months breaking into homes and conducting warrantless searches. 151 Their activities included outright air assaults upon the property of AIM member Sylvester Cello Black Crow near Wanblee and Crow Dog's Paradise. Entire Oglala community, AIM and non-AIM alike, launched a petition drive demanding the FBI withdraw from Pine Ridge, and even the typically prostrate Sioux tribal councils endorsed the position. 154 The Bureau's July performance on Pine Ridge was such that the chairman of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, Arthur J. Fleming, characterized what was happening as an overreaction which takes on aspects of a vendetta, a full-scale military-type invasion. He went on to say, has created a deep resentment on the part of many reservation residents who feel that such a procedure would not be tolerated in any non-Indian community in the United States. They point out that little has been done to solve numerous murders on the reservation, but when 2 white men are killed, troops are brought in from all over the country at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars. 155. Memo referring to Richard G. Held as Dick to distinguish him from his son during their joint participation in Rees Murs. Note also the Bureau's belated concern with getting its story straight, before any statement to the press. Undeterred, SAC Held not only continued his sweeping operations, by which he sought to finally cow the traditionals, but requested a series of special grand juries be convened in Rapid City. 156 This last was an expedient by which he might exercise broad subpoena powers to compel testimony of Indian against Indian, thus undercutting the cohesion of the Pine Ridge resistance, and / bring about the indefinite incarceration of those who were perceived alternatively as weak links or as hard cases who refused to go on the stand. 157 By mid-July a strategy was emerging to at last divide the local reservation community from outside agitators such as the Northwest AIM Group. Only in giving up their allies, so the reasoning went, would the Oglalas be able to save their own from what was being inflicted upon them. Cannily, Held seemed to realize that once the AIM/traditional solidarity which had been so painstakingly solidified over the previous 4 years was to some extent eroded in this fashion, it would be unlikely that it could ever be completely reconstituted. Hence, although by this point the FBI already had the names of some 20 Oglalas it thought had participated in the firefight which left the agents dead, the Rees Murs investigation was geared almost exclusively toward obtaining a basis for prosecuting only non-Oglalas. 158 As is demonstrated in the accompanying July 17, 1975 teletype from Held to Director Kelly and all offices via Washington, a high priority was already being placed on developing information to lock Leonard Peltier into this case. The same document, of course, also points out that Held really had no clear idea at all as to the actual events of the afternoon of June 26, 1975. Identification/apprehension of whoever truly shot Kohler and Williams was playing a clear second fiddle to satisfaction of the Bureau's political agenda on the reservation. Correspondingly, on November 25, 1975, federal indictments were returned against 4 individuals on 2 counts each of first-degree murder and 2 more of aiding and abetting in the murders of SAS Ronald A. Williams and Jack R. Kohler. 3 of those targeted, Leonard Peltier, Dino Butler, and Bob Robideau, were considered by the Bureau to be key leaders of the outsider Northwest AIM Group. The other, Jimmy Eagle, appears to have been temporarily included merely to justify the presence of the agents on the Jumping Bull property in the first place. Eagle had turned himself into the U.S. Marshals Service in Rapid City on July 9. 159 Butler was arrested on September 5, during the air assault on Crow Dog's Paradise. 160 For his part, Robideau was arrested near Wichita, Kansas on September 10, when the car he was driving caught fire and exploded on the Kansas Turnpike. 161 Thus, By October 116, as is shown in the accompanying teletype of the same date, Sachheld considered his plan far enough along that he might return to his post in Chicago despite the fact that Leonard Peltier was still at large, having in the meantime fled to Canada. 162. Teletype showing the FBI's use of a grand jury to coerce reluctant witnesses to lock Peltier into the Rees-Mers case. In actuality, Held's departure hardly marked the conclusion of his Rees-Mers involvement. To the contrary, as is evidenced in the accompanying January 29, 1976 memo written by R.J. Gallagher at FBI headquarters, he remained a guiding force at least until Peltier was arrested by Royal Canadian Mounted Police Inspector Edward W.J. Mitchell and a corporal, Dale Parlane, at the camp of traditional Cree leader Robert Smallboy on February 6. 163. Despite the fact that he was already well beyond normal retirement age, and undoubtedly as a result of the quality of the counterintelligence services he had rendered over the years, Held was promoted to serve as FBI Associate Director on July 20, 1976. 164. In this capacity as the Bureau's second-in-command, he was able to bring his unique talents to bear on the culmination of the Rees-Mers operation in particularly effective ways. Teletype noting the departure of Richard G. Held from the Pine Ridge area. The Chicago SAC returned to his home office where he continued his orchestration of the cover-up masking FBI involvement in the 1969 Hampton Clark assassinations. Continued. Chapter 7. COINTELPRO, American Indian Movement. Continued. The Rees-Mers trials. The murder trial of Dino Butler and Bob Robideau was conducted in Cedar Rapids, Iowa during June of 1976. Although Jimmy Eagle had been in custody even longer than they, and had supposedly confessed to participation in the killing of Kohler and Williams, he was not docketed as a defendant. The trial was marked by a concerted effort on the part of the F-13I and federal prosecutors to shape local opinion, especially that of the jury, against Butler and Robideau by casting AIM as a terrorist organization. Despite the fact that, during the course of scores of trials, AIM had never attempted to free any of its members through armed action, the FBI launched a pre-trial campaign to convince the citizenry and local law enforcement that they should expect shooting incidents and hostage situations to occur during the proceedings. 165. Then, on May 28, just before the trial began, the FBI began circulating a series of teletypes within the federal intelligence community alleging that AIM dog soldiers were planning to commit terrorist acts throughout the Midwest. This was followed up on June 18 by the accompanying entry on AIM in the FBI's widely circulated Domestic Terrorist Digest memo showing Richard G. Held's continuing involvement in Rees-Mers after his departure. Note Held's intention of meeting with Judge Andrew Bogue, who, in the preceding document, appears to have been coordinating the prosecution's case. AIM's inclusion in the FBI's Domestic Terrorist Digest. On June 21, the Bureau leaked one of its dog soldier teletypes to local law enforcement and, not coincidentally, the media. It contended that, Rudolfo Corky Gonzalez, a leader of the Brown Berets, reportedly a rocket launcher and rockets either in his possession or available to him, along with explosives, hand grenades, and 10 to 15 M16 rifles with banana clips. Gonzalez's organization, the teletype went on, was on the verge of joining with AIM's supposed dog soldiers and the long-defunct SDS to use this array of weaponry to kill a cop a day, using various ruses to lure law enforcement officers into an ambush. On June 22, the accompanying follow-up leak was made, asserting that 2,000 dog soldiers, trained for guerrilla warfare in the Northwest Territory, were to meet at the residence of AIM supporter Renee Howell in Rapid City, and begin an incredible campaign of terrorist acts. Although Butler Robideau defense attorney William Kunstler put FBI Director Clarence Kelly on the stand and forced him to admit the Bureau had not one shred of evidence to support these allegations, the disinformation continued to generate headlines through the remainder of the trial. 166 And, as the accompanying June 28, 1976 memo from J.G. Deegan to T.W. Lovett makes plain, this was by conscious design of the FBI rather than through the stories having simply acquired a life of its own. Application of such time-honored COINTELPRO expedients was hardly the only step undertaken by the FBI in seeking to undercut the judicial process at Cedar Rapids. The Bureau also managed to get trumped-up allegations of an attempted jailbreak by Butler and Robideau into the trial record 167, brought in a demonstrably bogus witness named James Harper to claim that both defendants had confessed to him in their cell 168 and, if their subsequent testimony during the trial of Leonard Peltier is any indication, allowed agents such as J. Gary Adams to perjure themselves. 169 It was also established in court that Adams, Olin Victor Harvey and other agents blatantly coerced false testimony from several key witnesses. 170 Still, presiding Judge Edward McManus, Speedy Eddie, certainly no friend of AIM, allowed the defense to base its case in an argument for self-defense, contingent upon examination of the context of anti-AIM violence fostered on Pine Ridge by the FBI and its goon cohorts from 1972 onwards. Butler and Robideau were thus able to call expert witnesses such as Idaho Senator Frank Church, who had headed up a major investigation of COINTELPRO and who testified that what the defendants were contending was quite in line with known FBI counterintelligence practices. 171 Similarly, U.S. Civil Rights Commission investigator William Muldrow went on the stand to testify that the Bureau had implemented a reign of terror at Pine Ridge. 172 Butler and Robideau never claimed not to have fired on Williams and Kohler, they claimed instead that, under the circumstances the FBI itself had created on the reservation, they were justified in doing so. On July 16, 1976 the jury agreed, returning verdicts on not guilty by reason of self-defense upon both men. 173. The second of the so-called dog soldier teletypes. Confronted by this unexpected defeat in court, the government was placed in something of a quandary as to what to do next. By July 20, 1976, as is shown in the accompanying teletype sent by ASAC Norman Zigrossi to Director Kelly and his associate, Richard G. Held, the Bureau had begun to analyze what went wrong during the Cedar Rapids prosecution. Zigrossi's conclusions, such as the defense being allowed freedom of questioning of witnesses and the allowing of testimony concerning past activities of the FBI relating to COINTELPRO, had been accepted by the Bureau leadership. As is evidenced in the accompanying August 10 memo from B.H. Cook to Richard J. Gallagher, a meeting was convened between Kelly and Held, along with FBI officials James B. Adams, Gallagher, John C. Gordon, and Herbert H. Hawkins, Sr., on the one hand, and U.S. Attorney Evan Hultman, along with his director, William B. Gray, on the other. At the meeting, it was decided to pursue Held's strategy of prosecuting only non-Oglalas by dropping charges against Jimmy Eagle so that the full prosecutive weight of the federal government could be directed against Leonard Peltier. Memo discussing sharing of Rees-Mer's information with the CIA. The next step was to do a bit of shopping for a judge. Just as McManus was used to replace Judge Fred Nickel after the latter reached conclusions unfavorable to the prosecution during the Banks-Means trial of 1974, so too was McManus arbitrarily replaced after allowing a semblance of due process during the first Rees-Mer trial. He was replaced by Judge Paul Benson, a former AUSA from North Dakota and Nixon appointee who had made considerable personal investment in Indian lands. After a series of meetings conducted in Rapid City with ASAC Zigrossi and his FBI colleagues, as well as Prosecutor Hultman, ostensibly Held, in contradiction of every tangible shred of evidence concerning the organization's conduct during the many trials of its members, to develop security plans countering expected AIM terrorism, Benson staged a pre-trial hearing on January 14, 1977. 174 During the proceeding, he announced the trial of Leonard Peltier would be moved from its scheduled location in Cedar Rapids, where AIM had developed strong support, to the far more conservative Fargo, North Dakota. He also began a sequence of evidentiary rulings which precluded Peltier's attorneys from developing the sort of self-defense case, centering on the FBI's COINTELPRO operations against AIM and other dissident groups, which had proven successful in the Butler-Robideau trial. 175. June 1976 Teletype analyzing the recently concluded Cedar Rapids trial of Dino Butler and Bob Robideau. The purpose of the document is to determine what went wrong with the case against the first two Rees-Mers defendants, with an eye towards rigging the rules of the upcoming Peltier trial in order to obtain a conviction. August 1976 memo capsulizing the decision to drop Rees-Mers charges against Jimmy Eagle in order to place full prosecutive weight of the federal government upon Leonard Peltier. It should be noted the FBI earlier alleged that Eagle had confessed. Meanwhile, the U.S. was engaged in fraudulently extraditing Peltier from Canada. This was done on the basis of a single piece of substantive evidence, an affidavit sworn to by an Oglala woman named Myrtle Pourbaix, who was supposedly an eyewitness to the deaths of Williams and Kohler. As it turned out, Pourbaix had a history of deep psychological disorder, for which she had undergone extensive treatment. This seems to have been a matter well known to FBI agents David Price and William Wood when they essentially abducted her. She was charged with, and apparently suspected of, no particular crime, and held her incommunicado in motels in Gordon, Nebraska and Sturgis, South Dakota for approximately 1 month. 176 During this period, the agents prepared, and Pourbaix signed, not one but 3 mutually contradictory affidavits concerning Peltier's guilt in the Rees-Mers matter. 177 In the documents, Pourbaix variously claimed to have witnessed and not to have witnessed the shootings, and to have been a girlfriend of Peltier, to whom he confessed his deeds. At more or less the same time, Pourbaix was also signing affidavits prepared by Price and Wood to the effect that she was the girlfriend of another AIM leader, Richard Marshall, to whom he had confessed the murder of an Oglala named Martin Montilio. The Pourbaix information was the decisive factor in Marshall's first-degree murder conviction and receipt of a life sentence on April 6, 1976. 178 It was also the key ingredient in Canadian Justice W.A. Schultz's determination that Leonard Peltier should be extradited to the U.S., reached on June 18, 1976, and Minister of Justice Ron Basford's order that the extradition be executed on December 16, 1976. 179. Affidavit 1. In which SAS David Price and William Wood have Myrtle Pourbaix recounting how it was she overheard the planning of the Northwest AIM group to lure SAS Kohler and Williams to their deaths in an ambush. Note that there is no claim Pourbaix witnessed the firefight, but that she heard Leonard Peltier order the agents killed beforehand, and that he later confessed to her. Affidavit 2, in which SAS Price and Wood not only have Pourbaix, as Peltier's girlfriend, overhear Rees-Mers planning, but witness Peltier killing both agents. Note details on escape route designed to explain away the Bureau's embarrassing inability to apprehend suspects at the scene of the firefight. Also note how the method of killing corresponds to the FBI's contrived execution scenario. Affidavit 3, actually submitted to the Canadian courts, in which the agents totally abandon the notion of Pourbaix having overheard planning for an ambush. Instead they have their victim provide considerable detail as an eyewitness. Note also the absence of any alleged confession on the part of Leonard Peltier. Pourbaix later recanted all evidence she'd offered, both by affidavit and through direct testimony, against Peltier and Marshall, contending that she had been grossly coerced by the FBI into providing false information. 180 Among the methods used to achieve these results, aside from her virtual kidnapping by Price and Wood, appear to have been the use of morgue photos of the body of AIM member Anna Mae Aquash, who had earlier reported being threatened with death by Price unless she cooperated in the Rees-Mers investigation. 181 Having been hustled back to South Dakota from Oregon by SAJ Gary Adams on February 10, after being arrested in the Brando motorhome, Aquash had promptly disappeared. Her body, dead for several days, was discovered in a ravine near the village of Wanblee by Oglala rancher Roger Amiot on February 24, 1976. Price was among a number of lawmen who atypically gathered to view the corpse in situ at this remote location, but claimed not to recognize the victim. 182 He and his partner, William Wood, then followed the ambulance carrying the body all the way to the Pine Ridge Hospital morgue where an autopsy was performed by the faithful coroner, W.O. Brown. Brown pronounced death to have been caused by exposure, and ordered burial in a common grave at the nearby Red Cloud Cemetery. Prior to burial, Wood caused Jane Doe's hands to be severed and shipped, as is shown in the accompanying February 26, 1976 airtel from the Minneapolis SAC-2 Kelly, to the FBI crime lab in Washington, D.C., for identification purposes. 183. Enclosed, one pair of hands. Airtel sent as cover with the box containing Anna Mae Aquash's body parts to the FBI crime lab. It should be noted that had the Bureau followed usual procedures in attempting identification by dental X-ray, the bullet lodged in the victim's skull would have been revealed. The hands were identified as belonging to Anna Mae Pictou Aquash on March 3, and the victim's family in Nova Scotia, suspecting foul play, requested that Oakledock attorney Bruce Ellison file for exhumation of the body and an independent autopsy. 184 This was conducted by Minneapolis pathologist Gary Peterson on March 11. In less than 5 minutes, Peterson concluded that death was caused, not by exposure, but by a lead slug consistent with being of either .32 or .38 caliber having been fired point blank into the base of the skull. 185 In Rapid City, ASAC Zagrossi thereupon announced a homicide investigation was being opened into the matter. 186 But by then, according to subsequent testimony, Agents Price and Wood had already, long since, taken to showing the morgue photos to Myrtle Pourbaix, identifying the unidentified corpse as being that of Aquash, and explaining to their captive that she'd end up the same way unless she did exactly what they wanted. Pourbaix quoted Wood as informing her, in specific reference to Aquash, that they could get away with killing because they were agents. 187. Lab report confirming positive identification of Jane Doe, dead on Pine Ridge of alleged exposure, as Anna Mae Aquash, who in reality had been shot, execution style, in the back of the head. Note return of specimens to Rapid City. In any event, with Peltier illegally but securely in custody, and with the defense's hands tied by Judge Benson's odd assortment of evidentiary rulings, the FBI set about fabricating a factual basis upon which Prosecutor Hultman could obtain a conviction. First, Bureau ballistics experts established, on the basis of no tangible evidence whatsoever, that Williams and Kohler had been killed by shots fired from a 223 caliber AR-15 rifle. 188 A highly circumstantial case that an AR-15 had been fired into the agents at close range was made through introduction of a single shell casing allegedly found in the trunk of Kohler's car, supposedly discovered, not during the FBI's initial examination of the car, but at some point well after the fact. 189 Then, the head of the Bureau's Firearms and Tool Marks Unit, Evan Hodge, falsely cast the impression, the FBI already having conclusive evidence to the contrary, that only one AR-15 was used by the Indians during the Oglala firefight. 190 From there, Hodge went on to testify that he had been able to link the cartridge casing purportedly recovered from Kohler's trunk to a weapon used by the Northwest AIM Group and found in Bob Robideau's burned-out car on the Kansas Turnpike. However, as is shown in the accompanying October 2, 1975 teletype from Hodge to Clarence Kelly, these ballistics tests had produced the exact opposite results. 191 But once the ballistics chief's assertions on the stand were accepted by the jury, it followed that whoever among the Northwest AIM Group could be shown to have carried an AR-15 during the firefight would be viewed, ipso facto, as the murderer. Then came the piece de resistance. S.A. Fred Coward was put on the stand to testify, as he had not been at Cedar Rapids, that in the midst of the firefight he had been peering through a meager 2x7 rifle scope. At a distance of approximately 800 meters, through severe atmospheric heat shimmers, he claimed to have recognized Leonard Peltier, whom he admitted he had never seen before that moment. Peltier, Coward claimed, was running away from the location of the dead agent's cars, at an oblique angle to Coward's position, so that the identification had necessarily to be made in profile, carrying an AR-15 rifle. 192 With that, AUSA Lynn Crooks, who at Cedar Rapids had vociferously contended that Kohler and Williams had died at the hands of a gang of ruthless ambushers, reversed himself before the Fargo jury, arguing that Peltier had been a lone gunman. Apparently Special Agent Williams was killed first. He was shot in the face and hand by a bullet, probably begging for his life, and he was shot. The back of his head was blown off by a high-powered rifle. Leonard Peltier then turned, as the evidence indicates, to Jack Kohler lying on the ground helpless. He shoots him in the top of the head. Apparently feeling he hadn't done a good enough job, he shoots him again through the jaw, and his face explodes. No shell even comes out, just explodes. The whole bottom of his chin is blown out by the force of the concussion. Blood splattered against the side of the car. 193. Under the weight of such cynical and deliberately sensational dosing argumentation, unhampered by a number of exculpatory documents the FBI had secretly withheld despite defense discovery motions, the jury found Peltier guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder on April 18, 1977. Judge Benson then again did his part, passing life sentences on each count, to run consecutively. Contrary to stated U.S. Bureau of Prisons policy, which held at the time that the facility was reserved for incorrigible repeat offenders and those who have created major problems within other facilities of the federal prison system, the defendant was taken directly to the super maximum security federal prison at Marion, Illinois. An appeal of Peltier's conviction was immediately filed with the U.S. 8th Circuit Court of Appeals, based more or less equally on Judge Benson's evidentiary rulings and documented FBI misconduct both in and out of court. The appeals case was compelling, as is reflected in the observation of one of the judges on the 3-member panel, Donald Ross, in connection with the Poor Bear affidavits. But can't you see, that what happened in such a way that it gives some credence to the claim of the Indian people that the United States is willing to resort to any tactic in order to bring somebody back to the United States from Canada. And if they are willing to do that, they must be willing to fabricate other evidence as well. 194. This teletype, among the exculpatory documents withheld by the FBI during the trial of Leonard Peltier, shows that Bureau ballistics tests conclusively determined that the rifle attributed to the defendant had not fired the cartridge casing allegedly recovered from the trunk of S.A. Kohler's car. FBI firearms expert Evan Hodge testified to the opposite at trial. FBI lab notes detailing filing pin test performed with the Wichita AR-15, showing that it did not match the crucial casing recovered at Rees-Mer's scene. At trial, Evan Hodge testified that the test was inconclusive. In the end, however, while noting serious problems with the FBI's handling of certain matters, and consequently expressing considerable discomfort with their decision, the judges opted to allow the judgment against Peltier to stand on February 14, 1978. 195. An explanation of this strange performance may perhaps be found in the fact that shortly thereafter, William Webster, Chief Judge of the 8th Circuit Court, and initial chair of the panel which considered Peltier's appeal, left the court for a new job. He had been named director of the FBI, a matter of which he was aware well before the Peltier decision was tendered. 196. On February 11, 1979, the U.S. Supreme Court refused, without explanation, to review the lower court's decision. 197. In 1981, as a result of an FOIA suit filed by Peltier's attorneys, some 12,000 pages of previously classified FBI documents relating to the Peltier case were released. 198. Based upon precedents that the withholding of exculpatory evidence, such as the accompanying October 2, 1975 ballistics teletype, by the prosecution was grounds for retrial, an appeals team filed a motion in this regard with Judge Paul Benson in April of 1982. Since certain documents obtained through the FOIA also revealed what appear to have been improper pretrial meetings between the prosecution, the FBI, and Benson, the judge was simultaneously asked to remove himself from further involvement in the proceedings. 199 This was essentially pro forma, given his previous record in the Peltier case. Few were surprised when Benson rejected both of these motions on December 30, 1982. A new appeal was then filed with the Eighth Circuit Court and, on April 4, 1984, the appeals court reversed Benson's decision. Citing the apparent contradiction implied by the October 2, 1975 teletype, and the critical nature of the .223 casing to the government's case, the court ordered an evidentiary hearing on the ballistics evidence. 200 The hearing was held in Paul Benson's regular courtroom in Bismarck, North Dakota at the end of October 1984. There, a very nervous Evan Hodge explained that the obvious conflict between his trial testimony and the documentary record arose from a misinterpretation. 201 Although Hodge steadily dug the hole deeper and was eventually caught by William Kunstler committing what would for civilians be described as outright perjury, Benson still allowed the distraught agent to resume the stand and retract his testimony. 202 The judge then ruled that Peltier's conviction would stand. This decision was anticipated, and the appeals team went straight back to the Eighth Circuit Court. In oral arguments heard before the court on October 15, 1985, prosecutor Lynn Crooks was forced to abandon his flamboyant assertions, made at trial, that Peltier was a cold-blooded murderer. Instead, as Crooks now admitted, the government really know who shot those agents. 203 Thus, he was willing to concede that the murder case conjured up against the defendant by the FBI no longer really existed. Peltier, the prosecutor now lamely contended, again in stark contrast to his trial presentations, wasn't even in prison for murder, but rather for aiding and abetting in 2 murders. 204 Faced with official contradictions of this magnitude, the appeals court deliberated for nearly a year, finally handing down a decision on September 11, 1986. Although they rejected Crooks' argument concerning aiding and abetting, noting that Peltier had plainly been convicted of performing the murders himself, while detailing how the evidentiary basis for such a conviction had been eroded, probably beyond hope of repair, they still allowed the conviction to stand. Their collective motivation in reaching this untenable conclusion was put straightforwardly in one brief passage of their opinion. There are only 2 alternatives to the government's contention that the .223 casing was ejected into the trunk of Kohler's car when the Wichita AR-15 was fired at the agents. One alternative is that the .223 casing was planted in the trunk of Kohler's car either before its discovery by the investigating agents or by the agents who reported its discovery. The other alternative is that a non-matching casing was originally found in the trunk and sent to the FBI laboratory, only to be replaced by a matching casing when the importance of a match to the Wichita AR-15 became evident. We recognize that there is evidence in this record of improper conduct on the part of some FBI agents, but we are reluctant to impute even further improprieties to them. 205. Thus, the appellate court left Peltier in the midst of a double life sentence for crimes both it and the trial prosecutor acknowledged had never been proven, rather than delve more deeply into the illegal FBI activities attending his case. The defense immediately petitioned for reconsideration by the full Eighth Circuit Court rather than the 3-member panel, composed of Judges Gerald Heaney, Donald Ross, and John Gibson, which had rendered the decision. 206 The en banc hearing was denied several months later, a development which left the appeals team with no alternative but to once again petition the Supreme Court. 207 On October 5, 1987, the High Court refused, for the second time and again without explanation, to review the case of Leonard Peltier. 208 Judge Heaney later described the decision as the most difficult of his legal career because, in his view, the FBI was at least as responsible for what happened as Leonard Peltier. 209 The judge failed to explain why, if this is the case, only Peltier is sitting in prison, without legal recourse, while the FBI agents involved have been allowed to simply go on about their business. Implications of COINTELPRO aim. In many ways, the stark unwillingness of the federal government to accord Leonard Peltier even a modicum of elementary justice is symbolic of the entire AIM experience during the 1970s and, more broadly posed, of the U.S. relationship to American Indians since the first moment of the Republic. The message embedded, not only in Peltier's imprisonment, but in the scores of murders, hundreds of shootings and beatings, endless show trials and all the rest of the systematic terrorization marking the FBI's anti-AIM campaign on Pine Ridge, was that the Bureau could and would make it cost prohibitive for Indians to seriously challenge the lot assigned them by policymakers and economic planners in Washington, D.C. The internal colonization of Native America is intended to be absolute and unequivocal. Thus it was that AIM, arguably the most hopeful vehicle for some meaningful degree of indigenous pride and self-determination in the U.S. during the late 20th century, was destroyed as a viable national political organization. In the end, as Dennis Banks has observed, the FBI's tactics eventually proved successful in a peculiar sort of way. It's remarkable under the circumstances, and a real testament to the inner strength of the traditional Oglalas, that the feds were never really able to divide them from us, to have the traditionals denouncing us and working against us. But, in the end, the sort of pressure the FBI put on people on the reservation, particularly the old people, it just wore 'em down. A kind of fatigue set in. With the firefight at Oglala, and all the things that happened after that, it was easy to see we weren't going to win by direct confrontation. So the traditionals asked us to disengage, to try and take some of the heaviest pressure off. And, out of respect, we had no choice but to honor those wishes. And that was the end of AIM, at least in the way it had been known up till then. The resistance is still there, of course, and the struggle goes on, but the movement itself kind of disappeared. 210. The logic of COINTELPRO, as evidenced in this excerpt from a 1976 document concerning the basis for an investigation of AIM and its supporters. Note the mention of the deliberate fostering of paranoia among AIM leaders through the use of informers, and insistence that the right of government to suppress dissent outweighs the rights of citizens to privacy and free expression. At another level, the nature of the FBI's assault against AIM during the mid-1970s demonstrated the willingness and ability of the Bureau to continue COINTELPRO-style operations even at the moment such methods were being roundly condemned by the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence Activities, and FBI officials at the highest levels were solemnly swearing before Congress that all such techniques had been abandoned, long since. Indeed, as has been shown in this chapter, there is ample evidence that, at least in terms of sheer intensity and lethal results, the counterintelligence program directed at AIM represented a marked escalation over what had been done when such things had been designated by the formal COINTELPRO acronym. As Russell Means has put it, COINTELPRO is COINTELPRO, no matter what they choose to call it. 211. Further, getting away with COINTELPRO AIM at the precise instant it was supposedly being chastised and reformed due to earlier COINTELPRO excesses appears to have inculcated within the Bureau hierarchy a truly overweening sense of arrogance. 212. They were quite prepared to openly defend the rationale of COINTELPRO, even while pretending to disavow it, a matter readily evidenced in the accompanying excerpt from the FBI's June 1976 Predication for Investigation of Members and Supporters of AIM, a position paper drafted by Richard G. Held and delineating the thinking underlying what was being done to the organization. The right of the government to defend itself from dissent, in this official Bureau view, clearly outweighs the rights of citizens to privacy and free expression. In 1953, just prior to the passage of PL 280, Felix Cohen, one of the foremost scholars of Indian law, compared the role of the Indians in America to that of the Jews in Modem Germany. He noted that, like the miner's canary, the Indian marks the shift from fresh air to poison air in our political atmosphere. Our treatment of Indians, even more than our treatment of other minorities, reflects the rise and fall of our democratic faith. 213. Given that all that happened on and around Pine Ridge occurred long after COINTELPRO allegedly became no more than a regrettable historical anomaly, 214 Cohen's insight holds particular significance for all Americans. In essence, if we may ascertain that COINTELPRO remained alive and well years after it was supposed to have died, we may assume it lives on today. And that, to be sure, is a danger to the lives and liberties of everyone. End of Chapter 7. The COINTELPRO Papers, Chapter 8, Conclusion. Chapter 8. Conclusion. COINTELPRO lives on. I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just. Thomas Jefferson. According to the official histories, COINTELPRO existed from late 1956 through mid-1971. During this period, the FBI admits to having engaged in a total of 2,218 separate COINTELPRO actions, many of them coupled directly with other sorts of systematic illegality such as the deployment of warrantless phone taps and bugs against domestic political targets, and receipt of correspondence secretly intercepted by the CIA. The chart on the following page illustrates the sweep of such activities during the COINTELPRO era proper. 1. This, however, is dramatically insufficient to afford an accurate impression of the scope, scale, and duration of the Bureau's domestic counterinsurgency function. None of the FBI's vast proliferation of politically repressive operations conducted between 1918 and 1956, covered to some extent in the preceding chapters, are included in the figures. Similarly, it will be noted that certain years within the formal COINTELPRO period itself have been left unreported. Further, it should be noted that none of the Bureau's host of counterintelligence operations against the Puerto Rican independentistas during the years supposedly covered were included in the count. The same can be said with regard to COINTELPRO aimed at the Chicano movement from at least as early as 1967. 2. Even in areas, such as its campaign against the Black Panther Party, where the FBI disclosed relatively large segments of its COINTELPRO profile, the record was left far from complete. During the various congressional committee investigations, the Bureau carefully hid the facts of its involvement in the 1969 Hampton Clark assassinations. 3. Simultaneously, it was covering up its criminal withholding of exculpatory evidence in the murder trial of LA Panther leader Geronimo Pratt. 4. Recently, it has also come to light that the FBI denied information to Congress concerning entirely similar withholding of exculpatory evidence in the murder trial of New York Panther leader Richard Dorabamore. 5. How many comparable cover-ups are at issue with regard to the anti-Panther COINTELPRO alone remains a mystery. Given the Bureau's track record, on this score, however, it is abundantly clear that much of the worst of the FBI's performance against the Panthers remains off record. Admitted FBI illegalities during the COINTELPRO era. Year COINTELPRO's taps bugs mail openings 1956 N/AN/AN/AN/A 1957 35 N/AN/AN/A 1958 51 N/AN/A 666 195 965 N/AN/A 1964 1960 115 114 74 2342 1961 184 140 85 3520 1962 147 198 100 3017 1963 128 244 83 4167 1964 232 60 106 5396 1965 220 233 67 4503 1966 240 174 10 5984 1967 180 113 0 5863 1968 123 82 9 5322 1969 280 100 123 14 5384 1970 180 102 19 4975 1970 140 101 16 2701 1972 n/a 108 32 1400 1973 n/a 123 46 42 1974 n/a 190 42 n/a. Then there is the matter of the Bureau's continuation of domestic political counterintelligence operations after 1971 despite well-publicized governmental claims that the program ceased, and the FBI's abandonment of the acronym COINTELPRO itself. One indication of this is revealed in the accompanying chart. During the 3 years following the point at which COINTELPRO was supposedly terminated, the frequency with which the Bureau engaged in warrantless bugging and wiretapping increased dramatically. Instances in 1971 to 42 in 1974, wiretaps from 101 instances in 1971 to 190 in 1974. The relationship between these ELSER activities and the fact that the FBI maintained an ongoing involvement in de facto COINTELPRO is brought out clearly in the accompanying July 29, 1975 teletype from Director Clarence Kelly to all Sachs inquiring as to the proportion of warrantless electronic surveillance then being devoted to counterintelligence purposes associated with domestic security investigations. 6. The reality of COINTELPRO's continuation was masked not only behind the dropping of the descriptive title, but a retooling of the terminology utilized to define its targets as well. During the 1950s and early 1960s, the Bureau typically followed the McCarthy-esque practice of defining those subject to neutralization as being subversives. By the second half of the latter decade, however, such vernacular was archaic and discredited. Hence, COINTELPRO specialists shifted to habitual use of the phrase political extremist in defining their core. The organizations and individuals focused upon during this peak period of COINTELPRO might also be described as violent or violence-prone, but they were acknowledged as being politically so nonetheless. After 1971, with the FBI increasingly exposed before the public as having conducted itself as an outright political police, the Bureau sought to revise its image, ultimately promising never to engage in COINTELPRO-type activities again. In this context, it became urgently necessary, if counterintelligence operations were to continue, for any hint of overt orientation to subjects' politics to be driven from agents' vocabularies, preferably in favor of a term which would inspire public support and confidence in the Bureau's covert political mission. This pertained as much to internal documents as to public pronouncements, insofar as the possibility of FOIA disclosure of the former was emerging as a significant menace. Teletype directly linking warrantless ELSURs with counterintelligence and domestic security operations, 4 years after COINTELPRO had supposedly been terminated. The advent of terrorism. This was accomplished in the immediate aftermath of COINTELPRO's alleged demise, as is shown in the accompanying April 12, 1972 airtel from Director L. Patrick Gray to the SAC, Albany. The word selected was terrorist, applied here to members of the Black Panther Party cum Black Liberation Army who had only months earlier still been designated as agitators and key extremists. 7. Such a word choice allowed the deployment of a raft of associated terms such as guerrillas and, in the case of the American Indian Movement, insurgents. The public, which experience had shown would balk at the idea of the FBI acting to curtail political diversity as such, could be counted on to rally to the notion that the Bureau was now acting only to protect them against terror. Thus, the Bureau secured a terminological license by which to pursue precisely the same goals, objectives, and tactics attending COINTELPRO, but in an even more vicious, concerted, and sophisticated fashion. The results of such linguistic subterfuge were, as was noted in the introduction to this book, readily evidenced during the 1980s when it was revealed that the FBI had employed the rubric of a terrorist investigation to rationalize the undertaking of a multi-year probe of the nonviolent CISPS organization, extended to encompass at least 215 other groups, including clergy and laity concerned, the Maryknoll Sisters, Amnesty International, the Chicago Interreligious Task Force, the U.S. Catholic Conference, and the Virginia Education Association, opposed to U.S. policy in Central America. 8. Needless to say, the CISP's operation was attended by systematic resort to such time-honored COINTELPRO tactics as the use of infiltrators/provocateurs, 9 disinformation, 10 black bag jobs, 11 telephone intercepts, 12 conspicuous surveillance, 13 and so on. Early Airtel applying the term terrorist to those previously described as activists, radicals, agitators or political extremists. The same veneer of counterterrorism has also been applied to operations conducted against the devoutly pacifist Silo Plowshares organization, committed to anti-nuclearism/anti-militarism, a situation so ludicrous as to provoke COINTELPRO veteran John Ryan to refuse to participate. Ryan, who had 2 commendations to his credit during a 21-year career, and who was less than 2 years short of retirement at the time, was fired as a result of his stand. 14. Meanwhile, Plowshares terrorists such as Katya Komisaruk, Jerry Ebner, Helen Woodson, Lynn Romano, Joe Gump, and Jim Albertini, George Ostenson, Richard Miller and Father Carl Cabot were being ushered into long prison sentences for such things as conspiring to trespass at U.S. nuclear facilities. 15. Even in instances involving actual armed struggle on the part of liberation movements, leaving aside the probability that earlier applications of COINTELPRO tactics had done much to convince adherents that no other route to effect positive social change lay open to them, the Bureau had been duplicitous in its approach. One need only examine the case of Asada Shakur to get the picture. Publicly and sensationally accused by the FBI of being the revolutionary mother hen of a blast cell conducting a series of cold-blooded murders of New York City police officers, Shakur was made the subject of a nationwide manhunt in 1972. 16 On May 2, 1973, she, BLA founder Zaid Malik Shakur and Sundiata Akalai were subjected to one of the random harassment stops of blacks on the New Jersey Turnpike for which the Jersey State Troopers are so deservedly notorious. Apparently realizing who it was they'd pulled over, the 2 troopers Werner Forrester and James Harper, opened fire, wounding Asada Shakur immediately. In the fight which followed, both Zaid Shakur and Trooper Forrester were killed, Trooper Harper and Sundiata Akalai wounded. Both surviving BLA members were captured. 17. Asada was, however, charged with none of the killings which had ostensibly earned her such celebrated status as a terrorist. Instead, the government contended she had participated in bank robberies, and the state of New York accused her of involvement in the killing of a heroin dealer in Brooklyn and the failed ambush of 2 cops in Queens on January 23, 1973. 18 She was acquitted of every single charge in a series of trials lasting into 1977. Meanwhile, she was held without bond, in isolation, and in especially miserable local jail facilities. 19 Finally, having exhausted all other possibilities of obtaining a conviction, the authorities took her to trial in New Jersey in the death of Trooper Forrester. Despite the fact that Sundiata Akalai had long since been convicted of having fired the fatal bullets, and medical testimony indicating her wounds had incapacitated her prior to the firefight itself, Asada Shakur was convicted of first-degree murder by an all-white jury on March 25, 1977. She was sentenced to life imprisonment. The travesty embedded in all this was unmistakable, and Shakur's circumstances remain the topic of much discussion and debate. This became all the more true on the night of November 2, 1979, when a combat unit of the BLA set the prisoner free from the maximum security building of the Clinton Women's Prison in New Jersey. 20 It is instructive that this organization of what the police and the FBI were busily portraying as mad dog killers appear to have gone considerably out of their way to ensure that no one, including the guards, was hurt during the prison break. For her part, Asada Shakur, now hyped by the Bureau as the nation's #1 terrorist fugitive despite the state's failure to link her to any concrete act of terrorism. 21, was quietly provided sanctuary in Cuba where she remains today. Meanwhile, the FBI was utilizing the spectacle of the BLA cases, in combination, it claimed, With threats created by the Puertorriqueño FAIN and two right-wing clandestine groups, the Cuban Exile Omega 7 and the Serbo-Croatian Liberation Front 22, as a rationale to establish the sort of instrument of political repression which had been only embryonic during the COINTELPRO era proper. What emerged in 1980 was a formal amalgamation of FBI COINTELPRO specialists and New York City Red Squad detectives known as the Joint Terrorist Task Force, consolidating the more ad hoc models of such an apparatus which had materialized in cities like Chicago and Los Angeles during the late 60s. 23. In many ways, the JTTF, and the way it has been able to project the image of organizations and individuals engaged in armed struggle, has been the defining characteristic of domestic political repression during the 1980s. We will examine three cases which demonstrate this point. The Revolutionary Armed Task Force. The Revolutionary Armed Task Force evolved from a multi-organizational community service project in the South Bronx known as the Lincoln Detox Center, dedicated to combating the plague of heroin addiction afflicting black inner cities during the mid-70s. Nominally headed by an acupuncturist and RNA member named Mutual Shakur, Lincoln Detox proved highly successful in applying the cures to heroin addiction pioneered by Malcolm X during the early 60s. Working from an increasing base of activists and ex-addicts, it pursued the Black Panther Party's agenda of developing programs leading to increased community self-control and self-sufficiency. It was perhaps because of the project's very success that government funding was withdrawn and police used to evict staffers on November 29, 1978. 24. After Lincoln Detox was forcibly returned to the orbit of conventional heroin treatment programs, Mutual Shakur acted to establish a private entity dubbed the Black Acupuncture Advisory Association of North America to continue the work. The organization established a heroin treatment facility in Harlem. According to the JTTF, a subset of BANA was the BLA-led RATF, formed in 1978 to provide a funding base for the heroin clinic by robbing banks and armored trucks. 25 On October 20, 1981, the BANA/BLA/RATF ensemble came unwrapped as the result of a failed armored truck robbery in West Nyack, New York, in which 2 guards were killed and several RATF members captured. 26 Mutual Shakur and several others escaped, but were forced underground. BANA rapidly dissolved thereafter. 27. In the aftermath, the JTTF rapidly captured a number of other RATF members, killing one on October 23. 28 In the trials which followed, the defendants were tried under RICO charges, anti-racketeering statutes, seldom utilized against organized crime, and sentenced to long stretches in prison. 29 Relatedly, after RATF supporter Susan Rosenberg and an associate, Tim Blunk, were captured at a cache of explosives in Cherry Hill, New Jersey on November 29, 1984, they received utterly unprecedented 58-year sentences for possession. This is compared to the 7-year sentence received by Dennis Malvasi, a right-wing fanatic convicted of actually using explosives to blow up abortion clinics during the early 1980s. 30. Far more instructive with regard to the JTTF's handling of the Brinks case than the way in which it dealt with the RATF per se, is the way it utilized the matter as a pretext by which to conduct operations against other elements of the left. For instance, in the wake of the West Nyack incident, U.S. Attorney John S. Martin, Jr. convened a federal grand jury in New York, casting an extremely wide net across East Coast dissidents in what one attorney described as not so much an effort to gather evidence in the Brinks case itself, as to compel testimony which provides comprehensive general intelligence on personal and organizational relationships within the left as a whole. 31. 13 key activists were jailed for American Samoa long as 18 months because of their contempt in refusing to cooperate with this fishing expedition. 32. The New York grand jury gambit proved so successful that by late 1983 the FBI had requested a second be convened in Chicago, ostensibly to explore links discovered between the RATF and Puerto Rican independentista formations such as the FAIN. This led in due course to the imprisonment of 5 key members of the Movimiento de Liberación Nacional, Ricardo Romero, Maria Cueto, Stephen Guerra, Julio Rosado, and Andres Rosado, for up to 3 years for the criminal contempt of refusing to cooperate. 33. Yet a third such grand jury was set in place during 1984, this one assigned to probe the John Brown Anti-Klan Committee, an organization said to have fraternal relations with the RATF, the FAIN, and other terrorist entities. Another 6 key activists went to jail for refusal to collaborate. 34. Symptomatic of the sort of hard information generated by the grand juries and other JTTF investigative activities related to the RATF are the following proofs that the May 19th Communist Organization was part of a terrorist network. LA 1985 profile in terrorism lists as a terrorist incident, the arrest of 9 May 19th Communist Organization members for trespassing during a sit-in at the ticket office of South African Airways in New York City. Other May 19th organization activities posited by the Bureau as evidence of terrorism include attending peaceful demonstrations sponsored by CISPs, conducting an educational forum at Boston University, holding a nonviolent public rally in New York, publicly advocating solidarity with the Southwest African People's Organization, and having inter-organizational contact with CISPs. Advocacy of the right of oppressed peoples to engage in armed struggle and specifically endorsement of the escape of Assata Shakur are listed as terrorist activities undertaken by the May 19th Communist Coalition. FBI Director William Webster offered as links between the May 19th Communist Organization and the FAIN the fact that May 19th members were known to have attended rallies and functions supportive of Puerto Rican independence. Similarly, Webster claimed to have uncovered links between May 19th and the RATF based on the facts that the organization openly engaged in support of new African freedom fighters and one person associated with May 19th was arrested in the Nyack incident. 35. Being thus gratuitously cast by the FBI as a terrorist group is not a laughing matter, as the experience of a black Harlem study group headed by Coltrane Camaranga bears out. Infiltrated by a JTTF provocateur named Howard Bonds in 1984, the membership was shortly arrested en masse on criminal conspiracy charges and publicly branded son of Brink 36. They were accused of planning at least 2 bank robberies and to free RATF members Sikau Odinga and Kawesi Balagoon. Despite the prosecutor's introduction of some 450 pages of affidavits, including lengthy excerpts from wiretap logs, and testimony of Bonds, the jury appears to have ended up believing that most or all of the conspiracy was a product of the infiltrators' own actions and/or imagination. They voted for acquittal on all substantive charges, convicting 7 of the 8 defendants only on charges of possession of restricted weapons and phony IDs. 37. Afterwards, several jurors publicly commented that the JTTF tactics revealed at trial had constituted a clear violation of the civil rights and liberties of the accused, and that the conduct of the counter-terrorists themselves represented a far greater threat to freedom than anything Camaranga's group might have contemplated. 38. The defendants in the son of Brink's case ultimately went free, even though they had spent nearly a year bound up in legal proceedings, and were thus thoroughly neutralized in terms of their political organizing, in what turned out to be, at best, an utterly frivolous case on the part of the government. Less lucky was Dr. Alan Berkman, a founder of JBASI whose long history of activism included a stint as a medic at Wounded Knee, several years working at Lincoln Detox, and staunch support of the Black liberation and independentista movements. Indicted in 1983 for having rendered medical assistance to Marilyn Buck, an RATF member allegedly wounded in the leg at Nyack, Berkman successfully went underground before being captured in Philadelphia in mid-1985. He was then held without bond for 2 years, until a 1987 trial which resulted in his conviction as an accessory in the Brinks case. He was the first individual since Dr. Mudd, the man accused of rendering medical aid to John Wilkes Booth after the Abraham Lincoln assassination, to be so charged. Berkman was sentenced to 12 years imprisonment for his involvement in terrorism. 39. Organizations as such also suffered direct physical consequences from the JTTF's RATF-related investigation. For instance, on January 31, 1983, the FBI carried out a massive raid on the Madam Bin Graphics Collective in Brooklyn, New York. The May 19 Communist organization used the studio for its First Amendment-protected organizing activities. The warrant to search the graphics studio falsely stated it was the home of Donna Borup. In the course of the search, the FBI destroyed printing equipment and seized large quantities of political literature and artwork. 40 No charges were ever brought against Borup, the ostensible focus of the raid, a matter which has prompted many people to conclude her pursuit was merely a pretext by which the Bureau accomplished its real objective of disrupting the Madam Bin Collective's ability to function. Ironically, many supposedly progressive groups and individuals have joined the chorus supporting the FBI's campaign against terrorism on the left, arguing that the menace posed by armed struggle somehow justifies virtually any politically repressive activity in which the Bureau might care to engage, and that those who engage in or support terrorism deserve whatever fate the state wished to accord them, no matter how cruel, unusual, or anomalous. 41 Such victim-blaming attitudes are precisely what the FBI requires as a basis for its conduct of the broadest forms of ideological warfare, a matter the CISP's investigation should have proven beyond any reasonable doubt. To underscore the matter even further, it is only fair to observe that the Bureau has shown no inclination to cast such broad nets over the radical right. This holds true even when the FBI has investigated such unabashed terrorist organizations as the neo-Nazi Brüder Schweigen, or Silent Brotherhood, otherwise known as the Order, a group which admittedly performed the cold-blooded murder of Alan Berg, killed a Missouri state trooper, executed a third individual and conducted a series of armored car and bank robberies netting several times the amount attributed to the RATF. 42 The group was also heavily involved in counterfeiting. The Resistance Conspiracy Case. Stemming to some extent from the FBI's anti-RATF operation, the Resistance Conspiracy Case concerns 7 long-term white activists accused of planning and involvement in the execution of a terrorist bombing campaign during the early 80s. Among the more notable actions they are alleged to have carried out were the placing of explosives at the National War College and U.S. Capitol building in 1983 as protests against the U.S. invasion of Grenada. One of the 7 accused, Betty Ann Duke, has evaded capture to date. 5 of the 6 in custody, Marilyn Buck, Susan Rosenberg, Tim Blunk, Linda Evans, and Dr. Alan Berkman, are already serving lengthy prison sentences on RATF-related matters. 43 The 6th, Laura Whitehorn, has been held in preventive detention, without bond or trial for more than 4 years. 44 The defendants face 40 years apiece in prison if convicted. There are certain glaring defects in the government's approach to the case. All the defendants except Whitehorn have already been convicted of the specific acts they are accused of having conspired to commit. This blatant exercise in double jeopardy has been challenged in a motion to dismiss, addressed recently by a federal court decision that, while the case could go forward, prosecutors would be required to demonstrate additional actions on the part of the defendants in order for the matter to be bound over to a jury. 45 For its part, the Justice Department has expressed strong displeasure at not being allowed to simply try the same case over and over, under a variety of billings, stacking up virtually limitless penalties against those it wishes to persecute. In some ways even more problematic, FBI and prosecutors have already been caught trying to withhold exculpatory evidence from the defense. Contrary to the seeming federal certainty embodied in the indictment handed down on May 11, 1988 that these particular individuals were guilty as charged, it has become increasingly evident the Bureau really has no idea who was involved in the bombings. For instance, in a Washington Post newspaper article run several days after the Capitol bombing, the FBI apparently had evidence tending to show similarities between the 8 to 11 bombings in the New York and Washington, D.C. areas and the Capitol bombing. On the basis of facts unknown to the defendants, they suspected the Farabundo Marti Liberation Front, the United Freedom Front, the Palestine Liberation Organization, the Democratic Revolutionary Front, or the committee in solidarity with the people of El Salvador of the bombing. Suspicions of involvement in the bombing by Groups 1 through 4 were voiced by the FBI Director William H. Webster and Special Agent Theodore M. Gardner to the Washington Post in an article printed November 13, 1983. 46. Subsequently, in a Post article run on March 15, 1984, an FBI spokesperson announced that the Armed Resistance Unit, the organization to which the 6 present defendants all belonged, was not involved in the bombings. Further, while testifying before the Senate Committee on the Judiciary's Subcommittee on Security and Terrorism in 1985, Mr. Webster stated that the FBI believed the UF to have been responsible for the bombing. He testified, categorically, that the progress we have made with the group called the United Freedom Front will reflect itself in diminished activity by the group that claims credit for the Capitol bombing. 47. As is pointed out by the defense, information generated and possessed by the FBI's National Bomb Data Center must have aided the FBI, and others, casting its suspicions over groups and persons other than the Revolutionary Fighting Group, and the Red Guerrilla Resistance. 48. Susan Rosenberg also points out that she and several other defendants were in prison at the time several of the bombings were carried out. 49. Despite bona fide discovery motions, the government has refused to divulge the documents relevant to how it arrived at its various conclusions that entities other than those now accused are responsible for the actions at issue. As Mary O'Melveny, a defense attorney, put it, the defendant's direct guilt or innocence appears immaterial to the government, which has constructed an indictment to convict the 6 on charges of aiding and abetting and of conspiracy to influence, change and protest practices of the United States, through the use of violent and illegal means. 50. In this instance, aiding and abetting can be construed to mean ideological solidarity. Influence, change, and protest can mean statements of advocacy or support of the bombers. No concrete action, or demonstrable interaction with those engaged in the action, is technically necessary for the defendants to be guilty. This affords an interesting perspective upon U.S. Attorney J. Stevens' assertion at the time of the indictment, "Let this be a warning to those who seek to influence the policies of the U.S. through violence and terrorism that we will seek unrelentingly to bring them to justice." 51. The resistance conspiracy group is thus to stand as a symbol of the government's ability to define dissidents as terrorists at its own discretion and regardless of the facts. Under such circumstances it follows that dissent per se can be made punishable by long prison terms, a matter which, as O'Melveny puts it, makes a point which says to people, shut up. And don't even consider stepping out of very narrow bounds of protest. That's what I think this case is all about. 52. Certainly, such an objective is well within the spirit of COINTELPRO, and would represent a major accomplishment in terms of political repression, if achieved. The question nonetheless arises as to why this particular group of people has been selected to serve as the example. On the one hand, an answer of sorts may lie in the fact that they are convenient, already in custody and found guilty of terrorist involvements. On the other hand, as O'Melveny points out, there is little to be gained by adding 40 years more to the 70-year sentence now carried by Marilyn Buck, the 58-year sentences carried by Susan Rosenberg and Tim Blunk, or the 45 years Linda Evans is now serving. Tactically at least, it would make far more sense for the FBI to try to neutralize a whole new group of activists. The truth of the matter may well lie in something as simple as pique and vindictiveness on the part of certain bureau officials. Evans, Buck, and Whitehorn are former members of SDS aligned with the Weatherman faction, who made the transition to the clandestine Weather Underground organization in 1970. Berkman also had an affinity to the latter through its above-ground support entity, the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee. Rosenberg and Blunk, who are younger, appear to have more or less cut their activist teeth on weather politics. Collectively, they participated in a process of greatly embarrassing the FBI in its spectacular inability to apprehend weather fugues throughout the 1970s. Worse for the Bureau, the very methods employed in trying to break the Weather Underground's political apparatus came back to haunt individual FBI officials in court, perhaps the only time this has ever happened. In 1978, former FBI Director L. Patrick Gray, former Acting Associate Director W. Mark Felt, former Assistant Director for the Domestic Intelligence Division Edward S. Miller, and former Supervisor of the New York Field Office's Squad 47 John Carney were indicted for having conspired to injure and oppress citizens of the United States in their anti-Weatherman operations. After a lengthy 1980 trial, Felt and Miller were found guilty by a jury, the only FBI personnel ever tried and convicted of COINTELPRO-related offenses. They were freed on appeal bond, but were apparently losing, given Ronald Reagan's April 1981 intervention to pardon them rather than see two such loyal public servants go to prison for their misdeeds. 53 Several of the resistance conspiracy defendants were extremely active during the course of the official's trial, utilizing its precedent value to increase public consciousness concerning the FBI's true nature. Their organizing seems to have been deeply humiliating to FBI officials, especially after their colleagues were convicted. This humiliation undoubtedly increased dramatically when, shortly after Reagan bestowed his pardons, former Weatherfugs Judy Clark and Dana Biberman entered a lawsuit against the FBI, seeking $100 million in damages on behalf of those victimized by the anti-Weatherman operations and injunctive relief to ensure the Bureau never utilized such tactics again. Several of the defendants in case were active participants in the lawsuit against the FBI. They assisted in legal research, built support for the case, conducted community organizing, received discovery and were, along with the plaintiffs, subject to continuing acts of government harassment. 54. There being no presidential remedy available to fix this particular problem, the Bureau was forced to reach a monetary settlement favorable to the plaintiffs. 55. In the end, then, the resistance conspiracy case may have nothing at all to do with bullets and bombs. To the contrary, it seems likely, notwithstanding the undeniable chilling effect it is intended to impart across the entire spectrum of left politics in the U.S., it is designed to salve the wounded egos of the Bureau's COINTELPRO specialists. It is, as Susan Rosenberg would say, payback time. The Ohio 7. The cases of the Ohio 7 concern a group of white activists who formed the United Freedom Front, otherwise known as the Sam Melville Jonathan Jackson Brigade 56, and are accused of engaging in a series of bombings during the early 1980s. Among the many such actions they are alleged to have undertaken was detonating an explosive charge at a South African Airways office on December 16, 1982, as a protest against ongoing cordial relations between the U.S. government and South Africa's apartheid regime. The same day, they are said to have bombed an office facility of the IBM Corporation because of the computer giant's provision of sophisticated computer systems to the South African military and police. On March 19, 1984, according to the state, they bombed a second IBM office complex, this time in commemoration of the 1960 Sharpeville massacre in which South African police murdered 70 unarmed black men, women, and children. In September of 1984, they are charged with having carried out one of two bombings of offices belonging to the Union Carbide Corporation because of its economic activity in South Africa. 57. As was the case with the bombings attributed to the resistance conspiracy defendants, warning phone calls prevented anyone from being killed or injured by those associated with the Ohio 7. The 7, John Lahman, Barbara Kurtzy Lahman, Richard Williams, Carol and Tom Manning, Pat Groh-Levasseur and Ray Luke Levasseur, were the focus of the most intensive and wide-ranging JTTF campaign to date, at least so far as is known. This assumed the form of Boss Luck, an effort initiated in 1982 and eventually drawing not only the FBI and New York police establishments, but the BATF and police representation from Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey as well. 58. Boss Luck initially concentrated its energies in the Boston area, largely due to an incident in 1982 in which black community activist Kazi Turi was stopped by state police on Route 95, near Attleboro, Massachusetts. A sharp exchange of gunfire followed, leaving two troopers wounded and Turi in custody, a passenger in the latter's car having escaped. 59 The fugitive was identified as UF member John Lahman. The Attleboro firefight closely followed a similar event on Route 80 in rural New Jersey when State Trooper Philip Lamonaco stopped a car driven by Tom Manning and, apparently recognizing the occupant, opened fire. Lamonaco ended up dead. Police subsequently contended Richard Williams had been with Manning at the time of the shooting. 60. By early 1984, frustrated at coming up dry in Massachusetts, the JTTF expanded the scope of Boss Luck to encompass all of New England in what was dubbed Western Sweep. Agents of the task force seized many citizens resembling the Ohio Seven and subjected them to public humiliation and physical abuse prior to any positive identification. A family was surrounded by police after leaving a diner, and the father was beaten and searched in front of his in the parking lot. Another family was pulled over on the highway and forced at gunpoint to lie face down in the rain on the pavement. Another man's teeth were broken with the barrel of a gun. In Pennsylvania, a paramilitary team landed in a field, surrounded a family in their home and held them hostage for 6 hours. These people had the simple misfortune like members of the Ohio Seven. 61. No expense was spared, as surveillance by electronic means, paid informants, and photographic methods yielded 500,000 pages of material from investigations of the Ohio Seven. In designated areas, numerous pen registers were obtained, then hundreds of Boss Luck agents would conduct an intelligence sweep. The idea was that the increased police activity would generate more phone calls to sympathizers and all calls would be subject to FBI investigation. A casual mention by a distant relative of Tom Manning of the name Tommy in a telephone conversation brought a small army of agents into the bedroom of a stranger in less than an hour. 62. The newly minted agents of Western Sweep went out, knocked on doors, stopped cars, set up roadblocks and saturated the area with wanted posters. They contacted schools, daycare centers, and medical facilities with photos and medical and dental records. Many activists were repeatedly interviewed, followed and harassed. The women's community in western Massachusetts was contacted by FBI agents offering assistance after a rash of telephone threats. The FBI assistance turned out to hinge on cooperation with Western Sweep. In the estimation of the government, 1 out of every 3 residents of was contacted during Western Sweep. 63. Ultimately, such heavy-handedness was for naught. Boss Luck was finally able to home in on the first of the SMJJ group through use of a mainframe computer donated by the Grumman Corporation. Utilizing a sophisticated database and name-matching program, agents were able to trace Patricia Grolovesser through a series of aliases to a post office box in Columbus, Ohio. 64 They then staked out the postal facility and, when she showed up for her mail on November 3, 1984, they followed her home to a house in nearby Deerfield. Ray Luke and Pat Grolovesser, along with their 3 daughters, were captured the following morning. 65 At about the same time, some 75 FBI SWAT team members, armed with a warrant for Richard Williams and an armored personnel carrier known as Mother, had surrounded a house at 4248 West 22nd Street in Cleveland. Williams, John, and Barbara Kirtsey Lahman, and the Lahmans' 3 children were captured. 66 The Mannings initially evaded the roundup, but were eventually traced via the serial numbers on a gun seized in the raid on the Cleveland address and captured, along with their children, on April 24, 1985. 67. Federal treatment of the children of the captured Ohio 7 members is instructive. Upon the arrest of their parents, the 3 Lavesser girls were whisked away for a solid 5 hours of interrogation by the FBI and representatives of the New Jersey State Police. Afterwards, they were turned over to welfare department officials despite the fact that a number of relatives, none accused of any crime, and all gainfully employed, lived in the area and expressed their willingness to take them in. Later, Carmen Lavesser, the eldest daughter at age 8, recounted how, when she expressed that she'd grown hungry during the initial interrogation, an agent had offered her a pizza and $20 to provide incriminating information against her mother and father, as well as the whereabouts of Tom and Carol Manning. 68 The three Lahman children underwent much the same experience. 69 As for the Manning children, Jeremy, Tamara, and Jonathan, they were repeatedly interrogated and arbitrarily placed in a foster home despite repeated attempts by Tom Manning's sister Mary, and her husband, Cameron Bishop, to obtain custody. 70 The Mannings were finally compelled to begin a hunger strike in prison in order to force authorities to release their children into the custody of Carol's sister. 71. In the series of trials which followed the capture of the Ohio 7, the government relied heavily upon the testimony of an informant named Joseph Aceto, a former member of statewide Correctional Alliance for Reform, a prisoners' rights organization founded in Portland, Maine during the early 1970s by Tom Manning and Ray Luke Levasseur. 72 Aceto offered considerable evidence concerning the original formation of the SMJJ, its evolution into UF, and supposedly first-hand recollections of the defendants having described their bombing and bank-robbing exploits to him. Only later did it emerge conclusively that the government's star witness had consistently lied under oath, passing off third-hand gossip and utter fabrications as conversations in which he himself had participated. 73 It also came out that Aceto had been diagnosed as psychotic and administered heavy doses of the tranquilizer Melaryl, to increase his veracity, prior to testimony. 74 To top things off, it was revealed that, in exchange for such testimony, the FBI had arranged for him to be released from prison where he was serving a life sentence for a brutal stabbing murder and placed on the Federal Witness Protection Program. 75 All this information had been withheld from the defense, and consequently from the jury, at trial. As the prosecutorial smoke cleared in 1987, Ray Luke Levasseur had been convicted of 6 bombing charges and had been sentenced to 45 years imprisonment. Tom Manning had also been convicted of 6 bombing charges and sentenced to 53 years, as well as murder in the death of New Jersey State Trooper Lamonaco. Richard Williams had been convicted on 6 bombing charges and sentenced to 45 years, he was not convicted in the Lamonaco killing, but is to be retried. John Lahman was convicted on 6 bombing charges and sentenced to 53 years. Carol Manning and Barbara Kurtzy Lahman were convicted of lesser accessory charges and sentenced to 15 years apiece. Pat Groh Levasseur was convicted of harboring a fugitive, and sentenced to 5 years. 76. Apparently unsatisfied with the virtually permanent incarceration meted out to each of the male principals in the Ohio 7 case, hoping to secure heavier sentences against the women, and generally seeking to set a more spectacular example, the government next resorted to the same double jeopardy ploy being utilized in the resistance conspiracy case. All 7 defendants were charged, on the basis of actions for which they had already been convicted, of seditious conspiracy and violation of the RICO statute. The holes in the case became almost immediately apparent as charges were dropped against both Tom Manning and John Lahman, in order to simplify proceedings, according to prosecutors. 77 Next, Barbara Kurtzy Lahman was severed from the trial after the court ruled that the FBI's 1984 SWAT raid on her home, which resulted in her capture, had been illegal. 78 The government then began offering reduced sentence deals to any defendant who would enter a guilty plea. Carol Manning accepted the offer. 79. In the end, after a trial lasting 10 months, costing more than $10 million, and in which nearly 250 witnesses took the stand, the jury acquitted the 3 remaining defendants, Ray Luke and Pat Groh Levasseur, and Richard Williams, of both charges on November 27, 1989. 80 Pat Groh Levasseur was released from custody on a time-served basis, while her husband was returned to the federal prison at Marion, Illinois to continue serving his existing sentence. Williams was transferred to the custody of New Jersey authorities, pending a retrial in the death of State Trooper Lamonaco. The most imprisoned people on earth? The verdicts reached in the final Ohio 7 trial represent something of a victory for political liberty and common sense in the U.S. They demonstrate that a jury of average citizens will, when exposed to a reasonable amount of factual information and given adequate time to think through the issues, reject as implausible government contentions that any small group of radicals, no matter how secretive and violent, are capable of seriously plotting to overthrow the government by force of arms. So much for the notion of seditious conspiracy. Similarly, the verdicts show clearly that, under appropriate conditions, the same jury will conclude that political formations which engage in bank expropriations and similar activities while they may have engaged in criminal behavior under the law, are no more guilty of racketeering than were the Founding Fathers at the Boston Tea Party. Other recent verdicts also offer glimmers of hope, as when on August 26, 1989 a jury acquitted Puerto Independentista leader Filiberto Ojeda Rios of attempted murder of a federal agent and 7 other charges stemming from Richard W. Held's island-wide riot in 1985. 81 as was the case in the 1976 Cedar Rapids trial of Bob Robideau and Dino Butler. The outcome of Ojeda Rios' ordeal proves that an ordinary jury, once again assuming it is presented with a sufficient range of facts, will arrive at the conclusion that armed self-defense is an entirely legitimate response to the sorts of tactics employed by the FBI against political dissidents. Other examples are more grim. Leonard Peltier, Geronimo Pratt, the New York Three and many other victims of earlier COINTELPRO operations remain in prison despite overwhelming evidence that they were railroaded into their respective cells. 82 and additional casualties continue to accrue. For instance, there is Mumia Abu Jamal, a former BPP member in Philadelphia, convicted and sentenced to death on July 3, 1982, ostensibly for having killed a cop, despite eyewitnesses having identified an entirely different individual as the assailant. On March 6, 1989, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court denied Abu Jamal's last possible appeal prior to the electric chair even while acknowledging that genuine doubt exists as to the killer's identity. 83. Indeed, use of the prison system for purposes of political neutralization appears to have become the preferred mode for the FBI and associated police agencies by the end of the 1980s. At present, the U.S. enjoys the dubious distinction of having a greater proportion of its population incarcerated than any Western industrialized country. Its imprisonment just of its Euro-American citizens is tied, at 114 per 100,000, with Austria for first place. Its rate of imprisonment of African Americans, 713 per 100,000, is, however, much higher, 25 times the Netherlands' 28 per 100,00 rate of incarcerating its citizenry. 84. The proportion of the black population presently imprisoned in the U.S. is almost exactly double that in South Africa. 85 more. Both federal and state policy makers have lately made no secret of their intention to double the number of available prison beds during the coming decade, privatize an additional large number of penal facilities, and to develop extensive application of electronic incarceration techniques which will require the building of no new physical structures. Following these projections, even the most conservative arithmetic makes it plain the U.S. elite is fully prepared to triple or even quadruple the already burgeoning North American prison population. At the point such plans are consummated, the U.S. citizenry will have become, barring unforeseen eventualities elsewhere, the most imprisoned people on the face of the earth. 86. While such a trend represents an exercise in social engineering going well beyond any conceivable definition of counterintelligence per se, it obviously affords modern COINTELPRO operatives a perfect cover under which to conduct their business, hence, the increasing emphasis upon criminalizing political dissidents as terrorists and racketeers throughout the 1980s. Of late, this process of criminalization has been accelerated considerably under the rubric of a national war on drugs, headed up by such veteran COINTELPRO specialists as Richard W. Held in San Francisco. Little is said about the fact that the black street gangs now decried by the FBI as sources of drugs and violence in our cities are exactly the same entities secretly supported by the Bureau in its COINTELPROs against such anti-drug political formations as the Black Panther Party 20 years ago. 87 Even less is mentioned of the CIA's role in establishing these gang-based drug distribution mechanisms during the same period. Fund covered off-the-shelf operations abroad. 88 Sachheld has, however, proven quite vocal in extending utterly unsubstantiated assertions that contemporary political organizations such as the Black Guerrilla Family are important components of the drug scene. 89 Meanwhile, the drug war's veneer may well already be in use as a screen behind which the selective assassination of key political activists may be carried out. A notable example of this last was the execution-style murder of Panther founder Huey P. Newton in Oakland, on August 22, 1989. 90. In some ways more to the point of what is occurring is the nature of the prison facilities the federal system has begun to spawn. Based generally on the Stammheim model perfected by West Germany during the early 1970s, these include the Marion Supermax Prison for Men in southern Illinois, and the Mariana Prison's High Security Unit for Women in northern Florida. 91 The Mariana facility was piloted at the Federal Women's Prison at Lexington, Kentucky during the 1980s. Its purpose was unabashedly political, as is demonstrated in the U.S. Bureau of Prisons' official criteria for incarceration. Prisoners' past or present affiliation, association, or membership in an organization which has been demonstrated as being involved in acts of violence, attempts to disrupt or overthrow the government of the U.S. or whose published ideology include advocating law violations in order to free prisoners. 92. Constructed some 30 feet underground in total isolation from the outside world, painted entirely white to induce sensory deprivation, with naked fluorescent lights burning 24 hours per day and featuring rules severely restricting diet, correspondence, reading material, and visits. The HSU was deliberately designed to psychologically debilitate those imprisoned there. This was coupled to a program of intentional degradation in which the incarcerated women were strip-searched, often by male guards, and observed by male guards while showering and using the toilets. Perhaps worst of all, the Bureau of Prisons refused to set any formal criteria by which the women might work their way back out of the HSU once they were confined there. The objective was to invoke in them a sense of being totally at the mercy of and dependent upon their keepers. 93 In the polite language of the John Howard Association. Through a year or more of sensory and psychological deprivation, prisoners are stripped of their individual identities in order that compliant behavior patterns can be implanted, a process of mortification and depersonalization. 94. The techniques involved have been described by Amnesty International in the accompanying chart. As early as 1962, Dr. Edgar Schein described the methodology at issue rather more straightforwardly in an address to all federal maximum security prison wardens in Washington, D.C. In order to produce marked changes in behavior, it is necessary to weaken, undermine, or remove supports for old attitudes. I would like you to think of brainwashing not in terms of ethics and morals, but in terms of the deliberate changing of human behavior by a group of men who have relatively complete control over the environment in which the captives live: isolation, sensory deprivation, segregation of leaders, spying, tricking men into signing written statements which are then shown to others, placing individuals whose willpower has been severely weakened into a living situation with others more advanced. In thought reform, character invalidation, humiliations, sleeplessness, rewarding subservience, and fear. 95. Dr. Richard Combe, in a 1987 report on Lexington commissioned by the ACLU, framed the matter even more clearly. In Combe's estimation, the purpose of an HSU-style facility is to reduce prisoners to a state of submission essential for their ideological conversion. That failing, the next objective is to reduce them to a state of psychological incompetence sufficient to neutralize them as efficient, self-directing antagonists. That failing, the only alternative is to destroy them, preferably by making them desperate enough to destroy themselves. 96. Of the 3 political women incarcerated in the Lexington HSU, Susan Rosenberg and Sylvia Beraldini of the RATF case and independentista Alejandrina Torres all had ceased menstruating, were afflicted with insomnia and suffered chronic hallucinations before the facility was ordered closed in 1988. 97 By then, the HSU had been condemned as a violation of elemental human rights by organizations ranging from Amnesty International to the ACLU. 98 The BOP response was that it was satisfied with its Lexington experiment, and would replicate the HSU's essential features at its Mariana facility, designed to hold several hundred women rather than a mere handful. 99. Marion is even more entrenched. Established in 1963 as a replacement for the infamous Alcatraz super-maximum prison, which had grown cost-prohibitive to maintain, it contains the first of the federal government's formal Stainham-style behavior modification control units. 100 The ideological function intended for control units was made apparent virtually from the outset when independentist Rafael Cancel Miranda was sent there to undergo thought reform after having served more than 15 years in confinement. 101 By 1983, the control unit model was deemed so successful by BOP authorities that the occasion of an inmate riot was used as a pretext by which to convert the entire prison into a huge behavior modification center. 102 Since that year, all of Marion has been on lockdown status, with prisoners confined to their cells, in isolation 23 hours per day, often chains spread-eagled, for disciplinary reasons, to their concrete slab bunks. Strip searches are routine, prisoners are shackled upon leaving their cells for any reason, all contact visits are forbidden and reading material is tightly restricted. As was the case at Lexington, no dire criteria for getting out of Marion have ever been posited by the BOP. The length and extent of prisoners' torment is left entirely to the discretion of prison officials. 103. Also, as was the situation in the Lexington HSU, a significant number of those incarcerated at Marion are political prisoners or prisoners of war. At present, these include independentista Oscar Lopez Rivera, black liberationists Richard Thompsonal, and Kojo Bomani Sababu, Virgin Islands 5 activist Hanif Shabazbey, Euro-American prisoners of war Bill Dunn and Ray-Luc Levasseur, and Plowshares activist Larry Moreland. Scores of others have spent varying lengths of time there. In another parallel with Lexington, Marion has been repeatedly condemned by a broad range of organizations, including Amnesty International, as systematically violating United Nations proscriptions against torture and other minimum standards required by international law with regard to the maintenance of prison populations. 104 Rather than favorably altering the situation inside Marion, the BOP has indicated that it considers the lockdown permanent, and has begun to clone off comparable environments, such as the N2 death unit at Terre Haute Federal Prison, in other maximum security facilities for men. Although U.S. District Judge Barrington Parker ordered the Lexington HSU closed on August 15, 1988, on the specific basis of its use as a political prison, his decision was overturned by a federal appeals court on September 8, 1989. 105 As Susan Rosenberg has put it, the appeals court held that the government is free to use the political beliefs and association of prisoners as basis for treating us more harshly and placing us in maximum security conditions. Further, the appeals court ruling means that no court can question or dispute the prison's decision even if those decisions involve the prisoner's politics or political identity. This legal decision gives official sanction to the BOP to place political prisoners into control units. 106 The rulers of Orwell's totalitarian empires could not have put it better than the judiciary of the United States. Biederman's Chart on Penal Coercion. Source: Amnesty International Report on Torture, 1983. General method affects variance. Isolation. Deprives victim of all social supports of his ability to resist. Develops an intense concern with self. Makes victim dependent upon interrogator. Complete solitary confinement, complete isolation, semi-isolation, group isolation. Monopolization of perception. Fixes attention upon immediate predicament, fosters introspection. Eliminates stimuli competing with those controlled by captor. Frustrates all actions not consistent with compliance. Physical isolation, darkness or bright light, barren environment, restricted movement, monotonous food. Induced debility, exhaustion. Weakens mental and physical ability to resist. Semi-starvation, exposure, exploitation of wounds, induced illness, sleep deprivation, prolonged constraint, prolonged interrogation, forced writing, overexertion. Threats cultivates anxiety and despair. Threats of death, threats of non-return, threats of endless interrogation and isolation, threats against family, vague threats, mysterious changes of treatment. Occasional indulgences. Provides positive motivation for compliance. Hinders adjustment to deprivation. Occasional favors, fluctuations of interrogation attitudes, promises, rewards for partial compliance, tantalizing. Demonstrating omnipotence. Suggests futility of resistance. Confrontation, pretending cooperation taken for granted, demonstrating complete control over victim's fate. Degradation. Makes cost of resistance appear more damaging to self-esteem than capitulation. Reduces prisoners to animal-level concerns. Personal hygiene prevented. Filthy, infested surroundings, demeaning punishments, insults and taunts, denial of privacy. Enforcing trivial demands. Develops habit of compliance. Forced writing, enforcement of minute rules. The shape of things to come. This may well be the shape of things to come, and in a frighteningly generalized way. A pattern is emerging in which the attitude adjustment represented by police and prison becomes a normative rather than exceptional experience of power in the U.S. If the present dynamics of spiraling police power and state-sanctioned secrecy, proliferating penal facilities and judicial abandonment of basic constitutional principles is allowed to continue unabated, it is easily predictable that upwards of 20% of the next generation of Americans will spend appreciable time behind bars in prison environments, making present-day Sing Sing and San Quentin seem benign by comparison. Another not inconsiderable percentage of the population may be expected to undergo some form of electronic incarceration, either in their homes or at some government-designated private facility. The technologies for this last have been developed over the past 20 years, are even now being field-tested, and will undoubtedly be perfected during the coming decade. 107. In such a context, the classic role of domestic counterintelligence operations will logically be diminished. Any hint of politically deviant behavior will likely be met with more or less immediate arrest, packaging as a criminal by the FBI and its interactive counterparts in the state and local police, processing through the courts and delivery to one or another prison for an appropriate measure of behavior modification. The social message, "Don't even think about rocking the boat, under any circumstances," is both undeniable and overwhelming at this point. It will be necessary to assess the legacy of COINTELPRO not only as having perpetuated, but of having quite literally transcended itself. It will have moved from covert and relatively selective or surgical repression of dissent to the overt and uniform suppression of political diversity per se, from a secretive safeguarding of the parameters of acceptable political expression to the open imposition of orthodoxy, from somewhat constrained service to socio-economic status quo to outright social pacification and maintenance of a rigid social order. It is perhaps ironic that it is at precisely the moment the police state apparatus inherent to the Soviet Union and its various Eastern European satellites appears to be crumbling that the U.S. police state shows every indication of consolidating itself at a new and unparalleled level of intensity and sophistication. But it should certainly come as no surprise. The entire 70-year history of the FBI has given fair warning. The COINTELPRO era provided a detailed preview of what was to come. And, not only the continuation, but the systematic legitimation of all that was worst about COINTELPRO during the 1970s and 80s has been sufficiently blatant to set alarm bells ringing loudly in the mind of anyone wishing to consider the matter. The sad fact is, however, that other than during certain peak periods of repression, notably the Palmer raids, the McCarthy period, and at the very end of the COINTELPRO era, such things have received only scant attention from the left. Instead, concern with questions of police power and the function of prisons has been consigned mainly to lawyers and a scattering of researcher activists whose work has been typically viewed as marginal, esoteric and even paranoid, and thus of little utility to the positive and more important agendas of progressives. A dismal but entirely plausible prospect is that such circumstances have long since foreclosed on our collective ability to do much about the danger in which we are now engulfed. U.S. progressivism presently seems to stand vis-a-vis the law enforcement establishment like a person who has walked to the middle of a railway bridge and suddenly faces a locomotive bearing down on him or her at miles per hour. There is no way to outrun the engine of destruction, and no place to turn for safety. Worse, the posture of far too many people on the left suggests they are continuing to amble along with their backs to the train, still remaining unaware that they are just about to be run over. This last is readily borne out by the number of progressives who have rallied nationally to the cause of removing assault rifles and other semi-automatic weapons from the hands of the populace, while doing nothing to confront the rampant proliferation of SWAT capabilities among police forces throughout the country. 108 Another choice indicator may be apprehended in the range of ostensibly progressive individuals and groups which have lately queued up to take back streets they never had in the first place, righteously endorsing a government-sponsored war on drugs entailing unprecedented police prerogatives to engage in no-knock entry, warrantless search and seizure, the routine interdiction of people of color driving along the nation's highways, uncompensated impoundment of personal property, massive applications of physical and electronic surveillance, the use of preventive detention on a wholesale basis, and myriad other abridgments of civil rights and liberties which would have remained unthinkable just 5 years ago. 109. Grounds for hope, program for action. A cynic might argue, and with considerable justification, that a people which follows such a course will eventually get exactly what it deserves, fascism. Demonstrably, we are at or very near this point. Yet, despite all, we remain very far from a social consensus on either the acceptability or inevitability of such an outcome. As the very existence of the RATF, Resistance Conspiracy, Ohio 7, Los Macheros and the FAIN, and a range of other entities makes abundantly clear, there are still many who are prepared to struggle with every fiber of their beings to prevent the culmination of fascist reality in the U.S. And, as the jurors who acquitted Filiberto Ojeda Rios, the son of Brinks Group, and those of the Ohio 7 tried for seditious conspiracy and RICO violations have shown beyond any real question, there remain numerous plain, ordinary, apolitical folk who can and will respond favorably to such a stance when afforded a tangible opportunity to do so. These people, activists and jurors alike, regardless of the issues and perspectives which may divide them, are nonetheless bound together in what the German theoretician Rudi Dutschke once defined as the anti-authoritarian impulse. 111. Herein lies the hope, perhaps the only hope, of an alternative to the spectre described herein. To be sure, mere hope is no solution to anything. It represents a point of departure, no more. The development of viable options to avert consummation of a full-fledged police state in North America will require a deep rethinking, among many who purport to oppose it, of priorities and philosophical positions, including the near hegemony of pacifism and nonviolence on the left. The emphasis accorded confrontation with the police and penal systems will have to increase rapidly and dramatically within virtually all groups pursuing progressive social agendas, from environmentalism to abortion rights. The fates of prisoners, particularly those incarcerated for having been accused of engaging in armed struggle against the state, must thus be made a central concern, and primary focus of activism, in every politically conscious sector of the U.S. population. Understandings must be achieved that what is currently being done to political prisoners and prisoners of war, in exemplary fashion, is ultimately designed for application to far wider groups than is now the case, that the facilities in which such things are done to them are intended to eventually house us all, that the enforcement apparatus which has been created to combat their terrorism simultaneously holds the capacity to crush all that we hold dear or seek to achieve, soon and perhaps irrevocably. In sum, if we do not move, and quickly, to overcome our tactical differences to the extent that we can collectively and effectively confront the emergent structure of law enforcement in this country, all the rest of our lofty and constructive social preoccupations will shortly be rendered meaningless by the very forces we have all too frequently elected to ignore. There are many points of attack open to us, places where important victories can and must be attained. These include renewed and concerted efforts to extend real community control over local police forces, the dismantling of localized police SWAT capabilities, the curtailment or elimination of national computer net participation by state and local police forces, the abolition of police intelligence units, and deep cuts in the resources already allocated to the police establishment. The judicial system, too, must become an increasing focus of broad-based progressive attention. Not only is substantial support work vitally necessary with regard to activists brought to court on serious charges, but every judicial ruling, whether or not it is rendered in an overtly political trial, which serves to undercut citizen rights while legitimating increased police intervention in the political process, must be met with massive, national expressions of outrage and rejection. It is incumbent upon us to infuse new force and meaning into the court of public opinion, using every method at our disposal. By the same token, maximal energy must be devoted to heading off the planned expansion of penal facilities across the U.S. and securing the abolition of control units within every existing prison in the country. The BOP and state adult authorities must also be placed, finally, under effective citizens' control, and the incipient privatization of large portions of the prison industry must be blocked at all costs. Plainly, this represents a tremendously ambitious bill of fare for any social movement. Coming to grips with the FBI is of major importance. The Bureau has long since made itself an absolutely central ingredient in the process of repression in America, not only extending its own operations in this regard, but providing doctrine, training, and equipment to state and local police, organizing the special joint task forces which have sprouted in every major city since 1970, creating the computer nets which tie the police together nationally, and providing the main themes of propaganda by which the rapid build-up in police power has been accomplished in the U.S. Similarly, the FBI provides both doctrinal and practical training to prison personnel, especially in connection with those who supervise POWs and political prisoners, which is crucial in the shaping of the policies pursued within the penal system as a whole. Hence, so long as the FBI is able to retain the outlook which defined COINTELPRO, and to translate that outlook into real-world endeavors, it is reasonable to assume that both the police and prison communities will follow right along. Conversely, should the FBI ever be truly leashed, with the COINTELPRO mentality at last rooted out once and for all, it may be anticipated that the emergent U.S. police state apparatus will undergo substantial unraveling. In the concluding chapter of Agents of Repression, we offered both tactical and strategic sketches of how the task of bringing the Bureau to heel might be approached. In his book, War at Home, Brian Glick extends these ideas in certain directions. At the same time, both we and Glick indicated that our recommendations should be considered anything but definitive, and that readers should rely upon their own experience and imaginations in devising ways and means of getting the job done. Since publication of those books, a number of people have contacted us to expand upon our ideas and to enter new ones. Although the specifics vary in each case, there are two consistent themes underlying such contributions. These are: first, that it is imperative more and more people take the step of translating their consciousness into active resistance, and, second, that this resistance must be truly multifaceted and flexible in form. We heartily agree. Hence, we would like to close with what seems to us the only appropriate observation, paraphrasing Malcolm X and Huey P. Newton: we are confronted with the necessity of a battle which must be continued until it has been won. That choice has already been made for us, and we have no option to simply wish it away. To lose is to bring about the unthinkable, and there is no place to run and hide. Under the circumstances, the FBI and its allies must be combated by all means available, and by any means necessary. Organizational contacts. The following are organizations currently involved in the sorts of work described in the conclusion to this book. People wishing to become involved in the sorts of struggles thus represented should contact one or more of them for further information. Emergency Committee to End the Center for Constitutional Political Prisoners, Marion Lockdown Rights / Movement Support PO. Box 28191 343 S Dearborn, Suite 1607 666 Broadway, 7th floor Washington, D.C. 20038 Chicago, Illinois 60604 New York, New York 10012. National Committee to Free National Committee Against New African Peoples Puerto Rican Prisoners Repressive Legislation Organization P.O. Box 476698 501 C Street NEPO. Box 11464 Chicago, Illinois 60647 Washington, D.C. 20002 Atlanta, Georgia 30310. Justice for Geronimo National Alliance Against National Emergency Civil Campaign Racist/Political Repression Rights Committee 214, Dubas Avenue 126, West 119th Street 175, 5th Avenue, San Francisco, California 94103 New York, New York 10026 New York, New York 10010. The National Prison Project COMM to Fight Repression Peltier Defense Committee 1616 P Street, NW Box 1435, Cathedral Station PO. Box 583 Washington, D.C. 20035 New York, New York 10025 Lawrence, Kansas 66044. Saxifrage Group Anti-Repression Resources National Lawyers Guild 1484 Wicklow PO. Box 12255 Avenue of the Americas, Boulder, Colorado 80303 Jackson, Mississippi 39205 New York, New York 10013. Nuclear Resistor People's Law Office The Real Dragon PO. Box 43383 633 S Dearborn, number 1614 PO. Box 3294 Tucson, Arizona 85733 Chicago, Illinois 60604 Berkeley, California 94703 9901. Political Rights Defense Partisan Defense Committee Free Puerto Rico Committee Fund C/OR Wolkenston, ESQPO. Box 022512 PO. Box 649, Cooper Station PO. Box 99, Canal Street Station Cadman Plaza, Brooklyn, New York, New York 1000. New York, New York 10013 New York, New York 11202. End of Chapter 8. Logistics of a Black Bag Job. The Logistics of a Black Bag Job by Wes Swearingen, FBI whistleblower. 1. Identify the subject. 2. Determine target's place of employment and type of employment. 3. Identify the mode of transportation. 4. Identify other residents of the household. 5. Determine whether target has any other visitors in the residence such as relatives, maids, etc. 6. Identify the landlord if the residence is not a privately owned home or condominium. 7. Perform a trial run. 8. Start the bag job. A. All members of the surveillance team, regardless of their position, must be in radio contact with one another or in contact with a reasonable relay. No bag job should start or continue if any member of the team is out of radio contact. A hostile force, such as another member of the organization under investigation, local police, or a thief, may have neutralized one of your teammates and may monitor your movements by radio. Everyone involved must be physically and mentally alert, aware of their surroundings, attentive and aggressive, and a team player. The successful execution of a bag job depends upon everyone doing their job correctly. There is no room for error, bad judgment, or heroes. A successfully planned and executed bag job will never give you any surprises that you cannot handle. Logistics of a black bag job. During the break-in in 1972 at Democratic Party headquarters in Washington, D.C., a bag job is a tremendous strain on the nerves. Emotions can run high in these tense situations, and each member of the team must be able to control himself mentally, physically, and emotionally, and have confidence that the others can do likewise. B. The surveillance team will follow the subject and any members of the residence. Depending upon the persons to be followed, no less than 2 surveillance agents should be used per person, unless school children are involved, in which case 1 agent per child will suffice. In the case of very young children, it is sometimes advisable to have 2 agents so as to avoid the appearance of being a child molester. See, once all members of the residence have been surveilled away from the residence or accounted for in another location, and there are no apparent obstacles, then the plan is ready for a trial run. D. When the ball players are ready to begin the game, those agents designated to telephone the residence of any neighbors in a position to observe the front should place their calls at a precise moment as instructed by the outside man. E. The outside man or lookout will call the inside team into position and will alert the various surveillance agents that the ball players are approaching the field. The inside team on the trial run will consist of the lock picker and 1 radio person. Radio transmissions can be received by anyone with the proper equipment, such as a 200-channel scanning radio, or other similar portable equipment with a retail price of around $300, so communications must be innocuous. F. The pickup man will deliver the inside team to the front door or to the most suitable location to avoid attention. This could be the front door, back door, a nearby alley, or a parking garage. The inside team is dropped off and the pickup man departs the immediate area to stand by for further instructions through the outside person or lookout. G. The inside team approaches and examines the entrance for obvious alarm systems. If no alarms are noted, the inside team will make the surreptitious entry into the residence or office. The radio person of the inside team will immediately announce to the outside person that the players are on the field. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/bagjob.htm. Logistics of a black bag job. H. The trial run will consist of an immediate search of all rooms for friends, relatives, housekeepers, or anyone associated with the subject to be sure the field is clear. The inside team will announce to the outside person some description of the events taking place inside. For example, if a quick observation reveals no information available for future bag jobs, the inside person may announce that the game is being called for lack of interest in today's game or poor attendance. If prospects look good, the photographer may be called in through some phrase such as "send in the press photographer, we may need photographs for a starting lineup for future games." It is important to keep the surveillance agents advised of events as they happen so they feel they are part of the action. If the surveillance team does not find out what happened until the end of the day or the next day, morale will suffer and future bag jobs may be compromised because the surveillance team will feel they are not qualified to be kept informed of current events. If the situation is such that a quick game can be played, that is, the bag job can be done with 1 quick photographic session, the inside person will ask the outside person to act with the other players to see if 3 or 4 innings can be played. If the surveillance team has everyone under control, the outside person will announce something like, "Weather permitting, the relief pitchers can go a full 9 innings." This alerts the inside team that a regular bag job of 1 or 2 hours can be handled by the surveillance team with no problem. Photographs may be needed to rearrange articles after completion of the bag job depending upon the inside condition and the number of records to be examined. A Polaroid camera is ideal for this purpose. Once an examination of the inside layout is clearly in mind and notes have been taken on placement of various articles on the desk, in file cabinets, etc., the ball game can be played. A progress report from the inside should be given to the outside person every few minutes. When the inside team is through, they will announce the completion by saying something like, "The game is in the bottom of the 9th with 2 men out and the count is 2-2, have the pickup man ready to transport the players back home." The outside person may then relay the message to all surveillance units that they may head for the barn. Logistics of a black bag job. Press, ISBN 0-89608-501-5. In accordance with Title 17 U.S.C. Section 107, this material is distributed without profit or payment to those who have expressed a prior interest in receiving this information for non-profit research and educational purposes only. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/bagjob.htm. Wages of COINTELPRO still evident in Omaha Black Panther case. Wages of COINTELPRO still evident in Omaha Black Panther case. By Ward Churchill. ZNET, March 10, 99. In 1980, former FBI Director L. Patrick Gray and Edward S. Miller, one-time head of Squad 47, the domestic counterintelligence unit in the FBI's New York field office, were convicted of having conspired to injure and oppress the citizens of the United States. The context of their crimes was COINTELPRO, a secret, nationwide campaign conducted by the Bureau from 1956 to 1971 for purposes of destroying politically objectionable organizations and individuals through any and every means available to it. In 1975, an investigating committee headed by Senator Frank Church found that the operation had, from start to finish, been fraught with illegality. Neither Gray nor Miller ever spent a day in jail as a result of their convictions. In April 1981, President Ronald Reagan interrupted their appeals to announce that he was bestowing pardons on both men. The reason stated was that their misdeeds had occurred during an especially turbulent and divisive period in American history. It was time to put all this behind us, Reagan said, and to forgive those who engaged in excesses during the political conflicts of the era. At the time, it was pointed out that if this were to be Reagan's policy, it would be at least as appropriate for him to pardon the numerous victims of COINTELPRO as to forgive its perpetrators. We noted how the Church Committee had discovered that a COINTELPRO technique had been to use the courts to neutralize selected activists by obtaining false convictions against them, that the FBI typically involved local police in such endeavors, and that of all the groups targeted in this manner the Black Panther Party had been hit hardest and most extensively. No action was taken by the Reagan administration in this connection, however, and former Panthers continued to serve time, many of them in cases showing clear signs of COINTELPRO manipulation. It would be another decade before the first such prisoner, a once prominent New York BPP leader named Doraba bin Wahad, was finally. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/wagecoin.htm. Wages of COINTELPRO still evident in Omaha Black Panther case. Released after spending 21 years behind bars on a wrongful conviction. His case is instructive. In 1989, it was conclusively established that the prosecution, with the active collaboration of Miller's Squad 47, had withheld exculpatory ballistics reports during the 1973 trial in which bin Wahad was found guilty of attempting to murder 2 police officers. It was also shown that members of Squad 47, working with detectives from the NYPD Red Squad, had suborned perjury from the state's star witness. The FBI had repeatedly denied the existence of documents confirming these facts for a dozen years, thereby thwarting bin Wahad's right to appeal. The conviction was finally overturned in 1990. Similar circumstances attend the case of Geronimo G. Jaga Pratt, former head of the Panthers Los Angeles chapter. Charged in 1970 with the 1968 murder in Santa Monica, Pratt always maintained that he was 350 miles away at the time, attending a BPP meeting in Oakland. At trial he argued that, since the FBI had bugged the meeting, its electronic surveillance logs would verify his whereabouts, and thus his innocence. An FBI official then took the stand and denied that any such surveillance had occurred. Years later, after the Church Committee confirmed that the surveillance had in fact been conducted, the FBI rather implausibly claimed to have lost the relevant logs. Nonetheless, Pratt's conviction was not overturned until 1997, when it was proven that Julio C. Butler, the state's star witness and, unknown to the jury, a paid FBI informant, had perjured himself on key points. By then, Pratt had served 27 years. This case is especially illuminating in that a career FBI agent, M. Wesley Swearingen, has testified that Pratt was deliberately framed by the FBI as part of its campaign to destroy the Black Panther Party. Swearengen's testimony corroborates to a significant extent an earlier account provided by Louis Tackwood, at one time an informant paid by the PAPD Red Squad to infiltrate the Los Angeles BPP chapter. According to Tackwood, Red Squad detectives and FBI COINTELPRO personnel simply sat down one afternoon with a stack of unsolved case files, looking for the murder with which Pratt might be most feasibly charged. They then orchestrated appropriate evidence and had him prosecuted. Currently, attention is shifting to still another case involving former Black Panthers and bearing the indelible imprint of COINTELPRO. From its inception, the allegation that one-time Omaha BPP leaders Mondo Wilonga and Edward Poindexter were involved in the 1970 murder of police officer Larry Minard has been strained. Dwayne Peake, the only person. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/wagecoin.htm. Wages of COINTELPRO still evident in Omaha Black Panther case. Known for certain to have participated in the bombing that killed Minard, mentioned neither man in his original confession. Nor did he in his second, more detailed statement to the police. Indeed, he testified at a preliminary hearing that Rice and Poindexter were not involved. Meanwhile, Peake had named 6 other men, none of them active BPP members, and none of them ever charged. His story changed only after prosecutors offered him a deal in which he could plead as a juvenile, thereby serving only 2 years in exchange for incriminating the local BPP leadership. Rice and Poindexter were convicted in April 1971, mainly on the basis of Peake's testimony. There is ample indication he perjured himself. As to physical evidence supporting Peake's account, a federal court ruled in 1974 that the search through which it was allegedly found was illegal. A new trial was ordered at that time, but prevented by a jurisdictional technicality applied post hoc by the Supreme Court in 1976. Further appeals were blocked by yet another technicality. The statutory time limit for filing in Nebraska courts had expired while Rice and Poindexter awaited an outcome in the federal process. One result has been severe constraints on their ability to reopen the case in light of FBI documents released in 1978. These reveal that police detectives collaborated with FBI personnel to suppress exculpatory evidence during the 1971 trial. Such subversion of the judicial process is consistent with the COINTELPRO methods employed against Benoit and Pratt, as well as the fact that the Omaha BPP chapter Rice and Poindexter in particular were targeted for COINTELPRO neutralization in mid-1968. The motive underlying police performance in the Rice/Poindexter case was recently spelled out by Jack Swanson, the detective who headed up the 1970 bombing investigation. "I think we did the right thing at the time," he told a BBC interviewer, "because the Black Panther Party completely disappeared from Omaha. We got the 2 main players." Former Nebraska Governor Frank Morrison has observed that Rice and Poindexter were convicted for their rhetoric, not for any crime they committed. Amnesty International, the NAACP, Jericho 98 and the Congressional Black Caucus have all taken up the case. Since 1993, the Nebraska Parole Board has voted unanimously and repeatedly to commute both men's sentences to time served. Yet, to date, the Nebraska Board of Pardons has refused to schedule a hearing in the matter. One board member has even asserted that there are no circumstances under which he would consider commutation. http://www.icdc.com/paulwolf/wagecoin.htm. Wages of COINTELPRO still evident in Omaha Black Panther case. Simple justice demands reversal of this position. Surely, even if one believes Rice and Poindexter were involved in Minard's death, it must be conceded that 28 years of incarceration is sufficient punishment. After all, Nebraska's Board of Pardons commuted the sentence of even the notorious Carroll and Fugate, an admitted participant in 11 murders, after less than 20 years. Moreover, the fact that Rice and Poindexter were denied the due process rights to which all citizens are and must be entitled leaves a quite reasonable concern that they are innocent of the offense for which they have been imprisoned for more than a quarter century. Contrary to the sentiment expressed by the board member quoted above, there are no circumstances in which prolonging the situation is an acceptable option. Ultimately, and perhaps ironically, Ronald Reagan had it right. By 1981, it was indeed time to forgive those whose offenses, real or perceived, accrued from the socio-political vortex of the Vietnam era. Can there be serious doubt that the principle is as applicable to former Black Panthers as to former FBI officials? Anything else would be a travesty of justice, and the country has already witnessed far too many of these. What is done cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. Mondo Wilonga and Ed Poindexter deserve at this late date not just to be heard but to be free men, reintegrated with and contributing their undeniable talents to their community, participating fully in the ongoing process of healing and reconciliation about which President Reagan spoke so glowingly 18 years ago. Those desiring further information on the Rice/Poindexter case and or wishing to support their petitions for commutation of sentence should contact Tekla Johnson Lincoln Justice Committee. P.O. Box 4756. Lincoln, Nebraska 68504.